predicted when the schedule came out. It would be 2 more wins than last year, so the progress would be trending upwards.
Mm-hmm.
The only downside is, as you pointed out earlier in the program, the team that has won this division has at least had 12 wins or more the last 6 or 7 years.
Yeah, going back to...
So 11 does not guarantee a division or a home playoff game. However, I believe you're building foundations, you're building an organization, a team that is going to make a slow but steady increase. So I'm going to say, yeah, I'll lock it in. I'll lock in the playoff game.
The stat you're talking about, going back to 2017, teams have had to win, I shouldn't say have had to win, but teams have won 12 or more games to win the NFC North. 11? I expect them to win 11 games.
Okay.
Would I lock it in? No, I wouldn't lock it in. I'd like to see where this goes because I feel pretty confident they're going to win 11 games. And rather than go, I need to lock it in and hurry because the bottom might fall out, I think that's the mentality Lions fans used to have. I'm embodying the mentality that I think Lions fans need to get used to having, which is, hey, our football team should expect good things. And I'm not going to lock it in at 11. I want to see where this thing goes. Don't tell me how I'm going to die. Let's let it play out. I want to see what happens, Tony, because if I truly am confident they're an 11-win football team, I don't want to set my sights at 11. I want to see if they can exceed the expectations.
Well, see, I'm always a doom and gloom type of a guy, Jim, kind of, shall we say, paranoid, negative.
Never.
So if you can lock me in at 11, I'm going to take it because I'd rather be safe and underachieve by your standards at 11 than have a chance on really underachieving and not even equaling last year's win total. And I'm looking at some of these win totals for the rest of the league.
Yeah.
If you look at the division, and the rest of the division they have is 7-10.
All three of them.
All 3 teams are 7-10. Now, I appreciate Nate Davis's work. He's done good work for years. But it's kind of bizarre to me.
Yeah, it is.
When you look at some of this stuff and you see that, I don't know, the Pittsburgh Steelers have 11 wins and the Kansas City Chiefs have 10. Chiefs and Broncos tying for 10 wins each in that division. Look, I know Sean Payton's a great coach. I know there's a chance Russell Wilson bounces back a little bit. But I just think the Chiefs, I know their schedule's hard. They're going to win more than 10 games.
Yeah, again, I'm not telling you to subscribe to everything he picks.
No, I know.
I'm not saying that he's some kind of Nostradamus or Wojo-damus or Wojo dumbass. What I'm saying is the Lions at 11-6, would you lock it in? 248-539-9797. Of course, we would all take multiple playoff wins, both home and road, a trip to an NFC title game, a chance to go to the Super Bowl. I mean, think about it. You go into that Sunday knowing if you win, you go to a place that Lions fans could never dream of.
Exactly.
Of course, we would lock that in. But just the 11-6 part, not knowing if it wins you the division, not knowing if you have a home playoff game or if you'd win that playoff game, would you lock in 11-6 and see what happens? Or would you let it roll and hope for more?
So I'm a 10-7 guy, much like Michael Stone. And I would lock in 11-6 because I think 11-6 would bring a ton of joy just for me as a Lions fan, all of our listeners, all of us. I think it would be a great ride. And Jim, I agree with you that I know that they have a ceiling that's higher than that potentially if things go right. But I think I'm going back to the road schedule and how this team performed on the road last year, especially offensively. It just wasn't clicking. Goff's not the same quarterback on the road. I mean, if I tell you right now, they'll lose at Kansas City, at Baltimore, at Dallas. They'll lose a division road game. I don't know which one.
Sure, maybe Green Bay in the short week.
They'll lose a home game. They won't go undefeated at home.
Okay.
That's
5, and they'll lose at either the Chargers or the Saints. I got the 6 right there. I don't think that's – and I think you've –
That's 11-6.
Right, and if I'm actually picking both those road losses, and that's why I'm at 10-7.
See, but this is what you're doing. But you're doing the thing that we've tried to steer fans away from doing, which is live in the past and the doom and the gloom.
I don't think
they're playing legitimate teams.
You think they're going to get every bad break, and that's why you won't
No.
These are great. These are all but New Orleans.
I didn't hear you say. I didn't hear you say. What if they win one of these games?
They could, and I'm not quite sure they're ready to do that yet.
You're locking them out of those wins.
They didn't
I'm
win.
saying let's see what happens. I'm saying let's leave room for more. We just finished first helping. I'm leaving room for seconds. You're saying, no, this is as good as it gets.
He's also saying they're going to probably beat Seattle at home, which a lot of people don't think is a given.
I just said they'd have a home loss.
Right.
You know, they're not. Most teams don't go undefeated at home. It's just playing the law of averages. I think the daunting road. I didn't see them beat any of these teams or good teams on the road last year, really. What was the best road win? The Jets or the Giants? Whichever one.
Well,
the Giants.
The Giants record-wise.
You know what I think? I think the Giants were the mini Vikings last year. They showed who they were when they went to Philly. I think if the Lions went to Philly last year in the playoffs, they would have performed a lot better. It would have been a more competitive game. That game wasn't competitive. It was 14-0 with a blink of an eye.
So they beat a playoff team, whatever you want to say about them, in the New York Giants in their building. They also beat a team that would have been a playoff team if they had won Week 18. They kicked Green Bay out of the postseason by winning at Lambeau on Sunday night. Like, those to me are notable road wins. I don't know why we're trying to downplay that.
I'm playing that I still think there's a little bit of this of last year's team that went to New England and went to Dallas and really Dallas was somewhat competitive for a while. New England was never competitive, really. That I'm not quite sure they've grown that much. Okay,
Tom, will they lose a game that they shouldn't? Sure. I think they're also going to win a game that they shouldn't. That's called the NFL.
I know.
That's the upcoming season.
11-6 is a really good record.
Right.
In this.
I've seen them win 11 games. They've never won 12 in my lifetime. I'd like to leave room for a little more. I don't want to be locked in.
That'll be next year. And your 12th win will be a playoff win, maybe.
Hey,
although it's
sign
not
me up. Let's do it.
But you also know that 8 and 9's a possibility. And that's part of it.
See, I don't think he does.
This is so crazy. We don't know what to do with ourselves anymore because he's the most anti-golf person at this radio station.
And he thinks you're going to win 12
games. He thinks you're going to
games.
win more games than me and you who support golf.
Yeah.
I just think the growth, that there's still a little bit of a – I go back 8-2. How real was it? I don't know if it was quite as realistic.
Let me ask you this, Jim, and I don't want to play negative because I still think they're going to be 11-6, which is pretty damn good, even though I said 10-7. So in this scenario, 11-6. Are you confident that in a close football game, particularly on the road, that they'll be able to convert a 53-yard field goal to win the game with their kicker?
Who's the kicker today?
Well, that's a legitimate question.
And it's a fair question. To the point about Goff, just real quick. No, I'm not his biggest fan. That's clear. If anything, it tells you how highly I think of the cast around Jared Goff. They've done the work. Since Brad Holmes showed up, they've done the work. They've finished an offensive line with Penei Sewell, and they've built up a defensive line with Aiden Hutchinson. I think they've done a good job building up this football team. They've got a good cast around Jared Goff. That's the whole story here, guys. When Jared Goff was at the end of his time in L.A., they couldn't protect him, and he was a turnover machine. When he showed up in Detroit and they were still building, he wasn't very good. They built a good enough team around him where, yes, I don't think they're winning 8 games. I think they're winning 11, and I want to leave room for more. I don't want to lock it in.
I think you're poo-pooing 11 games.
I'm not. I would be... Stoney, if they win 11 games, I'm not going to sit here and rip the team.
The Detroit Lions history in your lifetime when they've won 11 games would be a hell of a lot different if Aaron Rodgers wasn't in the North. Okay? It just would be. I think Matthew Stafford would have won a playoff game in Detroit if Aaron Rodgers was in There's nobody like that anymore. Okay? So 11 wins is different now than it was then. 11 can get you to the division. 11 can get you a home playoff game. I think it likely would. That's why I would take it.
248-539-9797. We'll leave room for you guys on the phones and the ticket text. Would you lock in 11-6, or would you leave yourself open to the unknown? Because you're right. Injuries happen, things fall apart, or things coalesce the way everybody hopes, and you're positioned to win even more than 11 games.
And there's a chance, although I don't want to even talk about it, that history does take over.
There he is.
I'm not that.
I said I hope.
Like yesterday, you guys sent the text, right, about Gardner Johnson. It was right after our show.
Right.
And then Jim replied with "uh-oh" or something.
Brutal
like
is what I said, because I was excited to see what he would do this season, and I still am because he's not seriously injured.
What was yours? Yours is pretty negative, Stoney. You were like,
I think he used the word derailment.
throwing in the towel or already derailed the hype machine or whatever.
Yeah,
The hype
yeah.
train went off the rails.
Yeah.
And then, that's the thing yesterday. It turned out maybe not to be so bad.
I know.
Things are changing in Lionville.
Speaking of things changing, okay, you want to talk about Lions and how they're respected by the league. We gave you the 11-6 prediction. How about the list of the top 100 players in the league? Couple takeaways on that, plus another NFL gambling suspension. Oh boy, feels like there's one every day. It's 97.1.
We have some ticket texts here.
Catch us up.
Hey, Cookies, remember how excited you were thinking the Tigers could be in first place by Memorial Day? I'll lock in 11 wins for the Lions every time.
I was only one game off, but I guess that's your point is all it takes is something small and you're one game off.
You absolutely lock 11 wins in. Their over-under is 9.5, and I'm guessing everyone is betting the over. You will feel foolish after they win 8 games that you turn down 11. That's from Luke. They better not. They better win more than 8 games.
But that's my thought. Don't we all believe like 8 wins isn't really on the table for this team? That they're
barring
much
no
improved.
injuries, yes. You're right.
But they're much improved from
football,
where they were a year ago.
Yeah. I would lock it in based on exactly what you guys just talked about. Injuries. 11 wins tells me there was no catastrophic injuries. That's from Rob.
Okay.
And you have Campbell still making decisions that will be questionable. Well, hopefully he improved. Towards the end of the season as well.
I want to help you out here, Jim. I think what you're saying is that when it clicks, it's going to click big time. I think you're feeling that.
But just
and ultimately, because I'm trying to, what I said about Goff and what you think of him, that they're actually going to get to that 12-5, 13-4 world. And it's going to be him, the reason why they never get to the promised land.
So I don't know if this is going to get misconstrued. Like, I think the Lions are also an 11-win team. But if that's my expectation, I have 2 choices. I can lock it in, or I can give them room to achieve even more. If I truly think they're winning 11 games, give them a chance to win more games. If I only think they're winning 8 or 9, hell yeah, I'll lock in 11 wins.
Yeah.
But I don't think they're an 8 or 9 win football team. I think they're going to win 11 or more.
Well, me and Gov think they're a 10-win football team, so we're locking in the extra game.
Mine has nothing to do with the past.
No.
I'm truly not sure if they're still a pretty young roster, if they're quite ready to take that bigger leap.
Kenny from Flint. Hell no, I'm not locking in 11. We're winning 13. You take 11-6. Costa, you're an idiot. You want to leave room for more, but not considering room for less. It's the NFL. Tampa brought back basically the same Super Bowl team and landed flat. I'll take the 11 wins and couple playoff wins and work for more the next year.
But hold on.
Well, they didn't have Gronkowski last year.
Yeah, hold on. This is, you want to leave room for more, but not consider room for less. Well, this is a glass half full, glass half empty conversation. And I think for Lions fans, we're used to saying glass half empty.
Mm-hmm.
But if things have actually changed around here, and they have to me, sounds like maybe they haven't for some of you guys, then you go glass half full. You leave room for more wins, not assuming the worst is going to happen. I'm no longer assuming the worst is going to happen with the Lions.
Well,
a lot of people here are.
But to me, assuming the worst is always going 5 or 6 wins. To me, assuming the best, 11 is really good. I'll take 11 and
Stoney, I'm
be
not going to
happy.
be upset with 11 either. It's just, there's more.
Yeah.
So you guys know how Carson Anderson, like the day of usually it's the Friday before the season starts. They're going to have to do Thursday this year.
Yeah.
But they solicit win-loss records from
Yes.
listeners. Like, I realistically think somebody will maybe try to call in and be a goofball and say 17-0 or 16-1. I do think they're going to get legitimate 15-2 calls.
Probably, which makes no sense to me. But
I don't think they're a 15-win team, but there's a difference in what you expect and what you hope happens.
Correct.
And people like to blur the lines. Stoney, we got a gambling suspension in the NFL.
Yeah, we do, and he's a local kid.
I didn't realize he was a local guy.
Yes.
So this is a Denver Bronco defensive end.
Right. He didn't play at all last year. He was drafted in the 4th round out of Iowa State. I'm going to try to pronounce it correctly.
Yeah, you do, because I don't want to.
Ayoma Uwazurike.
Nailed it.
He's a 4th round pick of Iowa State, and he played at Southfield Lathrop High School.
Suspended the entire season.
Mm-hmm.
Gambling-related violations, when it's the whole season, means you bet on NFL games.
Yeah.
Stoney, it's stupid.
Yes.
It's just dumb.
Exactly.
There's no explanation other than your brain wasn't working that day.
I know. I feel bad for, I feel bad even when people do have self-inflicted problems. I feel bad for him, his family. But man, oh man, know the rules. Know what you got to do. And I know some teams like the Lions were saying that maybe we didn't do a good enough job of, at the rookie symposiums and all our stuff here of telling them the lay of the land. Maybe that was the deal in Denver. They had their own issues with a first-year head coach who was completely over his head.
It was a disaster.
Yes.
You found out like week 1. Nathaniel Hackett was a disaster.
So people you have to know the basics of professional sports and collegiate sports too. With gambling is involved. Bet all you want on other sports. Don't bet on your own sport. Please do yourself a favor. Nobody wants to make fun of you, but
so the thing
you're an idiot.
Yeah. The thing with J-Mo was a little more forgiving, maybe is the word. He didn't bet on NFL games. He didn't bet from the team facility. He bet from a team hotel, which technically counts as a team facility, but felt like more of kind of like it wasn't malicious. Like it was clearly like an accident is how I've chosen to interpret it. I mean, listen, you still get suspended. You still did it. You still got to pay the time. But when you're betting on the games that you play in the league that you play in,
that's a conscious decision.
Yeah, I mean, come on,
that's
there's
ridiculous.
no way you think that's okay. You're trying to get one over. You're trying to scheme up a little bit and make some money, and they absolutely should crack down and throw the book at you and tell you that you get to sit on the sideline unpaid for a year.
Let me ask you this question. What's worse, in your opinion? What J-Mo did the gambling-wise or what J-Mo did the fireworks-wise?
Oh.
I actually think it's the fireworks.
Do you really?
I do.
You just triple downed.
Jim Costa.
He didn't get suspended for lighting off one firework.
Yeah.
You said, though,
he was celebrating America.
Okay.
But you,
America. Are you anti-America?
You just said the act. Like, if you're putting the consequences of what actually happened, of course getting suspended is worse than shooting off fireworks with no incident.
Correct.
But just, do I think betting on an NBA playoff game from your couch or lighting off explosives in the street?
Betting on an NBA game from an NFL hotel.
Sure. Or blowing explosives in the street when we see every year. Ask nurses, doctors, the people at the emergency rooms. It's people who thought they knew what they were doing, were well-intentioned, they just wanted to celebrate America, and their life is forever altered. I made many a bet from a couch, from a chair, from a patio. At no point have I ended up in the emergency room.
Have you ever made a bet while setting off a firework?
Yeah.
Now, that would be impressive.
Hey, I had an idea here, and maybe it's too far and it's too big brother. But what if the leagues, the NFL banned their players from just doing mobile betting, online betting?
So you have to go to a book.
So you actually have to go and do it like you used to. Maybe too much? What about if it's in season? So once a game, that the players cannot use mobile devices to bet on anything from the Hall of Fame game until the Super Bowl.
Who would want this? The league, the players, both? Because if
Well,
I'm the
you're kinda
players, I would
putting
go,
in
just because this idiot doesn't know what he's doing, why can't I bet on an NHL
Exactly.
game on a Wednesday?
And that's
Like,
why I said, is it too big brother?
I think it is.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think it's hypocritical. It's a bad look when you're taking all this gambling money for revenue for your league and you're not letting your players gamble at all. I understand why you can't bet on the NFL. That's pretty simple to me.
Mm-hmm.
But the other stuff, you should be able to bet on them.
I have no
and
issue with that.
And you know what? And you should be able to bet from a facility too.
I think so too. I think
Even
it doesn't question the integrity of the NFL games.
Right. Especially if you can't do anything, whether it's playing blackjack, right? You can't do anything.
I get how betting on NFL games throws into question the legitimacy and the integrity of the results, the reason that we all watch, competitive spirit. I want to see my team. I want to see them lose. Plus the people who are betting on it don't want it manipulated.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that happens if an NFL player wants to bet on Russian hockey or wants to bet on a Major League Baseball game in the summer. Like, come on, guys.
What do you like in cricket tonight?
That's right. 248. All right, coming up next, member of the show had some items stolen. And it begs the question, which one of these two items is the worst to lose? It's 97.1. I think we've all been where Greg Hargrave was. Was this last weekend?
Correct. This was Friday.
You lost your wallet, you lost your phone, and not only did you lose it, it was taken from you.
Correct. It was stolen right out of my truck, SUV. Went to the Dearborn Rec Center, got a little run, bumped some weights. Come back 7 o'clock. I usually keep it in the little console between the driver and passenger seats. Open it up, phone, wallet were gone. And those were the only two things that were missing. Sunglasses were still there. USB charger cord for the phone was still there. It was a surgical strike. They knew exactly where they were going and what they were doing.
See, you can't leave it in plain sight. I hate to say it. I'm not saying you should have had your item stolen, but that's like a rookie mistake, right?
So it wasn't in plain sight. It was in the little. It was inside
the console thing.
Oh, I thought it was like the cup holders. You're saying it's in the console?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but how'd they get in your car?
I imagine my car was left unlocked.
Okay.
I usually do. It's something that we know with the key fob. Sometimes you can be a little complacent and think, especially with the ones now, they can unlock as you're approaching the car. So it's when does the car unlock?
Yeah.
When is it locked? Missed it this time and got those two items lifted right from my car.
So it's surgical. The only things missing are the wallet and the phone. And you asked the question pre-show, which is worse to lose?
Which ones? Well, I would say you can reference it as lose, but I would say in this case it was stolen. So which's the worst one to get stolen?
Well, I would say the phone, only because, and I guess you can back up everything, but like for me, all my even like people like my sister's like phone number, I always forget. My kid's phone number, I still forget sometimes, but it's just, their names are all in it. If I can get my contacts back, yeah. But the wallet, if you use, unless you have a lot of cash, your credit cards, you just call and you cancel anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. But if you don't have your phone,
You can't call to cancel.
You can't call to cancel right then and there. You have to wait till you get home, and if you even have a landline, or you have somebody use somebody else's phone. So I would say I'd rather lose my wallet than lose my phone.
I think that's probably the answer, man. But it's a hassle with the wallet. I've never lost my phone. I've lost my wallet. And
when's the last time you lost your wallet? Because I'm here to tell you it was not the hassle I thought it would be.
That was about 20 years ago.
Okay, because I lost it like within the last year or so. I thought it was going to be a nightmare because I'm sure like 20 years ago, you have to track down all this stuff. I had a new driver's license ordered online in minutes. My cards were frozen immediately with new cards being sent. One was sent within 24 hours. So I was never like sitting there without a way to buy stuff. I was shocked at how easy it was to replace a wallet. Doesn't mean it's fun, but I was surprised how easily I could freeze stuff and get stuff sent to my address within hours.
Plus, unless your phone is insured, you got to pay a pretty penny to get your new phone.
Yeah, phones are more expensive. And I don't think anybody's getting into your stuff because of how security is on most of these phones. But Stoney, your point is I can't call to cancel any of my cards or reorder stuff. I can't call to get a ride from somewhere. I'm just kind of stranded, right?
I misplaced my wallet in particular. Like yesterday, I misplaced it too. And I went back to where I thought I left it. It still wasn't there. And I found that it was on the cover of a trash can in my garage that somehow dropped on it while I was putting something else in the recyclable can. It just dropped from my hand there. And I drove about another 5 minutes away to go to because I had to go to the bank for something. Yes, people still use banks every once in a while. I asked if anybody returned it. No. Then I walked in my backyard where I walked the dogs where they had to go to the bathroom. Couldn't find it, and finally I found it.
See, my wallet lives in very few places. I'm pretty routine about where I put my keys in my wallet usually. My wallet, I always keep it in my back pocket.
Mm-hmm.
Can always feel that it's there. And then same spot in the house almost all the time.
See, they say if you're out and about, it should be in your front wallet because your back back pocket's easier to steal.
I know it depends on the pants, and I have done that. I think the one thing about I'm gonna be dad here, cargo shorts.
Yeah, that's okay.
That the lower pockets are great for the wallet.
Oh, no doubt. 248-539-9797. Stacy in Commerce. Good morning. You're 97 on the ticket.
Good morning. 1,000% you would rather give up your wallet than your phone. Traveling from St. Louis to Milwaukee. I threw everything in the gray box. It didn't get stolen. I left my wallet. But because I took a picture of my ID, picture of my ticket, and I had my Hilton Honors numbers and all my things on my phone, I was able to make it all the way through. When TSA found my wallet, I had my FedEx number in my phone. They FedEx it to my hotel. I was able to order pizzas, get in my room, the whole 9 yards. If you flip that all the way around, you're dead in the water.
Yeah, the phone's become everything.
Yeah.
You do everything on the phone.
A lot of people don't have cash anyway, so.
You'd be naked without the phone.
Exactly. Say good morning to Jim in Wolverine Lake. What's up, Jim?
Good morning. I think it's the wallet just because it's the hassle on the backside. I'm going to have a phone within 24 hours. But I got to go around to the Secretary of State. I got to call 3 different places to cancel stuff. I just think it's easier on the back half. Not much will happen in 24 hours.
I did not have to go to the Secretary of State to get a new driver's license.
How did you do that?
I just went online, logged in, I had a profile, and they said, yeah, we'll mail it to your address on file.
Yeah, well. Yeah.
I thought like you, I was going to take a number, take the afternoon, waste a day waiting in line just to get an ID. No, I was shocked because there was so much dread when I initially realized I lost it and couldn't find it, but it was easier than I thought.
Well, I hope to go through neither anytime soon because I'm older. I don't lose stuff anymore.
Yes.
But it does seem to me like from old times, then it's the wallet. But maybe times are changing. Well, I know they're changing. So.
Yes, they are. They are changing. Now, Greg, I assume you filed a police report. Was there surveillance? Have we tracked down the thieves at all?
I did file a police report. There's been no update about that.
Do you have the Find My app? Are you an iPhone user? Like, can they track where the phone is?
I am not sure. I know we tried calling it at the phone store that night.
Okay.
I had my phone canceled immediately. I did have a pattern lock on it. No, I don't have the Find My device.
Okay. Well, at this point, you've moved on.
Yes.
Are you guys, though, I'm very religious about locking my car.
Yeah, so this is actually...
I just always make sure my car is locked. Have I left it unlocked? Of course.
Yeah.
It's something I'm really on top
But
of.
my wallet and my keys, especially my keys, if you park inside the garage at my house, I just leave the keys in the car.
Because you have your garage code and you'll get in that way.
Yeah.
And he likes to go out there and watch basketball games.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. We had a rental car in the trip I just took, and it threw me off that when you locked the car, it did not make a sound. Because I'm used to, like you said, I do the double, the beep, beep. Yeah, you get 1, 2. I know it's locked. It's a peace of mind to do it every time. And it was throwing me off. I'm like, is it locked or not? Because it is such a routine.
And there are times where you think you locked the car and you might, but it's at night, but the lights are still on inside. Or sometimes the radio's still on. And you're trying to figure out, why is the radio on? If I locked the car, turned it off, why is the radio on? And like,
is it because you left your keys in there?
No.
Just happened.
In 2 minutes.
Oh, yeah, it's
off.
got to power off.
Yeah.
I am like Greg, though, when it came to the wallet and going to the gym, that I always leave it in the car because I feel like it could definitely be stolen inside the gym, potentially a lot easier.
Probably safer in the car.
Yeah, and I put it inside the little console thing that has a lid on it, and cover it up. And so I opened myself up. If I never locked my car, it would be stolen.
Right. I mean, that's the mistake he made was just not locking his car. He didn't make a mistake.
But we all do
no.
that.
I realized
know.
that wasn't the cup holder. But
no, I know. But you didn't make a mistake. Greg did not make a mistake leaving his phone or his wallet in the car.
No, I don't think so. You want to go to Kathy in Pleasant Ridge? Kathy, phone or wallet? Which one would you rather have stolen?
Stolen phone would be way worse. Way worse. I don't want anyone reading through my phone. Okay? I mean, if it's lost, okay, I'm going to get it back, whatever it is. I can shut it down or whatever. Wallet, I can replace everything in 10 seconds. But what's on my phone, I don't just mean contacts, my texts, my emails. That's like someone stealing my diary.
Yes.
Right, photos, stuff like that.
Well, you'd have to be an idiot like I was and didn't like have a code to unlock your phone too.
Yeah, but I just feel that the way they could get in it, I don't know. My phone, I could leave my kids at home and function all day. I can't leave my phone at home.
Kathy, it's funny, but it's true.
I hear you.
I think a lot of people feel that way.
I know.
I had to turn around when I forgot my phone. My kids were fine.
That's what happened to you today.
That was to me today. I ran a little late. I was like, sorry, guys, I got halfway to work. I had to turn around and go get my phone. Like, It's a huge part of what we do. Like, how about too? What she says is not just her texts and messages. Get banking info on the phones. I mean, it's in a lot of ways, it's like losing your wallet and some.
I have tickets to events on my phone.
Yep.
Do you guys stay signed into a lot of things on your phone?
I'll use the face recognition a lot.
Yeah.
I never use a face recognition.
Really?
I have a code. But
Yeah, I have both.
After I didn't have a code and TJ stole my phone out of my
I remember.
pants
This
once.
is at
and
the
yeah. TJ helped me with my security. What a man that TJ Lang is.
What a guy. Always looking out for others.
Exactly.
All right, we'll take a few more calls and ticket text, wrap the show up, and mix in a Pistons trade rumor. Yeah, get to it next. 97.1. Greg Hargrave had his wallet and phone stolen on Friday. Must have left the car unlocked at the gym. Question was, which would you rather have stolen? Both could be a pain in the butt. Stoney, ticket text, what are people saying?
Your phone has a tracker in it. Your wallet doesn't. Easy answer. Zach from Clarkston. Because of remote work, I can't work without dual login enabled through mobile phone. Phone has to be replaced immediately if lost.
It's a great point. Super underrated.
Mm-hmm. I AirTag everything that's important. Key, wallet, dogs, TV, remote. If I lose my phone and I can't find my phone with my watch. Dan, I can't find my phone with my watch. Dan from Brighton.
Yeah, I mean, I have AirTags. People have used Tile. There's a bunch of stuff out there that you can just link all your devices to.
By the way, I'm still a ways away from caving into the watch phone.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if I think it had a moment. I don't know that it really caught on in a big way. Did it? Are people using them?
Oh, yeah. Not for me.
I don't know. They probably used them in the Jetsons. Did they have them in the Jetsons, Stoney?
Probably.
You want the flying cars?
Yes,
Why
know.
not the
because
phone
it reminds
watches?
me too much of Dick Tracy. I don't like to see people just like it's just weird to me. Whatever.
Hey, he wants his flying cars, but he doesn't want all the other technology that comes with it.
That's true because the flying cars are a necessity. A watch phone isn't. I'd rather lose my wallet. I can't look at boobs on my wallet. Greg, I bet that phone is at the Kroger across the street from the rec center. That's from...
Yeah, one of the little kiosks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you never know. By the way, speaking of phones, I just saw this. Gov's not here because he's a frequent Cedar Point visitor. See this? Man injured, a Cedar Point season pass holder was diagnosed with a concussion after he said he was hit in the head Saturday by a loose iPhone while riding a roller coaster.
Yeah, I asked Gov if it was him because he went this last week, right?
Uh-huh.
Any abnormal bruises on the top of his head? Any trauma?
Picture of this guy and everything. Wow.
It's not Gov then.
No, I don't think. No, it's definitely not Gov.
I didn't want to rule it out.
Will in Detroit, you're at 97 on the ticket.
Good morning to y'all.
What's up?
I would rather lose my wallet because with your phone, you got a tab on there. I got an iPhone. You can have all your stuff stored in there, like your bank cards, your ID. So I'd rather just lose my wallet because I can walk around with the virtual wallet on my phone. So what do I need to carry a real wallet for? I already have all my ID and stuff on there, and then I barely carry my real wallet now. It just stay in my car. If somebody take that, there's nothing in there because all my card is on my phone.
Yeah, everything's in the phone now. The wallet is, I mean, I still use one, but you don't have to his point. You can get around it.
You don't. But I use one as well.
Killian Hayes. That's the trade rumor?
Yeah, Mark Stein, who is used to be on ESPN. He now writes for a thing called Substack. You have to subscribe to. I don't, but I saw enough of this story. Allegedly, the Dallas Mavericks may be interested in Killian Hayes as a backup point guard. And you know what? If you can get something for him, it's fine with me. You have too many guards anyway. I mean, you got Cunningham, you got Ivy, you got Sasser, and you got Monty Morris. You don't need a fifth guard on this team. And if you do, there's enough people with the G League and all that you don't. If you can get something for Killian Hayes, like it was rumored earlier around the draft time that they could possibly trade him and somebody else to Dallas for Tim Hardaway Jr. Now, that was before they got Joe Harris, I believe.
That was before the draft, I think.
Yeah. So, yeah, look, Killian Hayes, people are going to always say, bust, bust, bust.
He is.
It depends how you define bust. There's so many.
He was a 7th overall pick.
There were tons of top 10 picks who'd never even make it 2 or 3 years. He's going to play in the league for probably 10 years. He's going to be a backup. Was as good as the guy I wanted him to pick? Hell no. That guy's making a fortune. It's Tyrese Halliburton. But, Killian Hayes is an okay player. That's what he is. And if you can get something for an okay player now, entering year 4, you do it.
I don't think there's anything wrong with calling him a bust. I think there's like a weird defensive contingent of Pistons fans that don't want you to say mean things about Killian Hayes. He has a broken jump shot. He doesn't finish consistently at the rim. He tries hard on defense, and he's a good passer, but as a 7th overall pick, he's a 7th man at best. That to me is a bust. You can call it a bust. Doesn't
Yeah,
mean he's washed out of the league. He's just
No.
not going to live up to top 10 expectations.
No, to me, it's semantics. To me, if you play in the league for a decade, which I think he will, you're a disappointment. You're not a complete bust.
But why are we softening the word bust?
I don't
he's a
know,
bust.
because to me, a bust is like Oloa Candy, or Bennett, who was the #1 overall pick from Cleveland, who couldn't even do anything in the league. Killian Hayes
I think
has
in the
had
lottery,
games where he scored over 20 points, so that's why I don't think he's a complete bust. Would I rather have, like I said, Halliburton and probably some other players if I looked up the draft right now? Absolutely. So he's a disappointment. Is he a failure or demerit if you're going to do checks of Troy Weaver's transaction? Yeah, that's in the bad pick. There's no doubt it was a bad pick, but I don't consider it a complete. To me, complete bust is guys who don't even play.
How about this? You drafted him in the top 10 during the early stages of a rebuild, and he's not going to be here and when they win anything. I mean, yeah, it's just an all-around bad time taking a guy at 7 who doesn't pan out. Yeah. But to your point now, like, he doesn't fit on the roster, does he? With all the guards, so get what you can get, move on. Yeah. I think this has always been the conclusion. When they drafted Killian and he got off to the slow start and he never panned out, and then they went out and drafted Cade Cunningham and Jaden Ivey. You got a couple young guards. He was going to get relegated to the bench and then eventually phased out. I mean, the writing was on the wall for Killian Hayes. He hasn't been traded yet. No. Emphasis on yet. I don't know that he's going to be a Piston long term. He's got, 1 year left on his deal? Yeah. So whether he gets traded today, tomorrow, or lets the deal run at the end of next season, he's
just for S's and G's. Let's see who was drafted after him.
Okay, yeah.
All right. Right after him was Obi Toppin. Yeah, he's basically Killian Hayes, a different position. He hasn't done squat.
Yeah, that's fair.
Denny Avdia, who was Israeli, Washington drafted, he did nothing. Jalen Smith from Maryland, he's been nothing. Vassal's been a disappointment for San Antonio. Halliburton, there you go.
That's the big one at 12.
The big one.
Yep.
Kirk Lewis Jr., Aaron Nesmith, Cole Anthony hasn't really been that great. Beef Stew at 16. Sadiq Bey at 19. This is really a crappy draft. Tyrese Maxey, there's your picks. The Pistons passed on 2 Tyreses. That's their big mistake.
At the end of the round, Desmond Bain would be the only other name I think we'd really
Jade McDaniels isn't bad.
Gripe about.
Yeah. So it was not. This was a bad draft.
Yeah, it's a bad draft,
especially from bottom down. I mean, the top is okay. Ant-Man's pretty good. Wiseman was second.
So the Pistons last year had 4 players from this draft on their team. Mm-hmm. A draft that we just walked up and down and said is
actually they had
garbage.
5.
Oh, you're right, because I also had who's at the end of the first.
R.J. Hampton.
Yeah, R.J. Hampton, who's since been released. Yeah. 5 players from a really lousy draft. Yeah, not exactly the best way to rebuild.
No. Some of that obviously is Troy's fault. Some of it's not, because there wasn't much to pick from. I mean, can you tell me? I mean, I know a lot of Michigan State fans out there say that. You tell me that Cassius Winston couldn't be as good as Killian Hayes? I don't know, because Cassius Winston can't even play in the league right now.
We do this thing. We overvalue our guys.
Oh, yeah.
We always have. Probably always will.
Absolutely.
I mean, Cassius was a great college player, and it sucks that they got robbed of that tournament run because of COVID, because it felt like they were. I mean, these other teams have disappointed before, but it felt like they were in a position to do something.
You know what's even weirder about that draft, besides the 2 Tyreses that the Pistons missed on? That Cassius Winston, the guy drafted after him, was Cassius Stanley. Cassius's went back to back.
There you have it.
That's bizarre. What a way to end the show, huh? Is Gator coming in?
I was going to say, is Gator at work today?
Yeah, he's here.
I don't think he wants to do your 2 Grand Slam challenge, I think.
Speaking of names in the draft, Josh Allen got drafted in the NFL with the 7th overall pick 2 years in a row.
That's right.
Oh,
the Jacksonville Jaguar.
The pass rusher.
Yes.
Yeah.
God, I remember the Lions could have had we wanted them to take him, and that was the pick right before T.J. Hawkinson, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I believe you were correct.
Yes, because I was actually with Gator at 24 seconds
the night of that draft
when the Hawkinson pick was made, and there was people weren't exactly happy.
Well, Doug liked him.
Doug loved him.
They couldn't make that pick because they threw the fake field goal pass with Matt Prater at Lambeau.
Oh, that's
the 31-0 game.
All right, Gator, 2 Grand Slam time.
All right.
I think you'll do. I don't think you're going to get it all, but I think our contestant got 7. Here we go. Who did the Tigers play yesterday?
The Giants.
What number does Patrick Mahomes wear?
15.
This longtime wrestler was famous for saying, "Woo!"
The Nature Boy, Ric Flair.
Alan Longstreet is a meteorologist for this local TV station.
Is he Alan Longstreet? Is he with Fox 2?
Who do the Lions play in their first regular season home game in September?
Vikings.
This artist had the 2019 hit Circles.
2019 hit?
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea. Lizzo. I don't know.
Who won the British Open this past Sunday?
Harmon.
What team won the AFC North last season?
The AFC North.
Mm-hmm.
Buffalo.
What is the
That's
nickname
East.
of Temple University?
Owls.
Who's the manager of the LA Angels?
Sosha. I don't know.
The listener beat Gator today. I counted 6.
6. The Lions' home opener is Seattle.
Seattle. All right.
Post Malone did the hit Circles.
I
know.
I wouldn't know a single song.
The Bengals won the AFC North last season.
Yeah. Bills are
Yes.
wrong division there.
And Phil Nevin is the manager of your LA Angels of Anaheim. Will he be managing Ohtani more than a week? I don't know.
I don't know if Phil Nevin will be the manager of anybody's Angels after this year, but maybe he is. They're on a roll.
They actually have a winning record. But
they're playing pretty well right now.
I mean, he's doing better than Osmus did, right? Was there somebody even in between?
That's a high bar.
Is there somebody even in between them?
I don't know. That's why. What did I say? Sosha?
I know.
mean,
That's what the caller said earlier today,
Yeah.
too, so don't feel too bad. That's what everybody associates. He was there forever.
right. I just went old school. I knew it wasn't, but
Mike Sosha played at he's my year, our rival high school. He was an offensive lineman, too. He was really
Did you go head to head?
Me against him?
Yeah.
I was in the broadcast.
Oh, okay.
What do you got today, Gator? I was the PA announcer. He played football and baseball. I broadcast basketball and football. That's the difference.
Did you heckle him from up there like
No.
you would today?
No.
Okay, well.
It's a sorry tackle if I've ever seen one.
No.
Like, that's what you find this out about just about everybody. Back in the day, I mean, it's less so now because kids are more specialized in sports. But when you were an athlete in the 70s or in the 80s, you played everything. And
Yes.
you were great at everything.
Oh, I
And
know.
It's amazing to see.
Look at
some
like
of those athletes.
Drew Henson. I mean,
Drew Hansen was ridiculous,
Yes.
but
Drew Stanton was too.
Drew Stanton was very good baseball, and but like you just think like to Frank Tanana
Yes.
back in Dearborn, I guess back in the day was unbelievable in everything he did.
What do you got going today?
Well, we'll talk about the Bridgewater visit. That's an interesting. It's almost like they've done a 180 on this, So I'm not sure how I feel about the situation now. It actually I feel differently now than I did a couple months ago about the need for the backup quarterback, and I don't know if I should feel differently. I should have the same opinion that I had back then, but now we've gone through free agency and all that. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about the near what happened yesterday. I mean, doom and gloom for 2 hours straight in the show.
Yes.
And then the last hour leading up to Tiger Baseball, we got the news that, hang on, he's fine was the quote.
Mm-hmm.
And although it all depends on how you read it. If you go, he's fine, as opposed to he's fine.
Yes.
It's different. And then we'll talk a little bit of Tiger Baseball for sure.
By the way, I forgot to mention on the show, R.I.P. Trevor Francis. A lot of people who
Yeah, I got a topic on that too.
Yeah, he was a great soccer
He was
player.
amazing.
One game he had like 6 goals or something at the Silverdome or whatever.
Well, he had I think 22 in 19 games or something like that.
Wow, he was top notch in 2 lands. 97 won the ticket.
And good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Carson Anderson Show here on 97.1 The Ticket. Scott the Gator Anderson with you today. Doug will be back next week. Hang out as well. We have Greg behind the glass. We'll leave Kenny working the phones. Evan lurking as always. And we always welcome your input on the show. Telephone number, ticket text, it's the same, 248-539-9797. And, Stoney mentioned at the end of there of crosstalk that Trevor Francis, the soccer player, has passed at the age of 69, died of a heart attack in Spain. Former member of the Detroit Express back in the North American Soccer League in the late 70s, I believe 79 and 80, I think, or 78, 79, somewhere in there. But I was around for it. I was there for it. And it was a time, it's for me, it was my formative years. I'm just a kid. I was a little kid. And, getting interested in sports and then here comes this North American Soccer League, and it was a big deal back at that time. And it feels like it was a bigger deal then than what it is now. And I could be wrong on that, but you certainly wouldn't have what you have now unless you had, the first wave. But back then, the greatest soccer player perhaps ever, certainly at that time, was Pele, the Brazilian, and he ended up playing in the North American Soccer League for the New York Cosmos. And it was a monster deal. I mean, it made the league. Now, the league didn't last long. Interest faded. But at the time, it was so huge. And Detroit was able to get a franchise. And they played inside the Silverdome. Which is kind of crazy to think back to that. And then years later, you're going, can they play soccer indoors? What about the World Cup coming to the United States? Can we host it? And they put it inside the Silverdome. They put grass in the Silverdome for that World Cup game back in whatever it was, 90, 98, 2000, 99, somewhere in that range. They did it, and it was pretty successful. It was hot and humid, but they were able to pack the fans in there and get the game done. But back in the late 70s when the Express were playing, there was no grass. That was just flat out AstroTurf, and it was the old school AstroTurf with like 1/4-inch padding underneath it and cement floor that was the Silverdome. It was a brutal situation to play sports. Looking back on it, I cannot believe that they actually played football games on that surface. And even just anything that involves running. You think, okay, soccer may not really be a contact sport, as much as they want to sell it as it being. Of course, it's not. But the pounding that the feet take because you're running all the time, it's pretty intense. And then when you think about it, they were doing that at the Silverdome. That's not comfortable at all. But when that came out, when North American Soccer League came out in the late 70s, and here in Detroit specifically, like I said, I was a kid. I got inspired to play. I was playing soccer, I think, for maybe a year or two prior to that. I just started playing. But then all of a sudden this professional league comes around, and it was awesome. And you had guys that, I'd never heard of the players, right? But to this day, I still remember the names of some of the players in that team. And Trevor Francis was the name. He was a stud player who came from England. Made, I think, England's national team at like the age of 16 or something. He was incredible. But he wasn't alone. They ended up being quite an interesting team to watch. And the popularity of the sport just absolutely exploded. I think that was kind of like the birth of travel soccer back at the time, because I remember my team that I played on, we actually were very good. And then the next year, we lost 3 or 4 of our best players. Actually, we went undefeated the year before. We lost 3 or 4 of our best players to travel leagues. And perhaps that's why to this day, I still have a sour taste in my mouth when it comes to travel league sports. And I roll my eyes at what parents do to put their kids in travel league sports. And it's unfair because, of course, some of the travel leagues are good for kids for sure. You know, you get better instruction in theory, and there are different opportunities. It's cool to be able to actually to travel to different cities, different states, to play some of these games. I mean, if I was a kid, it would be great. But as an adult and watching what the parents are doing and seeing how some parents, take it a little too far and think this is the gravy train. This is it. This is the way to get the kids to the pros and bonus baby and all that. I mean, it gets a little too much. It's such a money-making endeavor right now, but I'm also kind of shaking my head at it. But it goes back to, that's my soccer team. We lost our best players to travel soccer. And I feel for Little League Baseball that was just community, or soccer, youth soccer, when you played, it was just the community, because those teams got raided by the travel leagues. So that's my own little bitch on that, I guess. And it's unfortunate the way that kind of festered itself, but it did. But I guess the point of the whole thing is that Trevor Francis, he was the start. He was the spark that lit into a giant fireball in that time that really gave a sport that didn't have a whole lot of interest a ton of interest. And he was the person that did that. And I was curious. I was thinking about this with Trevor Francis. I mean, Trevor Francis to me is incredibly underrated for being that kind of a pioneer. Somebody had that kind of an impact over a bunch of young kids, may not have cared anything about the sport. And all of a sudden Trevor Francis comes along and Detroit Express are around and people are playing soccer and people are loving soccer. Who was that athlete for you that sparked that interest? That maybe you were just kind of getting into sports, but you didn't really care. You were just, whatever my friends are doing. And then you bought into it, hook, line, and sinker, because of one athlete. Now, it doesn't have to be soccer. Maybe it's just as simple as football or baseball, one of the big sports. That's fine too. But whatever it is, who was that athlete that really kind of transcended things? The guy that really got the explosion of interest in you for that sport. 248-539-9797. Because for a kid my age, well, I should say a person my age when I was a kid, I think Trevor Francis was that guy. I mean, back then, it was before the Lions did anything with Billy Sims. The Tigers were, in the late 70s. They had some good players, but the team wasn't all that good. It was before Sparky Anderson was hired, and they, really kind of changed things here. The Red Wings were the dead things. They weren't anything special to watch. The Pistons were getting revitalized with Dick Vitale. It was just a different time. But Trevor Francis shows up, and every kid around wanted to play soccer. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Who's that athlete that really piqued your interest as a kid to get you to follow that sport? We'll talk about it next year. 97.1, The Ticket. So it was announced the passing of former soccer great and really kind of Detroit sports legend Trevor Francis. He wasn't here long, but the impact that Trevor Francis left in the late 70s, early 80s was immense. The sport of soccer grew by leaps and bounds because of Trevor Francis. And the Detroit Express were part of the North American Soccer League for a couple of years, and it kind of waned the interest in the sport nationwide, but locally it exploded here at that time. And every kid that I knew when I was growing up, every kid played soccer and every kid played baseball. And there were more kids who were playing soccer because it was so popular even as a kid. This isn't, with the travel league thing. This is, as a kid, we had a spring soccer team. You had a fall soccer team. You played both seasons because there was so much demand for playing it. It was just great. So I asked the question, who was that athlete that really piqued your interest in a sport that maybe you didn't have any before, but it was all of a sudden somebody comes on the scene and you can't ignore the impact that they're making in that sport. Like I said, Trevor Francis, for my generation, was probably one of those guys that you just wouldn't have expected, but he was there. 248-539-9797, the telephone number, and we'll start with Mark. You're first up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Mark.
Hey, how you doing? For me, first of all, Billy Sims wasn't the only great number 20 at the Silverdome. Trevor Francis was the other one.
Yeah.
And I remember that. I love the Express logo with the ball, the car heading a soccer ball. I love that logo.
Yeah.
But the guy that did it for me is I liked baseball, and then Mark Fidrich came along. And I still remember the first game he started against Cleveland. It didn't even take 2 hours to blow through that game, and he was so animated and weird, and it was fascinating. I had no idea it was going to blow up like it did, but after that I was a huge Tiger fan because we had, the flaky Dave Rozema the next year, and then Lou and Allen came along the year after that, and then Jack Morris and Lance Parrish. We had like 5 or 6 years in a row where we got a new homegrown star, and of course it culminated in '84 with the World Series. But that was a great time, and Mark Fidrich, one of the things that always stuck with me is somebody in an interview said to him that his career was a tragedy, and he corrected him and said, I started an all-star game. It wasn't a tragedy. It was great. And I always liked that attitude. That was so him.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Mark. I appreciate it. Fidrich was one of those guys who was just before I started getting into the sport, like literally a year or two before I was really getting into baseball. And I got into baseball because of watching the postseason, I think in 1977 and 1978. But I started collecting baseball cards. So the 77 baseball cards were from the 1976 stats. So that 76 season was Fidrich's rookie year, and he was this all-star rookie and had the baseball card itself was really cool looking. I remember getting that card and thinking, this is pretty great. And then from that point of getting the card, I started following the player. And unfortunately, never really got a chance to see him play much afterwards because he was always dealing with injuries. And of course, how he got those injuries is stuff out of legend. There's amazing tales of how he really hurt himself. If it really was just an accident of, throwing I guess the story was that he hurt his knee and then overcompensated from a knee injury and his arm got hurt. But the other stories that go around, the legendary rumors are fantastic. But yeah, I could see Mark Fidrich being that guy. For me, it was Steve Kemp with the Tigers, but Fidrich looking back at the baseball cards, that makes sense. Let's go to Josh. You're next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Josh.
Hey, Gator. Greg Maddox for me. Because anytime you look at that guy, you're like, I think my dad invests with him. Like he was a nerd. He had glasses. Yeah. He was like one of the first guys to wear his hat kind of crooked so he could see better, the stuff he would say. But then he'd go out there and he'd dominate with 89 mile an hour two-seam fastballs.
Yeah, he would just paint the corners. He was unbelievable.
I saw him and I'm like, I can do that. And obviously 30 years later, I can't do that. But no, he was so fun to watch, but so weird. Like you'd look at that guy if he was out in public and you're like, Oh, yeah, he's definitely in finances.
Yeah. He's an accountant of some kind, or is he a CPA? He's got a graduate degree at the very least.
Yeah. Exactly. He's put together.
All right, thanks, Josh. I appreciate it. 248-539-9797. Got some ticket text to come in. I went to summer camp as a kid, and one night they took us to see an Express match. We got to meet Trevor Francis afterwards. Nice guy. He'll be missed at St. John and Lake Orion. I remember as a kid going to watch the Express players were running a soccer camp at Oakland University, and Trevor Francis was no longer with the team, but they had other players that were still there for the Detroit team, and Keith Furphy, I think, was the guy's name. Graham Oates, Steve Sargent. Those are the names that I remember all these years later, and yet I don't know if I ever saw a game on TV. We went to a couple of soccer games live. Brendan Shanahan, he brought true grit and was never afraid to fight. I wanted to be him. That's Tom in Flat Rock. I played at halftime of an Express game back then, and the turf was brutal to play anything on. Yes. My older brother, I don't have a younger brother. I only have one brother. He's older. His soccer team had a chance to play on that field as well. And I remember going on to the field afterwards and just being, wow, this is what you guys play on. Because you'd see at one point where, where the turf is no longer there and it's just cement. And you realize, oh, that's cement under there. That can't be good. I may be a few years older than Gator, but when I was a kid, I wrote Trevor Francis a letter, and he wrote me back with the nicest letter, an autographed picture. I still have it. R.I.P. That's awesome. That's, back in the day, that's what kids did. We would send letters to teams and address them to certain players, and you'd hope to get an autograph back. It was cool watching the quarterback series on Netflix, and that there's still a semblance of that goes on. There was a scene there where Kirk Cousins is actually going through some of the fan mail and responding to it with handwritten letters and stuff like that. It was actually really, really cool to see that. Robert is next up here. Nice someone to take it. Hey, Robert.
Good morning, gentlemen. So I moved to Michigan from Southern California, and I wanted to play hockey because the first guys that I met in high school played hockey, but that's the wrong time to learn to skate is high school hockey. And on April 15th, 1985, Marvin Hagler, that fight resonated with me like no other. He was the outlier, the outsider from Detroit. It's just exactly how I felt. And he pushed me into boxing. I fought for 11 years in Waterford, Pontiac, Flint, Powell. But Marvin Hagler, he was just a dominant figure on so many fronts.
Marvin Hagler or Tommy Hearns?
No, Marvin Hagler.
Okay, because you said in Detroit. He wasn't from Detroit.
No. What I'm saying was he was an outlier to Detroit.
Oh, yeah.
He was the enemy of Detroit.
Yes,
It's kind of how I felt like the outsider, and everything was Tommy Hearns, Kronk's boxing.
Yes.
And I just connected to him.
He was an amazing fighter. He really was. In his story, it's a great story. I don't know if they did a 30 for 30 on it, but I've seen a biography on Marvin Hagler. It's a great story, and what a fighter! What an age! The 80s boxing in the 80s was amazing because it wasn't heavyweight driven; it was middleweight, welterweight driven. With Hagler, Hearns, and Leonard, it was amazing.
I was fortunate enough to meet him twice, and I will tell you, not just because I'm a fan of his, just a true gentleman.
Thanks for the call, Robert. We appreciate it. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Welcome back to 97.1 The Ticket. Carson Anderson program today. Scott Anderson with you. Doug will be back next week. Talking about the passing of Trevor Francis, who was just a legend in soccer in Detroit, in particular in the late 70s, and was part of the Detroit Express, the soccer team that played in the Silverdome, part of the North American Soccer League. He was only here for like a season or two. But the impact he left was huge. Soccer exploded in popularity because of Trevor Francis and the Detroit Express. So been asking, who's that athlete that really got you inspired in a sport? Maybe you had no interest in it whatsoever, and all of a sudden this guy comes around and you're like, okay. Or this woman comes around and you're like, okay, I'm all in. This is awesome. 248-539-9797. We have some more ticket text coming in. Al Bubba Baker for me in 1978, sacking every quarterback, it seemed like. That's from Freddie. Yeah, back in the Silver Rush days with the Lions in 1978, Al Baker had, I think, 23 and a half sacks, I think, in that season, which was crazy. Remember the football card that had the team leaders for the Lions, and you would have team leaders in, I think it was like rushing, receiving, interceptions, and quarterback sacks. And to see Bubba Baker's name on there was great. He was amazing. That whole defensive line was very, very good for the Lions back then with Doug English and William Gay, Dave Purefoy, and others. I was all about basketball as a little kid. Then I saw Barry Sanders run. Changed my childhood forever. Tony in Owasso. Yeah, all it took was the first carry. I think it was a 14-yard rush. Started left, reversed his field, went right up and cut up the sideline, 14 yards. Lions against the Cardinals. He had just signed like a week prior. It came out of the holdout to sign his rookie deal and didn't get into the game until the third quarter and was electrifying from the moment he stepped onto the field. Weren't many fans there that day. I actually was. My dad took me to the game. We wanted to see Barry Sanders. That's why we went. And that was the first his first carry. Just you knew right then this was the guy. Everett is next up here, 97.1 Ticket. Hey, Everett. Everett. No Everett. I'll put him back on hold and see if maybe we connect. Mike is next up here, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Mike.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Not much, man. How you doing?
I'm good, man. I was on about basketball coming up, but my dad used to take me to these Michigan Panther games at the Silverdome back in the day.
Yeah.
And I got a whip for Anthony Carter, and it changed everything.
He was amazing.
Man, where he used to go get that ball, and the way the crowd would cheer for him made me want to play football.
Yeah, I grew up, I've always been a Michigan State fan, so, when you listen to games on the radio and watch them on TV, and you'd see Anthony Carter play for Michigan, and I hated him as a Michigan Wolverine. But then the Panthers signed him, and I was like, yep, I'm all about him. Love Anthony Carter. Couldn't be a better.
Man, that guy was amazing back then.
He was awesome. Just a great receiver and a great player for many years. Because then he went to the NFL for a little bit too, and he would have been. I'm not sure if he was a first round or would have been a first round pick. I forget what the story was with him coming out of college, but obviously the USFL was there.
Where did he go? Was it Minnesota or something like that?
Yeah, well, he finished in Minnesota. Yeah, I want to say it was like the Dolphins that had drafted him, even though they knew he was going to go to USFL. But I have to look that up.
Right.
But thanks, Mike. I appreciate it.
Oh, no problem. Have a good day.
You too. 248-539-9797. Kevin is next up here, 97.1 Ticket. Hey, Kevin.
Yeah, Gator. Hey, I have two. The first one was Jim Northrup because he had 6 nicknames. They called him the Gray Fox, then the Silver Fox, and they shortened that to Fox. And then Ernie Harbaugh would call him the Grand Slam Kid, and then he shortened that to the Slammer.
Was he the guy that got you into baseball? Or were you a baseball fan before that?
He was pretty much the guy. And then, if you remember, they called him Sweet Lips because he would argue with Billy Martin. Of course, that's what K-Line said. But here's why he got me into baseball, because it seems like he was always getting the clutch hits or the home runs
a ton of grand slams.
Oh, yeah, he had 6 or 7 in 1 year, I think. And then, of course, he had the biggest hit in Tiger history, that 2-run triple. And but then they traded him, and then Cash was released, and K-Line retired. They all went in '74.
Yeah, but that was the guy, though. That was
Michigan State football.
Yeah.
And Levi Jackson had that 88-yard run in 74. But what's interesting, the next year, Kirk Gibson, he's a true freshman receiver. He only caught 8 or 9 passes, but he averaged almost 29 or 30 yards. 4 of them went for touchdowns. I said, I could not believe how big and fast this guy was.
Yeah, he
and
was.
And then he carried him to
great.
the title in 78. And of course, the rest is history because he went to the Tigers and Dodgers. But I will never forget when Vin Scully said he played tight end at Michigan State.
No, he was a wide receiver for sure. He was a wide receiver all day long. But you look at the size of him, and when Gibby came up, yeah, he was 6'3". He was like 215 pounds, and they say he ran a 4.2 40. I'm not going to dispute that because when you watched him play, you couldn't cover him on the football field, and when you watched him play baseball, he was so damn fast. He would run like a thoroughbred. Remember Sparky Anderson talking about him and saying that you could hear Gibby running because he was so heavy-footed when he ran, and it actually Gibby knocked Sparky over one time because Sparky made the mistake of getting in a stance. Like, go ahead. Gibby did. Not advised. Another ticket text coming in. 1988, Andre Agassi. Long blonde hair, jean shorts, and he could hit the ball harder than anybody I'd ever seen in tennis to that point. Yeah. Agassi was impressive in the 80s. And Agassi he had the style, right? Because nobody had ever seen somebody playing tennis with long hair like that. I mean, there were tennis players that had longer hair, but not like Agassi. And Agassi was getting the commercials and everything else, and he was dating Brooke Shields at the time. He was that star off the court as well. Eric, you're next up here, 97 the ticket. Hey, Eric.
Hey, I'm going to follow that tennis theme because mine was Jimmy Connors, more late 70s.
Uh-huh.
He was more like the Pete Rose of tennis at that time, it seemed like.
Yeah, he would have a mouth on him, right before McEnroe. Connors was making before
right.
McEnroe, and Connors was very intense. I remember as a kid watching him play too, because the tennis player for me was Bjorn Borg, because my mom was Swedish, so we were Swedish, and we were that was the guy that we watched growing up, and I rooted for Bjorn Borg over anybody. But yeah, I could see Connors being that guy.
But at that time, nobody played tennis. And then, like your point, you had Bjorn Borg, then Connors, then McEnroe, Yvonne Lendl. And then locally, Aaron Crickstein showed up. And then here locally, everybody believed, hey, if he can make it, I can make it.
Yeah,
but Aaron Crickstein, he had a great career.
He did. And tennis, thanks for the call, Eric. Tennis had a little explosion as well locally, for sure. There was even, I believe it was like a professional tennis league as well that kind of was fledgling that some other athletes were part of. It was actually kind of cool. 248-539-9797. Same number to text if you wanted to send texts as well. Tiger Woods got me into golf. He did more for that sport than anyone did. Tiger Woods may be the all-time guy that got everybody interested in a certain sport. I mean, golf certainly would have people's interest, but when Tiger hit, everything exploded. For me, it was Stevie Eiserman and the Red Wings. That's from Jay Lambert. Yeah, I mean, locally here in Detroit, wasn't a whole lot to root for with the Wings for a long time, and then they struck gold when they drafted Steve Eiserman. Griffey Jr. for me, I loved him so much and wanted his swing because of switch hitter solely because of I became a switch hitter solely because of him. He's the GOAT. That's from Josh and Flint. Yeah, he wasn't a switch hitter, but he hit left-handed. So if you were a right-handed hitter, you wanted that swing, you had to hit left-handed. And I'm not sure why physically it's always that left-hand swing looks so much better than the right-hand swing, but it does, and he did. And even though I couldn't stand Ken Griffey Jr., I recognize that was greatness, and he had a major influence on so many people. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We've got a few more texts we'll get through and a couple more calls we'll get through on this topic, but we do want to get to the Lions. And coming up at 10:50, they had a visitor yesterday. Dan Campbell talked about that visitor this morning. We'll get to that coming up at 10:50 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Lions working out in Allen Park. Wow. Yesterday, what a difference a day makes, man. We got the news yesterday about 10:20 that C.J. Gardner-Johnson went down during practice. Looked like it was a non-contact injury to his knee. Had to be carted off the field. He was being consoled by his teammates. We all thought the worst. And then a couple hours later, there was a report. I think it was Tom Pelissero that had it. He had a source that told him that Gardner-Johnson was, quote unquote, he's fine. And that was great to hear. Now, he's not fine. I mean, he did have a knee injury, but it's not something that's serious or considered to be serious. Did a bunch of scans on it yesterday and a bunch of imaging, and apparently it looks good. So they'll probably keep him out for a couple days and then get back at it. But that is fantastic news on the Lions front because, you know, we had a bunch of people already bemoaning what happened and throwing their hands up in the air and saying, here we go. SO. And before he could, get the L out, the other news came out that said he's okay. And that's great news. And maybe that tries to convince more people that this SOL thing, it's really dead and buried. Let's hope it's dead and buried. I don't think it's really going to be dead and buried until you win a playoff game or playoff games, because fans are always going to want to look back at that. In fact, Lions could win a Super Bowl 3 years in a row, but if the fourth year you get an injury or something like that, then people will just go back to it because that's what people do. But fortunately, you don't have to do that now. 248-539-9797. More of the calls on who was that athlete that really sparked your interest in a sport that maybe you had no interest in whatsoever. I bring this up because Trevor Francis died. Trevor Francis was an amazing soccer player in the 70s, late 70s, played for the Detroit Express, and that's back when we used to have a soccer team here in Detroit, and they played at the Silverdome, part of the North American Soccer League, and
the sport absolutely exploded in popularity amongst kids at that time, and I was one of them. And just paying homage to the great Trevor Francis. Brandon's next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Brandon.
Hey, Gator, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
So I'm good. Habib Nurmagomedov is an MMA dude from Russia. He's a Sambo specialist. And everybody knows what's going to happen. He's going to take you down. He's going to sit on your legs, and he's going to beat you up. But nobody can stop it. He's now retired. He's 29-0. And that's what got me into MMA. Is like I watched him, and then I got to see all these other guys. And it was just even the chicks are fantastic. They're real-life ninjas. So cool.
Yeah, he was amazing to watch when he fought. I keep wondering if he's ever going to come back and fight because he was so good. Just destroyed everybody. I wanted to see him fight again, but he's not. I don't know what it is about the Russian fighters, that they were Sambo experts or not, but they was Fedor Emelianenko was one of those guys. And Fedor was the heavyweight fighter in Pride. Never fought in the UFC. It's always the one that got away, which was unfortunate because there was a time when Pride and UFC were these huge rivals to each other. They even had a couple guys cross over to fight. Dana White would bring a couple guys. I think he brought Chuck Liddell over to Pride to fight over there against Rampage Jackson and others. And but we never got to see Fedor fight in the UFC, which really kind of bummed me out because that guy was unstoppable for a number of years, like 10 years straight. He was just unbeatable. Let's get one more in here. Here's Everett. You're back. Welcome, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Everett, thanks for hanging on.
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
Doing well.
For me locally, it will be in basketball, be Isaiah Thomas. I wanted to shoot like him, wanted to dribble like him. And as far as baseball, it was Lou Whitaker. I wanted to play second baseman. And probably in football, it has to be Tony Dorsett for the Dallas Cowboys. I imagine myself being a running back, running through holes and everything like that, juking people and scoring touchdowns.
Yeah, Tony Dorsett was one of my favorites growing up. Thanks for the call. Loved Tony Dorsett growing up. I was a Cowboy fan growing up, which is kind of strange because my formative years watching football were here in Detroit. But, hey, the Lions weren't good and the Cowboys were. Yeah, I started watching football, and the Cowboys beat the Broncos in the Super Bowl, and then they got right back to the Super Bowl against Pittsburgh, and it seemed like everybody in the world was a Pittsburgh fan. I was not. So I was heartbroken when the Cowboys lost to the Steelers in that Super Bowl. But I was a big Tony Dorsett fan. Love that team. Roger Staubach and Drew Pearson and the rest of the guys. The guys on defense I really loved. Harvey Martin, Randy White. Those are my favorites. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Okay, so Lions brought in a visitor yesterday into practice, or not to practice, but I should say they brought him in to talk to him. It was somebody that they talked to a couple months ago. Free agency begins with the Lions. You go back the beginning of free agency, and I think if you ask Lions fans, hey, what do the Lions need to add? Everybody would say, well, they need to add something in the secondary. Be nice if they had a defensive tackle, maybe a linebacker. You start looking at things like that. Nobody was really looking at offense. But if you did look at offense, then you would say, and they need to find a backup quarterback. Go find one. And it seemed like the best one that would emerge would be Teddy Bridgewater. He was one that would make sense. Guy who was started in the league, but has also played a role as a backup quarterback. Had been with the New Orleans Saints and had been there while Dan Campbell was there and while Aaron Glenn was there. So there's some familiarity. Made all the sense in the world. And it looked like for a time there was a lot of interest there, but it didn't get done. The first and second wave of free agency kind of went. The NFL draft comes and goes. Lions go ahead and make a deal or make a draft selection, move back up and get Hendon Hooker. But we kind of know the situation with Hendon Hooker, not likely to play this year, but in place for the next couple years as perhaps at worst a backup to Jared Goff, and at best maybe he's the future quarterback of the franchise. But that left the situation with the Lions this year being, well, who's your backup? Well, Nate Sudfeld is the guy. Nate Sudfeld played here last year. Fortunately, didn't have to get into the game situation because Jared Goff, knock on wood, was healthy. And you hope that you never have to see the backup quarterback unless it's a blowout situation and your team's on the top end of that blowout situation. But that's who they had as their backup. And they liked him last year. And they say he got better in the spring, and they feel comfortable with him being the backup quarterback. That's what they said back in the spring. We feel comfortable with Nate Sudfeld here. He knows the offense. And even Dan Campbell had said that, I believe, yesterday. He talked about Nate Sudfeld and said, yeah, no, he's grown. He's a guy that knows the plays, knows he's going to get you into the right play. And that's really what you're asking for from your backup quarterback. But there's still kind of a hole. And the thought of improving that, well, you got to always consider things. And here we are, start of training camp. It's the dawn of training camp, if you will. And who comes back in? But Teddy Bridgewater comes in town. Now, he left town. There's no deal yet. But this is what Dan Campbell had to say about having Teddy Bridgewater in yesterday. You know what's interesting about that to me is that Dan Campbell is absolutely 100% addressing the possibility of Teddy Bridgewater becoming a Detroit Lion. And of course you can because he's a free agent. There's no tampering or anything like that. But it would seem that in the past, when you're talking about potential free agents, that you wouldn't go that much into detail. But he was pretty open about, hey, we'll see where it goes. And talking specifically about how he would fit in. And I think he would fit in. I think he'd fit in great here with the Lions because he's got the experience as both a starter and as somebody who is backed up. He's 30 years old. He's got a career quarterback rating of 90.5. And I think if he started for any team in the league right now, he would probably be, an average quarterback in the NFL. Maybe if you would say slightly below average for a starting quarterback in the NFL, that's fine. But he would be in the top 32, I would think. To get a player of that, I don't want to say magnitude, of that ilk, might be a better way to say. But to get a player like that to be the backup quarterback of this franchise, that would be kind of big. Now, I don't know what kind of money Teddy Bridgewater is going to command. In a free agent market situation. I don't know what he would get. But it's clear the Lions have money to spend. And I know Brad Holmes is pretty keen on giving out one-year deals. And if you're Teddy Bridgewater, you probably want the one-year deal anyway because you want to be able to still be a free agent at the end of the year and call your shots where you're going to go because you're still eyeballing a potential starting job somewhere. Although at this age in his career, maybe you're probably more reticent to just accepting the fact that you're probably a backup in the league, but a damn good one. Does it make sense for the Lions to keep this relationship going and try to open up those lines of communication and brought him in? Would you like to see Teddy Bridgewater be the Detroit Lions backup quarterback? Or would you rather see money spent elsewhere and just go with Nate Sudfeld? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. I mean, you think back a couple months ago, this was the name everybody wanted. But now we're into training camp time. Do you still want him? Or are you starting to look elsewhere at other positions of need, perhaps? Or even more importantly, are you like, you know what? We're fine. Our backup quarterback seems to have the trust of the GM, the trust of the head coach, the quarterback coach, everybody on the offense seems to be fine. We'll go with that. What should the Lions do? And are you hoping that Teddy Bridgewater and the Lions come to an agreement? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket.
Brought to you by Capital Mortgage Funding. Call 1-800-LOW-RATE, the best mortgage banker. Crazy news out of the basketball world is Bronny James, son of LeBron James, suffered cardiac arrest during USC practice yesterday. The statement says that he's in stable condition after he was treated and taken to the hospital. Bronny is only 18 years old. Seems like the best-case scenario for Lions vet C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Head coach Dan Campbell confirms that he'll be fine after tests came back clean from his on-field injury that had him carted off the field yesterday. He'll be out day or two per coach. Campbell also said that Jamison Williams will miss some time with a leg issue, but doesn't believe it is significant. Coach understands the guys like Gardner-Johnson would be a big loss, but also says that injuries can happen, and it's awful no matter what. Also, Michigan is at the top of this offseason's Big Ten football media poll. They received 27 first-place votes to just 8 for the Buckeyes. Behind them are Penn State, Maryland, and then the Spartans at number 5. Wisconsin led the voting in the West. And the Tigers may have an impact on what the Angels do with Shohei Ohtani at the trade deadline. The superstar could be traded if the Angels fall further back in the standings. They're in Detroit beginning tonight. The Orioles and Diamondbacks, two teams reportedly doing their due diligence on Shohei if he's available. He will not be pitching during the series at Comerica Park. Tonight's Game 1 will have Eduardo Rodriguez on the bump for Detroit, a 6:40 game right here on 97.1 with Dan Dickerson on the call. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Bronny James story, that's scary. This was a practice yesterday. suffered cardiac arrest at USC. Fortunately, the staff was right there, able to attend to him, and now is out of ICU and in stable condition. That's great news, but obviously you want to see what was going on there. You hate to hear anybody having a situation like that, but 18-year-olds, it's kind of crazy. And I don't know, maybe this is just something that is getting more attention because we have social media that can react to things like this. Or is this just the new wave of things that to be concerned about? It sucks, but good news that he's in stable condition, and that he's out of ICU. That's good news for Bronny James. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. We've been talking about the Lions and bringing in Teddy Bridgewater yesterday. Had a chance to meet face-to-face with the staff. And I want to play that Dan Campbell cut again, if you don't mind, Greg, because I think this is not the type of soundbite that I would expect a coach to give after a free agent came to visit. It seems like he offers up not a ton of information, but more information than I expected. I mean, the fact that he says if we can add a guy like Teddy and bring competition to the room, I'm all for it. That's more information than you ever hear about a free agent stopping in and maybe still making other visits with other teams. I mean, it sounds like the Lions really would like to have him here. I don't know if there was no caveat there, like at the right price, nothing like that. And look, let's face it. The best case scenario is that your backup quarterback never plays because that means that the starting quarterback is healthy. But I think I'd feel a lot better about the Lions situation. This is the year we think they're going to be a playoff team, win the division, right? That you'd like to protect the investment. The investment is the team and the team's chances of making it to the playoffs. We spoke briefly yesterday about who's the most important non-quarterback to the Detroit Lions. We've got a bunch of different responses. I think it's Amon-Ra St. Brown. But if you do say quarterback, then if they bring in Teddy Bridgewater signed it, he might be that guy. Rides in the spring. Well, you know, you have some mini camp workouts, and I guess you can glean something from that. And now here we are a couple days in a training camp, and you're gleaning something more in that. And it sounds like they'd like to go get Teddy Bridgewater. No offense to Nate Sudfeld. And it was interesting to hear Dan Campbell say, look, we talked to Nate. We were up front with Nate about it. He's on board. He knows. We kept him abreast. So it's just, we'll see where this goes. But is this a move that you think the Lions absolutely have to make? That they have to improve the backup quarterback situation? 248-539-9797. Stan is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Stan.
Hey, how you doing?
All right.
By all means, yes, because if something happens to Jarrett, you can kiss the season goodbye based on the backups that we've had in the past 2-3 years. I mean, they were toast. I mean, if you can add Teddy and let him do the same thing he did for New Orleans, win 5, 6 games when Peyton Manning was out, by all means, that's the number one priority. Because without a quarterback, you don't win anything.
Yeah, it's funny because you go back a few months ago and there was no question like we need to upgrade that position, and here we are getting on the eve of training camp, and you kind of forget about it. And teams have signed the players they were going to sign in free agency. You still have a bunch of money left over, and you still haven't made that decision on what's going to happen with a backup quarterback. You did bring him in earlier. Now you're bringing him in again. It still makes sense.
Oh, yes. And then if you can add to the defense, a defensive lineman afterwards, sure. But number one, quarterback, always. Because if you can't score touchdowns and run plays, you can't win.
Yeah, and thanks for the call, Stan. Dan Campbell said that they feel like with Nate Sudfeld as a backup, then he's a guy that's going to at least get you in the right play. That he knows the playbook well enough. And that's the basic knowledge you have to have as a backup quarterback. Can't be lost out there, and they say that he's not. If anything ever were to happen to Jared Goff and you'd have to go long-term with Nate Sudfeld, or let's say you had to go a game or two with Nate Sudfeld, could the line still get things done? Perhaps. That offensive line, I think that's the thing that allows the Lions to be able to do just about anything, because an offensive line is so good. And I think that they've upgraded the running back room significantly over last year. Not just a little bit, but I think significantly, with the home run hitter in Jahmyr Gibbs and steady play from David Montgomery. I really like those two. And could the Lions lean on the running game and the offensive line for any length of time if the starting quarterback were to get hurt? I think they could, but it's my 51% says yes, they could. Not totally convinced on that. To me, it comes down to money. How much money are you looking at with Sudfeld? How much is he going to cost? Would you still have some money left over in case someone gets waived or there's some more contract issue with somebody else? Does another position make sense for this team? Like, all that has to be weighed out before you make an offer. I don't know if the Lions have made an offer or not. It seemed like months ago they did. And are they revisiting that? And have the terms of that offer changed? I don't know. That's going to be interesting to find out for sure. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. We're going to take a look at that a little bit closer, take more of your calls, some more text, and where do you stand? Does backup quarterback, does that need the upgrade? Is Teddy Bridgewater the guy now that you say Lions have to sign him? He's kind of like the last big-name quarterback out there that has the experience that you're looking for, and still, on the right side of 30. I guess he's 30 years old, but he's right at 30. He's not past his prime. He doesn't have a whole lot of wear on the tread because he hasn't been a starting quarterback for a ton of time, but he has started, and he has been a backup, and he's been more than capable. Is this the move that makes the most sense for the Detroit Lions? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1. The Ticket. Hey, are you tired of being tracked online? Well, of course you are. So do something about it and download the DuckDuckGo app to help block those trackers when you're browsing and searching. Now, if you use DuckDuckGo as your browser, you're going to be able to conduct private searches with the help of tracker blockers that will help to prevent the spies that are on your searches. Look, it's used by tens of millions of people, including 3 billion private searches a month. Download it today. Keep your searches and browsing activity more private. Don't delay. Download it for free today or visit DuckDuckGo.com. I've seen some absolutely crazy numbers thrown around the last couple of days. We didn't really get to it yesterday. I'm still not sure I understand it or believe it, but the soccer player Mbappe there was a deal that was $1.1 billion to get him to another team, and his salary for the upcoming season is $776 million. What? I'm not sure I understand how that all works, but what? And then it's just been announced. A bunch of sources, ESPN's got it, Shams Charania's got it. Jaylen Brown has agreed to a 5-year extension with the Celtics for $304 million. $60 million a year. An extension that kicks in after this upcoming season. What? Good God. Yeah, there's no question Jaylen Brown's a really good player, right? He's really good. But this is just where salaries are going, I guess, in the NBA. When you get a Supermax contract, you get a player who's 26 years old, you want to lock him down, give yourself that window to compete for a championship there. But I'm stunned. It's a player who has not played he hasn't played 70 games in a season since the 2018-19 season. Now, it's unfair because the following year he had COVID, but played 58 games in 2021, 66 games in 21-22, 67 games last year. But you're going to give him $60 million a year, okay? It's almost $1 million a game. Averaged 26.6 points a game last year. It's really good. But again, $304 million over 5 years. Man, congratulations, Jaylen Brown. That's huge. And, of course, thinking locally, what does that mean for the Pistons? I mean, obviously the Pistons aren't signing Jaylen Brown here, but they have their own players that they really like. I mean, are we going to be experiencing that same thing in a few years with Cade Cunningham's contract coming up? Will the Pistons have to throw out some max deal? Wow. Or super max deal at some point? Brown's been in the league for a while here, but he's still only 26 years old. But that's a monster deal. Way to cash in, my friend. Nice job. Well done. Wow. Speaking of cash in, will Teddy Bridgewater cash in with the Detroit Lions? He was in camp yesterday, met with the Lions, met with Brad Holmes and Mark Brunell and Dan Campbell, and they like him. They'd like to see if they can get him in here. Dan Campbell said, we'll see. See if we can work things out. I think it's interesting they actually said something like that, but he did. And we're asking the question, is this where you think the Lions need to allocate their resources here going into training camp, starting training camp? Do they need to upgrade the backup quarterback situation? Is this something now that it's been leaked and he's already talking about it? If he doesn't sign with the Lions, are you going to be bummed about it? Or is this just flat out you can't afford not to sign him? Is that how you feel about this? How do you feel? 248-539-9797. Dave is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Dave.
Hey, how you doing today?
All right, you?
Good. Yeah, you're somewhat excitement over Dan Campbell's comments, which really weren't that much. I think are more of a indication of how bad we've had it here for so long that's even newsworthy. But
well, I'm not excited about the comments. I'm surprised by the comments because you don't normally hear people get in front of a podium and talk about a free agent player that hasn't signed. You know what I mean?
No, I know, but if it's his MO of, hey, I'm just I think it's a reason why they've created the culture in the locker room and why players want to play there is because he's a real dude and he didn't say anything that gets the organization in trouble, whatever. He just kind of said some things and things that we probably could have assumed even if he didn't say them. But about Teddy Bridgewater, for me and probably anyone that's going to call in, I mean, let's face it, you said it. We haven't seen Nate Sudfeld played, so we have no indication of what he's going to be like in real game time conditions. What we do know is Teddy Bridgewater has been in the league for a while now. He's got a lot of game experience, And that's what I want in my backup quarterback. I want someone who, if he's thrown in there, we know he's not going to get nervous. He's not going to, he's been there before enough times. And that alone, I mean, yeah, he's, limited in some areas, but I think he could run our offense just fine for 1-3 games, whatever. That's the reason why I want Teddy Bridgewater. Is he just got to, when the bullets are firing, he's been there before.
Yeah, and thanks for the call, Dave. I think he's a real solid backup quarterback. I think he'd be one of the better backup quarterbacks you can have in the league. Because he has that mix of experience, and yet it's not like he's got so much wear on the tread here. I mean, he's competed for 7-8 years here in the league, 8 years, I think it is in the league. As a starting quarterback, he's got a record of 33-32. So just above 500 record, but he hasn't played with great teams. That's a 500, just above 500 record, playing with Minnesota, playing with New Orleans, post Drew Brees, playing a season in Carolina. They were 4-11 that year, nothing to write home about. Took over Denver. He was 7-7 there. He's a guy. It's almost a 2-to-1 ratio with touchdowns to interceptions. A quarterback rating of 90.5. It's all fine. It's not great, but that's why he's not a starting quarterback anymore. Having him as a backup quarterback, I think, would be very good for the Detroit Lions. We've got some ticket texts coming in. I would want Bridgewater. Seeing what happened in San Francisco last year scares me. Yeah, I mean, the Niners went through a bunch of quarterbacks, and then you get to the playoffs, and they were down to a running back playing quarterback. Just look at what happened in San Francisco in the playoffs last year. Prime example of why you need depth at the quarterback room. Chris in South Lyon. Without a doubt, I want Teddy. The one injury to the team that could totally derail the season would be an injury to Goff. Let's knock on wood. That doesn't happen. Teddy is capable and competent enough to still put you in a position to win the North. You can't say the same for Sudfeld or Hooker right now. Well, you definitely can't say that about Hendon Hooker because he's not playing. He's on the non-football related PUP list and likely to remain there for the season. Now, maybe at the end of the season they decide to take that label off him, but it doesn't matter. I'm not counting on Hendon Hooker playing this year. Lions need to bring in Bridgewater. I've been saying it all off season. He's the perfect fit for the offense and a proven winner. He's a Campbell guy and will help if needed. Also a veteran to help lead the locker room. He's a must sign. Philip and Livonia. I don't know if they need him as that veteran to help in the locker room. I think the locker room is just fine. And I think they have good veterans that are in that locker room. Your starting quarterback being one of them. I think they've got a good leader there, and I think a good leaders on defense. And you look at Anzalone, who's been around the league for a little bit, and I think taking a leadership role with the Lions. And now they bring in some others. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who made it to the Super Bowl last year. I think that's a good leadership guy to have in there. I like the way that Dan made sure to say he let Nate know that with him saying all injuries are scary shows Dan is so player focused and why people will go to war for him. That's Nick in Oak Park. Yeah, I think that's probably pretty accurate. I think there's a reason that players like Dan Campbell, and I think being open and honest about situations might be number one. Brandon's next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going? Or what's up, Gator? How's it going?
Good. How are you?
So I know Hooker's injured this year, and I know Goff's contract's coming up next year. My whole life, we've only had backup quarterbacks that nobody knows about. Orlovsky, Sudfeld. Like, usually when teams' quarterback goes down, they have a veteran or they have somebody that people actually know about. But ever since I can remember, we don't have anybody like that. And I know Hooker's injured this year, but so say next year, is Hooker going to be like the Jordan Love to Aaron Rodgers, to where Hooker learns from Goff this year, and then when he comes next year, we're going to evaluate whether we're going to re-sign Goff or make Hooker a new quarterback? Because in today's NFL, a lot of quarterbacks can run and pass, and I know Hooker has that advantage. So this year, I know our backup quarterback, I hope it's Teddy Bridgewater, because that'd be awesome. And I know he had a bad luck with the leg injury and all that. But next year, I'm hoping that we have the squad with Goff and Hooker.
Yeah, I would expect it. And thanks for the call, Brandon. I mean, they drafted a guy as highly as they did for a reason in Hendon Hooker. I think they plan on using this as this quote unquote redshirt year and that he'll compete in the next couple of years. I don't know if they've made up their mind on Jared Goff and what his future is with this team. But he's absolutely the quarterback this year. If I were the Lions, I would evaluate him in terms of an extension. Let this year play out and see where you're at. If good things happen at the end of the season, if they win the division, if they win a playoff game or two, you're going to have to think about an extension. Now, yeah, you'd be under contract for one more year. And at that point, I mean, what are you learning from? You're not learning anything from Hendon Hooker in practice this year because he's not likely to practice. But next year, you'll learn a lot. But it's a tough line to walk here if you're Brad Holmes, because the longer you wait on that extension offer for Jared Goff, the bigger the number is going to be. But you also want to give yourself a chance to know what you have with Hendon Hooker, because you have invested a higher pick. It's not a high pick, but it's a higher pick on him. And you want to make sure that if this Lions team is going well, that you keep this train rolling. And the best thing to keep the train rolling is keep the quarterback here, which is Jared Goff. Even though he's a flawed quarterback, most of them are. But his flaws aren't so great that you're like, he sucks. He's good. He's actually quite good. He's turned himself into a top 10 quarterback in the league. This is a good team the Lions have this year. The hype train, we were talking a little about getting the hype train rolling yesterday. And we had the Twitter poll up there. I left it up there all night long, so we'll go over the Twitter poll results coming up at 11:35. I'll let you know where that stood, which stop the people were getting off on the hype train. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Got some news and notes from Lions training camp. If you want to talk about the signing of Jaylen Brown to the Celtics, getting $304 million over 5 years, feel free to talk about that. You want to talk about, Teddy Bridgewater coming to town yesterday. Do the Lions need to put the full court press on Teddy to get him to be the backup quarterback for this team this year? Have your say. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Still can't believe that Jaylen Brown contract, and yet that comes on the heels of, they've already got Jason Tatum locked up as well. His extension kicks in the year after Jaylen Brown's, but between the two of them, it's $642 million worth of extensions. Wow. I should say this is, I misread that. My bad. Bobby Marks has tweeted this out. Bobby Marks is with ESPN. He says, here's what Boston could be on the hook for if the salary cap jumps 10% over the next 2 seasons. That when Jason Tatum's contract comes up and he can get the Supermax deal, that his would be a $338 million deal starting in 25-26. Jaylen Brown's $304 million deal starts in 24-25. That's just an insane amount of money tied up to 2 players, but it's the NBA. This is where we're at. As the salary cap goes up, the salary's going to go up, and things going to get out of control. But some teams are willing to go ahead and spend that higher area and pay the luxury tax because as a franchise, they're still making money and still making tons of money. You look at the Golden State Warriors and their payroll a couple of years ago, what it was insane. It was like twice the number of what the salary cap was. Because they had to pay this luxury tax. It was unbelievable. But they didn't care because they were making money hand over fist. Michael Jordan just sold, the Hornets for over $3 billion. Yeah, the owners are doing all right. They want to get paying the players. Yep, players are getting paid. Good for them. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. I got some more ticket text to get to. I don't like Bridgewater as a starter, but I think he's the perfect backup. He would be a massive upgrade over Sudfeld. Go get him. That's from Marlon. Teddy would be a good backup. I know it can be overused, but he could help Hooker progress. He had similar abilities out of college. Yeah, if I'm expecting they're going to sign Teddy Bridgewater to a 1-year deal, so I don't know how much there is to help Hendon Hooker. The offensive line makes Ben Johnson look good. I think the offensive line makes Ben Johnson look great. I think Ben Johnson's great too. But I think if you give any offensive coordinator a really good offensive line, and the word elite gets thrown around too much, but I do think that the Lions offensive line has the capability of being elite, being top 3 in the league. And if they're that good, then yeah, offensive coordinators are off to a pretty good foot. And then it's going to have to, you have to have a quarterback to work with. He does. The receiving core is nothing to write home about. Really like Amon-Ra St. Brown. But after that, you got a bunch of guys that really know the role and they play the role well. And Ben Johnson is he's found some plays for this team. If the Lions sign Bridgewater, they will go from one of the worst backup quarterback situations to one of the best. Go sign him. I don't care if you have to pay a little more. Well, we'll see what they have to pay. That hasn't come out yet. The C.J. Gardner-Johnson scare made me glad that they didn't throw the kitchen sink at DeAndre Hopkins and that they still have $18 million. If Goff goes down, our season's over. Did we see Teddy in Miami last year? He isn't saving the season. Use the $18 million to fortify the D-line. So last year, Teddy Bridgewater with the Dolphins, he had 2 starts. Played in 5 games, had 2 starts. He only threw 79 passes. So I don't know if you really want to use that as your barometer. Had 4 touchdowns, 4 picks, and his quarterback rating was 85.6. So the numbers were below his typical averages throughout his career, where he's been almost a 2-to-1 touchdown interception ratio, and his quarterback rating has been 90.5 in his career. So you want to judge him off the 2 games from last year with Miami? Okay. Guess you're going to go ahead and do that. But I would not. I think he's a very capable backup. I'd endorse bringing him here. But I do worry about how much money, because I do think there will be other players that are going to become available. And you kind of want to make sure that you're dotting your I's and crossing your T's, going over everything with a fine-tooth comb to make sure that you're not missing on something that could really help out the team right now. Teddy Bridgewater helps out the team in an emergency situation. If you don't have that emergency situation, then there's really nothing you're getting out of it. The wagers are a clear indicator that sports are out of control. People are aware that tickets will skyrocket. Sports are pricing themselves out of business. That's a topic we can get to coming up at 12:05. I do have a question about the NFL and concerns that we will get to there. Let's go back to the phones, and we'll start with Joe, who's next up here. 97 the ticket. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Gator. How you doing today?
All right.
Hey, so I like the comment you made about Dan Campbell, how it was odd that he would announce an unsigned quarterback. I think it's Campbell's way of letting Holmes know, let's get this guy. Because that was odd to me, too. But I think also with Teddy Bridgewater, he's used to working with an Alvin Kamara-type player. He can help with, Hendon Hooker, and our O-line will make him a better backup than he looks like numbers-wise. So other than giving the bank to him, I think it would be an outstanding signing. Yeah, I just think it would relax everybody.
I think he fits for everything you're looking for in a backup quarterback. He's got starting experience. I don't need him to. He's not pushing Jared Goff. That's not what he's here for. He would be here to back up the quarterback in case the quarterback gets hurt.
And I think he could also give some sage advice, not necessarily the playbook, but sage advice to Hendon Hooker about preparation, stuff like that, and just kind of really be a nice little mentor on the side.
I mean,
there's nothing to lose on that part either.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, that's the thing is that as the backup quarterback, he's likely holding a clipboard for most of the time during the games, and in practice, you're not getting a ton of reps in practice, but that's something where, and thanks for the call, Hendon Hooker being brought in as a draft pick and thinking about him down the line, I guess it's not going to hurt to have somebody with experience being there. I have no idea what kind of influence Teddy Bridgewater would have over a young quarterback like that. I don't know what kind of chip on the shoulder Teddy Bridgewater has to prove other teams that he's still got something left in the tank to be a quarterback in this league other than a starter. I don't know. But the staff knows. They've been around him. And it seems like it'd be a good move to make to go ahead and sign him. But it's got to make sense money-wise, too. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. David is next up here. Welcome to 97 on the ticket, David.
Thank you, Gator. Teddy Bridgewater, I would not sign him. This guy, he's going to, I'm telling you, Lions going to sign him. Brad Holmes is going to sign him. And this guy is going to get $8 million for one season. This is what Brad does. He's going to overpay this guy because he waited so late to sign this guy. He could have went after Brian Hoyer. This guy is the best backup in the league. This guy plays like a starter. When he was with Cleveland, Johnny Manziel couldn't beat him out. He won like 9 to 10 games. They were headed to the playoff, and then they benched him because they knew Johnny Manziel couldn't outbeat him and make Johnny Manziel the starting quarterback in Cleveland. And you see how much of a flop he was. He's out of the league now. But I would have went and got Brian Hoyer. Brad Holmes don't know what he's doing. This is the fault what you do, and he's going to overpay for this guy. And now Brian Hoyer is in Vegas. Could have signed this guy 3 or 4 months ago and got him.
All right, thanks, David. I went to Michigan State. Proud Spartan. Was graduated from Michigan State University. I like Brian Hoyer a lot, and I think there was a time when he was a perfect backup quarterback. He's like 37 years old now. Is he 38 yet? He'll be 38 in October. Like him a lot. But he hasn't had any real playing time since 2017. He played 6 games with San Francisco, started 6 games, and went 0 for 6. He started a game with Indianapolis in 2019, lost. Started one with the Patriots in 2020, lost. Started one with the Patriots last year, lost. At one time, he was a great, capable backup quarterback. I don't think he's the answer now, or would have been the answer had they signed him. 53 touchdowns in his career, 35 interceptions. It's a decent ratio. It's not as good as Bridgewater's. 82.9 career quarterback rating is not good. Bridgewater's is better at 90.5. I think Bridgewater's the better quarterback. I don't know if there's a whole lot of debate about that. And if he costs you, if it's $8 million for 1 year, they still have money. They still have like $10 million left. I don't think the debate isn't about Bridgewater over another quarterback. The debate, I think, is Bridgewater over another player that you can bring in that might help the team right now. Because if Jared Goff is healthy, it doesn't matter if you got Trevor Lawrence as your backup. Trevor Lawrence wouldn't play, right? So if your quarterback stays healthy, the backup quarterback is kind of irrelevant. It's nice to have. It's a safety net in case something happens to your starting quarterback, and it's something that I do want to happen for the Lions. I wanted it months ago. I thought Bridgewater was the best one they could get, the best one in the market, and it still makes sense now, as long as you don't overpay. The only thing that has me fully in on this is there another move to be made by Brad Holmes to bring in maybe a defensive tackle that's an upgrade over what they have? There's somebody that could start right away. Does it make more sense to, maybe you're making a trade to clear up space to get somebody else here as another defensive end? I don't think those are the moves, though, because I think that you're just like hoping that there's one move left to make from a player that's going to get released. I wouldn't count on that. If the deal could be made to get Bridgewater here for less than $10 million for the season, I'd probably make that deal, because he'd be a very important piece for this team to make, I think, the team feel that they're going to be fine in case anything happens. And after the scare they had yesterday with C.J. Gardner-Johnson, we talked about the depth that they have. I think they've got lots of depth on this team. I don't think they have lots of depth at the quarterback position. This would go a long way to alleviating that concern. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. maybe I shouldn't laugh at this, but dogs are getting a bum rap lately. You got that Jordan Addison story, which we get to maybe an hour from now, where he said the reason he was going 140 miles an hour at 3 o'clock in the morning is because he had an emergency situation with his dog in his residence. So he was racing home. And then I see this from the Associated Press. And again, I shouldn't be laughing at this because this is a serious matter. Secret Service records show that President Biden's dog, Commander, has bitten agency officers, stationed at the White House 10 times between October 2022 and January of 2023. At least one biting incident required a trip to the hospital for the injured officer. 10 times between October and January. So that's 3 months' time. 10 times? Now, call me crazy, but if you're the president of the United States and you've got a dog, I think maybe there's a way to get that dog some training so it doesn't bite people, particularly Secret Service officers. Call me crazy. I mean, look, I've got a dog and she's thoroughly untrained. But she's a sweetheart. She's not going to bite you. But, she doesn't stay when I tell her to stay. She doesn't, run over when I say come. She doesn't, she's horrible walking on a leash. She still has some issues occasionally with the whole potty training thing. And she's 8.5. These are my issues, right? But if I were president of the United States, I think I might be able to hire somebody to train this dog full time. Call me crazy. 10 times? Commander has bitten Secret Service officers 10 times in a 3-month span between October and January. Jeez. Oh, poor puppy. I don't see that dog jumping up on the presidential bed at night, stealing the covers from the president. Maybe I could be wrong. I don't know. That's what my dog would do. And I'm certainly not a president. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Got some more ticket texts coming in regarding Teddy Bridgewater. I think Bridgewater would be great for the next season of Quarterbacks on Netflix. Maybe The Life of a Backup Quarterback. I binge watched that over the weekend. I'd gotten in 2 episodes last week. And I think Doug said that he was up to episode 4 or 5. I'm like, wow, I got some catching up to do. And then over the weekend, I just, we had some bad weather. I was able to just sit down and watch some TV and knocked out the last episodes of Quarterbacks. Pretty good series. And I do have a different opinion of Patrick Mahomes at the end of that series than I did after an episode of that series. I'm fine with Patrick Mahomes. I think there was a while last week we talked about the show briefly, and I said, yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be a big Patrick Mahomes guy. I'm fine with him now. I'm sure he's happy about that too. I believe meaningful snaps for a backup quarterback go a long way, and it's often overlooked. That's from Greg and Royal Oak. Maybe, but I think his meaningful snaps have already happened in his career, so I'm not concerned about that with him. For Nate Sudfeld, maybe that's an issue. Sean Hill was a great backup. Teddy could do what he did if Goff goes out. That's from Roger. I think Teddy Bridgewater would be even better than what Sean Hill was for Matthew Stafford. Sean Hill was a capable backup quarterback. He wasn't great, but he was capable. He could keep the ship floating. Now, those Lions team may not have had the greatest talent when he was there, but he could do he couldn't do what Stafford could do, but he did keep the team afloat a little bit. Maybe Teddy can play okay in this system, but if he goes down or backwards under any kind of rush, fragile or scared, and don't want him, I don't think he's scared. I don't think you play quarterback in the league and you're scared, and you're still not in the league. Teams would figure that out, and you would not be playing in the National Football League. But he does not run like he used to. He's not as young as he used to be, and he's had some injuries. What's the holdup on Bridgewater? The Lions are one play away from being 4-13. They have the money. And then he puts in parentheses, Goff's knee, shoulder, hand, head. Yeah. I mean, concussions are a real thing in the NFL, and they're looking for them now, and they're quick to act on it and hold players out while they're in protocol. And they have protocols in place during the week that they want to err on the side of caution. It's more important now to have a backup quarterback than it was, say, 5 years ago before these protocols are put in place. I would agree with that. Hats off to Scott Harris and his team for signing all but 2 of their draft picks, being today is the deadline for signing. Yeah, I have to take a look and see who did not sign, but they did a great job of drafting for the Tigers, drafting some high school kids that they were able to save some money on and give that money later on down the road. College kids that they did the same thing. College kids look like they could turn down the deal and go back to school. Nope. They got most of these guys done. And I can't wait to start seeing these guys litter the minor leagues and see how they do. You know, the guys that start off at Lakeland, or are guys going to start off higher than that? College players, some of those guys can start at West Michigan. We'll see. But that's something definitely to be excited about with the Tigers. Technically, you can carry 3 quarterbacks. Wasn't that the Lions' rule change that the NFL passed? Yes. Yeah, and Martinez is the other one for the Lions right now. Martinez and Sudfeld. And neither is going to instill a whole lot of confidence in the fan base, so having Bridgewater here makes all the sense in the world. Yesterday, the Lions hype train had the check engine light on while riding to work. Today, the light is off, but the hype is down. It was almost a blessing in disguise to slow the fans down a bit. I don't know if the fans are really slowed down. I don't know. In fact, I will. I'll put it to the test here this way. I saw that there was, I think it was USA Today, had their predictions for the NFC North. They had their predictions for all the teams in the National Football League. But they had the Lions at 11-6. And the rest of the NFC North was 7-10. The Bears, the Packers, and the Vikings all checking in at 7-10. This is what we talk about with the hype train. Lions fans can feel how they feel. But when you see the media and the national media print something like that, I think you're like, wow, okay. Now, this is where the hype train is coming from. It's not just that the Lions would be winning the division. It's that they would have no competition. I don't believe that's the case. I think we could be sleeping on all 3 of the teams in the North. I still think the Lions win the North, but I think it's going to be closer than a 4-game margin that USA Today has them at. I heard Tom and the morning show guys talking about this number at 11-6, and would you take 11-6 right now? You don't know if it wins the division or not, but would you take 11-6? And my thought is, yeah, I would take 11-6 because I think that would win the division. But I'm not saying that the other 3 teams would be 7-10, 7-10, 7-10. I think there's some competition there, and I think we need to address that competition. We need to take a closer look at it. I don't think it's any slam dunk that the Lions will be that far and away. This is where the hype train has to be kept on the tracks. This is what Dan Campbell's going to have to deal with. It's keeping the team focused to not look at stuff like that and just assume that you've got it. And I think the players know this. The players have been through this long. They've been through these things long enough to understand it is just that. It's hype. They know they're good, but they also know they got to put in the work to get the results. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Money is changing everything. We'll get to how it could change things in the NFL. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? We'll get to that next here at 97.1 The Ticket. Welcome back to the Carson Anderson Show here on 97.1 The Ticket. Scott the Gator Anderson with you today. Doug and Kang are out all this week. Got Greg working behind the glass. Kenny's on the phones. Evan is stalking somewhere. That's what he does. He's great. Talking about a lot of different things today. We talked about Teddy Bridgewater, his visit with the Lions. We talked about the death of Trevor Francis and what that meant for you as a kid. Who was the first idol that you had, or somebody that really got you focused on a sport that you weren't focused on before? Talked a little bit about the contract that Jaylen Brown signed with the Celtics, a 5-year, $304 million Supermax extension, $60 million a year. It's absolutely incredible. And we've talked a lot about contracts in the last couple of weeks, particularly when it comes to running backs in the NFL. I think they're horrifically undervalued by the league. They're used and abused. Their value on the field is incredible. The number attached to that value that they get in a contract is pathetic in comparison. I mean, you got guys that are getting 2,000 yards worth of offense, but you don't want to commit to the running back because, well, they've got too many years on them. Well, nobody seems to worry about the wide receivers getting that money. Tight ends get that money. Offensive linemen get that money. Everybody gets the money but the running backs. And I understand running backs suffer injuries. Their careers are cut short. I get all that. But you could, put some clauses in the contract that can protect you from things like that too. How about that? That'd be nice. And we had some guys who were going to hold out, Josh Jacobs and Saquon Barkley. And Saquon Barkley agreed to a deal today, a 1-year deal with the Giants. And it's for $10 million plus incentives. It's interesting because he doesn't have a clause in his contract that will prevent him from being franchised after the year. So I don't know if this is a good one or not for Saquon Barkley. And he's got some clauses in there. Hey, I get a bonus, kicks in if he has 65 receptions or if he has 1,350 yards rushing. But all these things are also tied to, and the Giants make the playoffs. There's no question the Giants are where they are because of Saquon Barkley. And they're not paying him right now. They're paying a quarterback who's less than average, who finally had a decent year, but he's still a less than average quarterback, but they give him monster money because that's what the league does. The league pays the quarterbacks big money. And then we find out yesterday, more suspensions handed out in the NFL for gambling. And it makes it 10. There are now 10 players that have been suspended because of gambling issues. And I got to think, we talked about before about the integrity of the game, and are we concerned about that with the gambling aspect and the league basically being in bed with all these online casinos, and are we at all concerned about compromising the integrity of the league? And this is what the league does to try to make sure that, no, they're cool with that. Because if anybody gets caught, they're kicked out indefinitely. Now, those that bet on the actual sport of professional football, they're gone indefinitely, which means for the season. If you bet on other sports and you do that from a NFL facility, well, we know firsthand what that's like with the Lions. It's a 6-game suspension. And I still think that there's room for that to change. Unfortunately, I doubt that's going to change before the season begins. And Jameson Williams will be out for the first 6 weeks regardless. That being said, Jameson Williams has an injury he's dealing with right now with his leg, and he's going to miss the next couple of days of practice anyway. So my question is, when we get through all these issues, what is the biggest concern about the NFL moving forward? For you as a fan, like what do you want to correct with the NFL here? Because I'm concerned that they've got the wrong policy in place when it comes to gambling. I think if you get in bed with the gambling companies, then you have to understand there's going to be gambling. You want to say you can't gamble on the NFL, fine, but you start putting it in an NFL facility. I don't think it makes a damn bit of difference if you're going to get a player that's going to bet on a basketball game and he's sitting in his locker stall 3 hours before game time. Or if he's at home. What the hell's the difference? Well, it's an NFL facility. So what? He's betting on the NBA. Nobody cares. The other concerns that I have. You listen to the show, you know I'm not a fan of games being played overseas. I'm not. My concern is that they're going to expand, and we're going to have an NFL Europe again, and it's going to be part of the actual NFL. It's not going to be played off season. It's going to be played in season. There could be a division that includes teams in London and Munich or whatever. And it concerns me because I don't want to dilute the talent that's here in the National Football League. I like having 32 teams, and I like where it's at right now. And I think if you do add more teams just to go overseas, I think you dilute the talent, and then you've got the whole time difference and the culture thing, and I don't know if it's going to work or not. There's Saudi ownership possibilities, right? We saw what they did with golf. We know they're trying to get in with soccer. They're paying exorbitant prices, and they're buying their way in. Are they going to buy their way into the NFL? It seems like Roger Goodell and the league have said, well, maybe we're not really concerned about that at this time. But look, money talks. Everyone's got their price. Will that price come forward at some point? And everybody's worried about being priced out because these things, they all cost money, right? You're going to pay players more. It's going to cost who? It's going to cost the fan. Even though all these costs are taken up by TV contracts. And there's a concern with that, right? Because ESPN, what are they doing? They're having real financial issues. There's talks that they may approach the leagues about getting involved with part ownership of ESPN, which seems crazy. But the TV deals pay for everything. They pay for the entire payroll of a team. And not just the players on the field, but those behind the scenes. These teams are making a profit before they sell their first foam finger. And yet what happens? You go to a game and typically prices go up every year. Prices go up for tickets. Prices go up for concessions. They go up for merchandising, the whole bit. It's the fans that always pay the price. And at some point, you're going to price the fans out of it. And one of those things that really is concerning to me is something we experienced this weekend. And we have to get ready for it at some point in the NFL season. And that is streaming. I get concerned about it. We saw it with the Tigers over the weekend. Last Friday night's game against the Padres was on Apple TV. And if you didn't have a subscription to Apple TV, you couldn't watch it. Now, they had a free trial, it's a 3-month trial that you could sign up for. But what all these companies do when they give you the free trial is they're counting on you to forget about it so that you don't opt out after you've watched what you wanted to watch. Or that you'll justify it in your head, hey, it's only whatever, $10 a month. I can handle that. It's not a big deal. And then you go through to try to go through the rigmarole of actually getting out of it. It's a giant pain in the backside. But it wasn't just Friday's game. It was Sunday's game on Peacock. And not only did it require a subscription to Peacock to watch the game, but they also moved the game up. The game was a noon start instead of the 1 o'clock start on a typical Sunday. So it kind of throws things off there as well. My biggest concern about the NFL moving forward is the streaming side of things. Is that they're going to go for the quick buck and continue to do that and go for streaming services. And again, it's the fan who ends up having to pay for it all instead of getting the games for free on network TV. And this has been changing for years. It's always changed. It used to be the games were only on, the network stations. And then they started creeping in on ESPN. And then you had NFL Network games. And then you got the Thursday night games. And everything just keeps changing. It's all about money. And I get that it should be, look, the league's going to want to try to make as much money as possible. But to the extent where the fan gets hurt, that's where I'm kind of drawing the line. But I want to gauge your thoughts on this. What is your concern about the NFL moving forward? Are you concerned about gambling? Are you concerned about the streaming issues? Are you concerned about the salaries getting out of hand? Are you concerned about you as the fan being priced out of the sport that you love? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We'll take your text there as well. You can comment on this or anything else we've talked about so far in the show. I'll be more than happy to discuss it with you. We've got some Tiger stuff we want to get to a little bit later on as well. But right now, want to talk about your concerns about the National Football League. They've got 10 players they've had to suspend because of gambling. They've got games that are going to be streamed only. What's your biggest concern when it comes to the NFL? This is 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, if you're getting ready to party this week, or maybe just want to relax and have a nice drink at home, I've been talking about Flying Ace Spirits, their small batch bourbon. It is delicious. An American-made bourbon blended in Holland, Michigan. It's part of the Coppercraft family, so you know that it's quality. I've been talking about it for a long time. It's artfully crafted for the brave of heart. It's a blend of aged whiskeys that adds notes of caramel, toasted rye, vanilla, and ripe stone fruit. And it's a versatile spirit, meaning you can drink it any way you want. You want to celebrate with your friends, do some shots. That's cool. You want to drink it as a sipper, maybe pour a little bit of water in it, change the flavor profile, or pour it over ice. Have it that way. You want to mix it with something like ginger ale or cola. No one's going to look at you sideways. Have it any way you want. The best thing about this is the price. It's not going to bust your budget. It's only $30 a bottle. And for a bottle of bourbon to taste this good, wow, you're really going to smile. Give it a shot yourself. Follow at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram and stay up to date on their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly. Yeah, so I was thinking about this over the weekend with having to watch the Tigers on 2 different streaming services. One that I signed up for with Apple because it was a free trial, and now I have to remember to cancel it at some point because I don't want to pay for Apple. The other one was Peacock on Sunday, which used to be free with Xfinity and now is no longer free. Now they're charging for it, and I did not sign up for that one. I'm concerned. I'm concerned going on with the football season when games get streamed again. Am I going to be left out like other fans, or am I going to have to sign up? And I don't want to sign up. I feel like the football fans, we continue to get pushed around. The league is all about making as much money as they can, and I don't think they care about the fans anywhere near as much as they pretend to. And this will be an example of it. I'm a capitalist. I don't have a problem with them making their money, and they're making tons of money. But at the expense of the fans, which the reason you're able to make that money, I'm not so sure that's wise. And I'm wondering if other people feel the same way. What's the biggest concern you have about the NFL moving forward? And we've got now it's up to 10, the total of players that are facing suspension because of gambling in the National Football League. Not necessarily gambling on NFL games. Some of them have, and those are gone for a year. But some are just in trouble for gambling in general because the NFL policy wasn't spelled out well enough for those players to understand that you couldn't gamble on non-NFL games in NFL facilities, which I still don't understand how the hell that makes any sense at all. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Plus, I'm no fan of overseas football. If you've listened to the show for any period of time, you understand that. So that's another concern that I have. What are your major concerns with the National Football League moving forward? Ed, you're next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Ed.
What's up, buddy? Yeah, first, when I'm going to go in this real quick, it has nothing to do with you personally because I definitely feel like you're a stand-up guy and been very fair as far as when I listen to you on the radio. But I want to break down something for you. Like, it's about the fan, right, and not being able to afford it, and they keep pushing up the prices. But I've been having this argument for years. I've called in national radio shows and say, hey, the league is 72 to 75% African-American. But yet when you look through the crowd, there may be 10%. The young African-American kids don't even get to go see their heroes because their families have been priced out for 30 years of these NFL situations. And there's never been a cry out from national media or even local media saying, hey, you know, with the league, if you're in Brazil and the league was 75, 80% Brazilians, I promise you the crowd wouldn't be 90% everything else but Brazilians. And the fact is the urban families, even the middle class who have 2-3 kids and just build, they can't even afford to take their kids. The owners don't look out. There's no sponsorship. There's nothing for these young African-American kids to even go see the people they look up to. And no one ever steps up and says, hey, how can you have a league that's 75% of a certain culture and the crowd is 10% at best of that culture, and not for the adults, but what about the kids?
Yeah,
I don't
kids. I don't know what the percentage is. I don't know if it's 10 or if it's more,
Well,
if it's
very
less.
low.
Look, I go to all the
We can
games.
look on TV.
I'm not disagreeing with you terribly. I'm just saying I don't know what the actual percentage is.
Let's
I wish
forget
we.
the percentage.
I wish
throw
we knew
out-
what it was, but
have a-
10 is fine. I'm not going to even dispute the 10.
Well, I don't care if it's 20.
No,
but
I
I'm talking
understand.
about the
Hang
kids.
on.
Where are the
Slow down,
free
Ed.
tickets?
Slow down.
Yeah.
I'm agreeing with you. And something that when the Rocket Mortgage Classic was in town, one of the big charities that they promote through Rocket Mortgage Classic is making sure that the city of Detroit has access to the internet. And when they started this initiative a few years ago, I believe the number was down to it was like 40%. Only 40% of Detroiters had access to the internet, whether it meant that they lacked the device or even just lacked the ability to get into cable because it wasn't wired there. And through the last few years, because of the Rocket Mortgage Classic, that number has jumped significantly. I think at the last count, it was well over 70%, and it's going to continue to climb. And this is speaking to what you're talking about, because and what I'm talking about. If the games are going to, now it's bad enough that you can't get people to go to the games because they're priced out. But you're going to make it worse that they can't even watch it on TV now because you're going to stream the games?
So you're basically creating a financial class that if you're basically pushing out. Let's forget even African American kids. You're pushing out the middle class suburban families who say, I can't afford to have streaming. It's even more expensive than cable. Like it's ridiculous that money has become such, and it's always been, but it's so crazy that you're willing to shut out such a large part of these children's youth. Like Monday Night Football, I used to look forward to seeing it on ABC. Now it's on ESPN. What if you can't afford cable?
Exactly.
So you don't get to watch and experience Monday Night Football. It's like something has to be done. I don't know who can do it. I don't know who has the voices to do it.
Well, the league can do it, and thanks for the call, Ed. I really appreciate it and that perspective. And it's something that, the National Football League donates a ton of money to charities, but maybe they need to look closer at what their initiatives are. And try to make things more available to inner cities. I have no issue with that, and that could be something that even the Lions would do on their own, or players do on their own. But you'd like the league to do it because that's the big dog in the whole litter here. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Let's go to Jim, who's next up here. 97 on the ticket. Hey, Jim.
Hey, Gator, how you doing? Great topic today. I totally agree with you about the Peacock. I'm a Lions fan. I called you many times. I live in Delaware, and my wife and kids got me the YouTube package for Father's Day. So I'm going to be able to watch the Lions next year, and thankfully we can afford that. But you're right about the other things. I mean, the Peacock or the streaming of Apple TV or the Thursday night games, and even something as simple as you can't look around the channels because it takes 3 minutes to log back out of it. But I mean, that's obviously not a major problem, but not being able to see your teams, and the gentleman that just called before me about the Monday night and not on ABC anymore, I totally agree with him. It does. I mean, as a kid, I remember going to training camp, and you could go watch your teams train. Now they give you one or two options here. I don't here in Philadelphia. That's what they give you, one or two options to go to their stadium to see organized practice. But I feel like they're getting further and further away from the fan experience. So I just had a call because I listened to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. I appreciate it, and I do think they're getting further away. And are they losing sight of what it's about? I think. You watch. I mean, it's always been this way, I guess. When you look at the Super Bowl, it hasn't always been this way. The Super Bowl. I was going to say it's always been this way. The Super Bowl that fans don't even get to go to the Super Bowl. They get the biggest game between the two best teams in the league, and fans don't even get to participate because the tickets are so ridiculously priced out. There are so few tickets that are available to those fan bases anyway. They go to the ultra rich, and you have no shot. And that's. Look, as a Lions fan, it hasn't come and haunted me yet about that. But we've taken calls on the air before when the Super Bowl was here back in the day with the Bengals and the 49ers that people were able to still get tickets to the game. When the Super Bowl came here in 2006, good luck getting tickets for the game. That was not an easy thing to do. Or the 2007 season, I guess. Or no, 2006. It was 2006. 2005 season. It's always been a difficult ticket to get, but that's just part of it. And what's going to happen when the league does, and it's going to happen at some point, that maybe playoff games are going to be streamed only. It's not pay-per-view, but it'll be streamed. Will the Super Bowl be streamed? And just, more and more, it's the fan that has to pay the price. And it doesn't seem fair. Doesn't seem fair at all. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number you want to call. You want to text and comment on this, talking about the issues the NFL has in front of them. What's the biggest issue that concerns you? For me, it's streaming. I think it's a slap in the face to NFL fans to force them to pay even more for the product. But maybe you think it's otherwise. You want to defend the NFL for that practice. That's fine. You have a forum to do so. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Well, we got a big-time potential suspension for an NCAA head football coach. We'll get to that coming up in 5 minutes. It's a big story, and everyone's going to be talking about it, and we will talk about it too. Let's get back to the phones, and Jamel is next up here. 97 the ticket. Hey, Jamel.
Hey, Gator. Shout out to you, first off, flying solo today.
Oh, thank you.
And I love that you guys are on YouTube now. So you guys are talking about some, social implications and all of this kind of stuff, so you might laugh at me, but I feel like my biggest issue with the NFL right now is what's quickly becoming an issue is quarterback salaries specifically.
Okay.
I saw an article today. Justin Herbert and Joe Burrow are both waiting for the other to sign. It's just a rumor, but so that they can use the other as a ceiling. First off, I think the idea that Herbert would get anything near what Burrow would get is hilarious. But what they're paying quarterbacks now is it's becoming more and more insane. And the question is, obviously, if Patrick Mahomes came to you and said, hey, I want it all, how much is too much to give him? It's freaking Patrick Mahomes. and not everybody's going to be Patrick Mahomes, but what they're paying quarterbacks now obviously is taken away from other positions, like obviously running backs in particular. And I feel like the implications of the salary just makes it so that so that the game has to revolve around them more. So there has to be more passing, and they have to keep being drafted high, even if you're 50% sure they're going to suck. And just so much is kind of I feel like it has its roots in how much you pay quarterbacks now.
Yeah, it's I've always wondered about that. The quarterbacks getting paid as much as they do. I get it. They're the most important player on the field. There's no question about that. But to have the disparity between what a top 10 quarterback makes and compare that to the highest paid offensive lineman or the highest paid, defensive end or edge or wide receiver, whatever you want to do, there's such a disparity. Whereas, 35, 40 years ago, there wasn't much disparity at all. Now, players weren't making as much money, obviously, but the disparity between those were a matter of hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe $1 million here and there. But now it's the average quarterback, top 10 quarterback is going to make $47 million, and the top, edge rusher is making, $30 million or $28 million, whatever it is. I mean, that's a major disparity. And then you look at running backs, which I've been complaining about for weeks now and lobbying for running backs to get paid more. Saquon Barkley is the best running back in the league, and he had to hold out. Mm-hmm. And he comes back, and he's got a 1-year, $11 million deal.
$11 million.
That's it for Saquon Barkley.
The worst part about it, in my view, is I don't really think there's a way to fix it, because even listening to Joe Burrow a while back, he was talking about how, he wants to make sure there's a good team around him, that his guys can get paid. But he also said, but I can't screw the other guys either. So he can't ask for too little.
Right.
If he asks for too little, they're going to go to him and say, the other guys say, there's no way you can make as much. There's no way you can make more than Joe Burrow. So
he could though, because that's what Tom Brady did. Tom Brady wasn't making the most of everybody. Tom Brady always made less, and he didn't care because he wanted to win, and he knew that you needed more money to spread the wealth around, and that's in part why those teams were so good, because Tom Brady didn't take as much. But thanks for the call, Jamel. I appreciate it. And yeah, it's something that the NFLPA is going to have to deal with. I think that the running backs that spoke up in the last couple of weeks, I think it's going to resonate a little bit with some changes that are going to be forthcoming, both by the Players Association and by the NFL. And I think at least them getting together and talking about it it's a step in the right direction. But it's amazing when you see amazing players like a Josh Jacobs or a Saquon Barkley that they can't get that second contract that's going to pay them what they really deserve because the league has made them disposable. I forget which running back it was that said it. It wasn't either one of those. It may have been Austin Eckler that said it. Something to the expect of the more that the running back produces, the less valuable he is. It's backwards thinking. Oh, this is great. This guy just ran for 1,700 yards and 10 touchdowns. That's awesome. well, we're not going to be able to pay him as much now because he's got some wear in the tread. Well, he just gave you 1,700 yards and 10 touchdowns. Yeah, but he also he got hit a lot. I mean, that's 275 carries he had, and it's just crazy to think that. We got some ticket texts come in. I don't have a problem with the NFL streaming games. It's just the way the world's moving. But keep the games on one service. Don't have Thursday games on Prime and Sundays on Hulu, etc. That's from John in St. Clair. You're describing basically every sport with the exception of baseball because they play so many games that you can still get tickets pretty cheap. Try to go to a Red Wings game, and if they get good seats, they're going to be over $100. Pistons, they're good for over $100. Lions seats, when I finally got my dad to give up his season tickets, they were $162 a game. Yeah, it's big business, and people get priced out, and it's unfortunate. Watch the games at home. Better view. Can watch multiple games. Human behavior is awful at NFL games. It amazes me that people will pay $10 for a beer, wear a grown man's jersey, and shout, fight, antagonize over a team and players who don't care about them or even know that they exist. Best seat in the house is your seat in your living room. I don't disagree with that, which is why I'm having a problem when the games are being streamed. That's where I have the issue, because you got to pay for the streaming service. And great show, guys. I'm not going to stream. I will not be streaming games. It's ridiculous. I guess this will be good for radio. Have a good day. Thank you, Gus. Streaming sucks. I hate streaming, and I'm very upset that the NFL Sunday Ticket is on YouTube TV this year. YouTube TV? What is that? Stupid. So, yeah. That's just the issues that we have here. Here's a big issue that's coming up. Something that a story that's brewing, and Yahoo had this first that we saw. Ross Dellinger put this out maybe 20 minutes ago, and has since been retweeted by everybody. The headline of the article is Sources. Michigan's Jim Harbaugh and the NCAA are working towards 4-game suspension over recruiting investigation. Michigan head coach Jim Harbaugh and the NCAA working towards that negotiated resolution that's expected to see him suspended 4 games this season in penalties stemming from alleged false statements that he originally made to investigators, sources tell Yahoo Sports. So basically, this gets back to the investigation they had about some recruiting practices where they thought Jim Harbaugh lied, and he refused to admit that he lied. He said he didn't remember. So now they're trying to figure this out, and they're getting to the point where it's going to be a 4-game suspension. It's centered on the NCAA investigation into recruiting violations committed by he and the Wolverine staff members. The NCAA enforcement staff alleged that Harbaugh was dishonest about the recruiting violations in his initial meeting with investigators. A quick resolution broke down in January after Harbaugh refused to admit that he lied to NCAA staff. The 59-year-old coach has maintained they didn't recall the events when first speaking with investigators, but that he was never purposely dishonest. University of Michigan did not immediately respond when asked for comment. That's not a surprise. 2 former assistants are also 2 current assistants are also expected to receive sanctions, including offensive coordinator Sharon Moore and tight ends coach Grant Newsome. So this is still ongoing to try to figure out the resolution. For those that want to know who Michigan plays in the first 4 games and see how impactful this is, don't hold your breath. East Carolina, UNLV, Bowling Green, and Rutgers. All 4 games are home games to start the season. And it just happens this is a pathetic schedule for Michigan this year. And I'm not picking on it because it just this year. Other years they've scheduled some decent non-conference games. This is not one of them. This is not one of those years. But starting the year off with those 4 schools, if this is where Harbaugh gets suspension for, it means absolutely nothing. If you want to throw some meat in there, suspend him for the first 4 Big Ten games on the schedule. That would do something. The story goes on to say Harbaugh's alleged initial cover-up was worse than the crime itself from the NCAA's perspective. In a notice of allegations sent to Michigan last year, the association cited 4 Level 2 violations, including meeting with 2 recruits during COVID-19 dead period, texting a recruit outside of the allowable time period, having analysts perform on-field coaching duties during practice, and having coaches watching players work out via Zoom. Well, we'll see what ends up happening with this, but right now they're still trying to work it out, but it looks like it's going to be a 4-game suspension over a recruiting investigation for Jim Harbaugh in the University of Michigan. How does that make you feel? Does it change anything at all about what's happening with Michigan this year? I don't think so. You're free to talk about it. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. I think when all is said and done, because of who they play during that schedule, it is a giant nothing burger. But maybe you feel differently. Does it make you feel better or worse about Michigan's season? And about the program itself, just the state of the program. Does it make you feel better or worse about Jim Harbaugh? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1 The Ticket. So the story breaking in this hour is that sources are telling Yahoo Sports and others that Michigan and the NCAA are in discussions. This is from Pete Thamel now. A source confirms that Michigan and the NCAA are in discussions about a negotiated resolution for a 4-game suspension to start the 2023 season. This stems from an NCAA investigation into Michigan recruiting, Yahoo Sports first reported. Pete Thamel follows that up with a comment from Tom Mars, who is Jim Harbaugh's attorney. Tom Mars on the potential 4-game suspension for Harbaugh says, quote, "We are continuing to work cooperatively with the NCAA staff on an enforcement matter. At this time, we are not allowed to comment on possible penalties or other aspects of the matter." End quote. So you're still waiting to find out what's going to happen here, right? I mean, if Harbaugh gets suspended for 4 games, is that it? I mean, in terms of the penalties? It's 4 games. The first 4 games of the season are completely inconsequential on their schedule. It's the easy part of their schedule. But it would be the same with any team. I mean, you don't pick and choose when it happens, I guess. I said earlier, look, if you wanted to throw some meat at it, you say it's the first 4 games of the Big Ten schedule. That's not going to happen. It would never happen like that. It always seems to be the first 4. Wouldn't be any different if this were Alabama or Georgia. I would find it strange that if it's a recruiting situation, why are you going to suspend the coach for 4 games? Would there be scholarships lost? Is that part of it? I don't know. That will remain to be seen, but it's something we're going to keep an eye on, and we're asking people at 248-539-9797. You want to text? You want to talk about it? This isn't a terribly new story. This is something that kind of broke way back in January. We knew about this, but now it's kind of coming to fruition here with what the suspension could be, and it basically stems from the NCAA saying that Jim Harbaugh lied to them in an investigation about the recruiting violations. And that if he hadn't lied to him, maybe things would have gone differently. But you lied to him, and that becomes a level 1 infraction, and that's when things really start to pick up and look difficult. There have been just a bunch of things that have happened with Michigan over the since last season began, and they've been able to maneuver their way through the minefield of the issues, but this is one that they're not going to be able to maneuver through. But in the end, is it really even that impactful on the Michigan program to not have the head coach available for the first 4 games? Normal seasons, I would say yes, but in this upcoming season, when you're facing the likes of East Carolina, UNLV, Bowling Green, and then Rutgers, and they're all home games, I would say not so much. Now, if he is suspended for those 4 games, and then the assistant coaches, the tight ends coach and the offensive quarterback coach, Sharon Moore, if he's in trouble as well, and they suspend him or both of those guys for the first 4 games as well, maybe it has some more impact. But we'll see. We'll keep an eye on this one. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number if you want to comment on it. Feel free to do so. We certainly encourage that. Getting back to other topics we had here today on the ticket, we were talking earlier about the Detroit Lions and the idea of Teddy Bridgewater coming here and signing a contract and how important it is for the Lions to have that backup quarterback. Teddy Bridgewater came in yesterday and spoke with the Lions, the front office, talked with the GM, talked with the head coach, talked with some of the other members of the coaching staff. Dan Campbell even commented on it afterwards. Actually commented on it this morning. And made it seem like, yeah, they'd love to have him, which was kind of strange for me to hear an actual coach talking about a free agent player that had just left the facilities. But say, hopefully we can make something work. It makes all the sense in the world for the Lions to upgrade the backup quarterback position. I don't want to take shots at Nate Sudfeld. We haven't seen hardly anything of Nate Sudfeld. But I think it's safe to say that Teddy Bridgewater would be an upgrade over Nate Sudfeld as a backup quarterback. And, of course, the best case scenario is that you never have to use the backup quarterback, because that would mean, of course, that your starting quarterback is healthy. And that would be best of all if that's the case. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Let's go to the phones, and we'll pick up Ed. You're next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Ed.
Hey, Gator. Harbaugh's had some run-ins already with the NCAA. Remember Ryan Day called him out for them practicing when they weren't supposed to be practicing?
Right.
I mean, I believe it was during COVID, a whole moratorium on practicing and everything.
Yeah, that's part of this.
Anyways.
That's part of this.
Yeah, but then, here's the problem. Everybody in the country knows the NCAA's days are done. They're on borrowed time. There will no longer be an NCAA. The top 5 divisions will rule college football, and that's how they do it. But you know what? Until then, if the NCAA wants any teeth, they can't just go after the first 4 games when, they're basically been high school teams. They need to smack him and I wouldn't even take away the first 4 games of the Big Ten. I'd take away the last 4 of the Big Ten.
Wow. Well, and that would be that would be a major impact if they did that. You'll get his
attention.
Well,
yes, you'll get Harbaugh's attention.
Well, I think they have his attention now. No coach wants to be suspended for anything. It's just, in this case, the first 4 games, 4-game suspension sounds serious until you look at the 4 games, and it's really nothing. What it does do is it limits his contact with recruits that you're bringing to those first 4 games, because those are all home games. And, games to start the season, you get a bunch of recruits that come in, and the head coach isn't going to be there to greet them.
I guess you got to ask yourself, if you really believe Jim Harbaugh's not going to greet them, you're a bigger fool than anybody else.
Well,
I'm not speaking to you specifically.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Right. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what the rules are thanks for the call, Ed. I don't know what the rules are when somebody gets suspended. Are they persona non grata on campus during that period of time? I don't know. And obviously with the way that we have technology today with phones and all that, you'd think there'd be some kind of communication, but if you're not supposed to, you're not supposed to, and that could be trouble, right? Some ticket text coming in. Jim Tressel resigned because he lied to NCAA investigators. It was a long time ago now. Gator, it's actually funny how the NCAA gives out suspensions. A few weeks ago, Northwestern was going to give 2 weeks for the hazing incident, and when Harbaugh gets 4 weeks for having extra practices, smack my head, that's Jeff. Yeah, Northwestern was going to do that, and then Northwestern decided against that, and they fired Pat Fitzgerald. And now they've got a real hornet's nest there because you got players coming out of the woodwork talking about the hazing that has gone on that program for a long time. Different situations, but I see what you're trying to do with the 2 weeks and now the 4 weeks. I think what's happened with Northwestern is far more serious than what was going on with Michigan and lying to the NCAA. I don't feel anything about the Harbaugh situation because I don't know the facts or the truth, but haters will jump to judge. I'm not going to say the last part other than he says, love you, Gator. Thank you, but I won't say the other part. I remember when Jim Tressel got fired for lying to the NCAA, the good old days. Yeah, and look, you can debate which was more serious, those infractions versus what was going on with the Michigan situation right now. Different times, right? Now, there's NIL. Players can make money off their name, image, and likeness. And back then, you could not. So when you were selling the gold pants that they had, some kind of pin that they would give the players, and that's how they got in trouble initially. So Jim Harbaugh and coaches watched a player on Zoom work out over COVID and gets 4 games, but Urban Meyer not reporting domestic abuse, assault within the program, only gets a 3-game suspension. Ridiculous bias. NCAA is a joke. Jack from Romeo. Yeah, it seems like there's more to it than just the Zoom workout over COVID. And with the Urban Meyer stuff, it was a long time before that. But I won't deny this. Is the NCAA a joke at times? Yep. Without a doubt. And then there's this. Wait, how do you get to, quote, negotiate your suspension? I kind of agree with that. I think I was talking with Evan about that during the break. I'm not sure how why it is that you would have some sort of negotiation period. What happens is the NCAA makes their decision, they drop a hammer, and then you, as someone who had the hammer dropped on you, can appeal, and then you can work things out. I don't know if that happened. So they're just negotiating all this out before it even goes to an appeal, I guess. I don't know. I suspect it's because Jim Harbaugh doesn't want to admit that he lied. I think they're going to try to find some wording as best they can so that he doesn't have to have that admission. But that also seems like that's the one thing the NCAA desperately wants is for Harbaugh to admit that he lied. Either way, it's a small price to pay for a 4-game suspension for the first 4 games of the season. It really don't matter that much. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. So if you want some real statistical anomalations, just take a look at what Shohei Ohtani is doing in Major League Baseball right now. Oh, man. He is unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it ever in my life. The closest I can get to it, I guess, is, thinking about Bo Jackson when he had, playing two different sports and at such a high level, being the running back for the Raiders and playing outfield with the Royals. But what Shohei Ohtani is doing in baseball, pitching and hitting and being elite at both is absolutely incredible. It's incredible. And he's not going to be the last. He's the first to do it like this. I know people you can bring up Babe Ruth all you want, but Babe Ruth wasn't doing what Shohei was doing. And it was also 100 years ago. Literally like 100 years ago. But I think we're going to see more of this, what Shohei Ohtani is doing. We're seeing it at the college level where guys are, they're great pitchers, but they're also great hitters. They're position players. They want to contribute in more ways than just being on the hill every 5 days or whatever. Or in college, it's different than that. And some of the best players in college are pitchers and hitters and position players. We're going to see more of it. You're going to see more players come in through the minor leagues that are able to do this, pitch and hit. And I think it's cool. If you're good enough to do it, do it. I don't like pitchers hitting in baseball. I hated the National League growing up because of that, different rule there. I grew up with a DH, so I always loved it. And the reason I didn't like seeing the pitchers hit is because the pitchers couldn't. Because they stopped. They stopped training for it. So why do I want to see, a guy come up every ninth at bat who's going to hit 115? Don't need to see that. And then you had your exceptions to the rule. I know. Mickey Lolich hit a home run in the World Series. I know. Okay? I got it. And there are some pitchers that could hit a little bit. But Shohei Ohtani is hitting a lot. He's hitting .302 this year. He's got a 1072 OPS. He's got 36 home runs. He's on pace to hit damn near 60. He leads the league in walks, home runs, triples, slugging percentage, on-base percentage. All while being a pitcher every 5 days, and he's been awfully good there as well. A little bit of a down year this year with pitching. He's had some injuries he's had to work through, but still an ERA of 3.71 in the 19 starts he's made. He's got 148 strikeouts in 111 innings and a whip of 1.11. He's been dominant. Now, he will not pitch against the Tigers this weekend. But he is in the lineup. He will hit over the next 3 games, you would expect. But because he is the big name, a free agent at the end of the season, because it seems like there's no progress being made with working out an extension for him to stay with the Angels are in that awful position of having such an attraction, the biggest attraction in sports right now, in the 4 major sports anyway. He's the biggest attraction. And they can't continue on with him. They have to let him go. And you can't just let him go. You're going to have to trade him because you can't let this guy go for nothing. That would be a travesty. And the Angels right now, they're feeling it. A week from now, the trade deadline will have come and gone. And the Angels might find themselves just a couple games out of the wild card spot. And they're going to have to make up their mind in the next 6 days. What do they do with Shohei Ohtani? Do they trade him? Or do they try to make a run for it? Do they buy some players at the trade deadline to try to improve the roster and make the playoff push and get him into the playoffs so he can actually see what it's like to play on a playoff team? I wouldn't if I were Artie Moreno, the owner of the Angels. You already know you're not going to have him back. If you know that's not going to happen because he hasn't worked out the extension, Maybe it's just that you don't want to spend the money that's requisite of getting him long term. He's 28 years old. I mean, he's likely to get, if he hits the free agent market, he's likely to get at very least an 8-year deal. And that 8-year deal could push close to $500 million. We talked earlier in the show about Jaylen Brown getting a $60 million a year contract extension with the Celtics. It's a 5-year extension for $304 million. What does Shohei Ohtani get? You know, if he's signed for 10 years, he's going to get $500 million without question. If he's signed for 8 years, I think it could push close to, if not surpass, $500 million because of the player that you're getting. I am leery of him continuing to be able to do both at this elite level. We're seeing a little bit of it this year where he's had to deal with some injuries, pitching-wise, but he's still getting through it and still having a really good season. But it's interesting because guess who's in town? The Angels and Shohei Ohtani. They're in town. And I would have to imagine that this is an attraction. That people come down to the ballpark at Comerica Park. You're going to come down tonight, tomorrow night. Hopefully the weather holds out. And then they've got a day game on Thursday. That you're going to want to see Shohei Ohtani. Because he's the best player in Major League Baseball today. And you can make your arguments about the best athlete in sports right now. But right now what he's done in baseball is absolutely incredible. Are you buying your tickets? Are you taking the family to see Shohei Ohtani? And something else I wonder, we saw it happen at Comerica Park years ago. I mean, it was 10 years ago maybe, when Austin Jackson was playing in center field and had to be called back to the dugout because he was traded on the trade deadline. Are we going to see that this week? Does Shohei Ohtani get traded during the course of a game against the Tigers? Does that happen? Because that would be really awkward. I don't know if he'll be playing in the outfield or if he's just going to DH or what. But, one time you see Shohei up at the plate and then you don't see him again for the rest of the game. Why? Because he's been traded. Is that going to be the case? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. I'm just curious if people have the interest to get out to the ballpark to watch Ohtani because he is extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary as a player. Also talking about the Lions and Teddy Bridgewater situation. Do you want the Lions to sign Teddy Bridgewater? Does it make the most sense of all? This is a move that probably a few months ago, we all would have said, yeah, make it happen. And there was the reported interest. There was a reported contract offer. We didn't find out what the terms were, but there was reports that the Lions made an offer. Nothing happened. Fast forward to yesterday, and they brought him in again to talk with him face-to-face. It seems like there's a deal that could be made to make Teddy Bridgewater the backup quarterback of the Detroit Lions. And strangely enough, it seems like it would be a major move for someone who may never play a single down because of the backup quarterback position. Also, we mentioned that the Yahoo story about Jim Harbaugh and the NCAA, and that they are working on a suspension that'll be about 4 games for the head coach because he lied to the NCAA investigators. And we've gotten some feedback on that. From John in Lake Orion, currently at Cedar Point. He says, I nominate that Jim Harbaugh gets suspended for 4 of the last 5 games he can coach against Maryland. That's not going to happen. The NCAA doesn't even know how to handle NIL and recruiting. Why should anyone be honest with them in the first place? NCAA is full of crap. Well, I mean, if that means that you're just you're going to condone lying, which is wrong. I don't like how the NIL is being handled in college football. I hate how NIL is being handled in college football, for that matter. But doesn't mean you should exonerate Harbaugh because he lied to the NCAA. Who will be the interim head coach now? Interesting question. I wonder if the suspensions, if they're handed out, and if Sharon Moore gets a suspension, will they stagger him? And will it be 4 games like Harbaugh's? That I don't know. I just find it hilarious that Tennessee gets caught paying players for years and Harbaugh buys a kid dinner and he gets suspended. It's much more than just buying a kid dinner. There's a lot that happened there. But yes, you want to bring that up with Tennessee. I agree. Tennessee got a slap on the wrist. Although they did lose scholarships. And they did self-sanction, which is something that, Michigan wouldn't admit to, or that at least Harbaugh wouldn't admit to lying. And from the looks of it, it doesn't seem like Michigan's going to lose scholarships either. So I would say Tennessee got hit harder. But I don't think Tennessee got hit hard enough. Another person says Harbaugh gets suspended for lying, which I get is wrong, but Tennessee gets a slap on the wrist for 200-plus violations. That's from Brett. Again, Brett, would you rather have Harbaugh gone for the first 4 games against meaningless competition? Or would you rather lose a bunch of scholarships and then have to vacate all the wins that you had? Gator, the NCAA looks the other way with SEC, but everyone else is punished. SEC is the moneymaker for them. They do no wrong. Doug and Waterford. Again, I refer to my previous statements. I agree with you that Tennessee didn't get hit hard enough, and yet they're losing scholarships. Michigan's not losing scholarships under this plan right now. Now, maybe that changes. Maybe that's also in addition to Harbaugh getting suspended for the first 4 games of the season. Steve Madison Heights, I kind of see what the NCAA negotiating with Jim Harbaugh over suspended sounds like Looney Tunes. It's a 4-game suspension. NASCAR term works here. If it ain't rubbing, you ain't racing. Harbaugh's legacy at Michigan changed because of these moments. Take your medicine, which is 4 games, and just win, baby. Never admit to lying. It's a trap. Seems like a lot of Spartan outrage over the Harbaugh situation. Maybe they should worry about their own floundering program and most overpaid coach in sports. Where's the outrage? Do I sound outraged at all? Is that what you think? I sound outraged? Does anybody else send in a text that I've read that seems like it's outraged, like they sound like a Spartan in this? I disagree with that vehemently. There's the outrage. I don't know if this is a big deal or not. Those violations don't seem like they were much. I think that the penalty of 4-game suspension on its merit sounds like it's a pretty tough deal. But when you look at what the 4 games are, it's not. But that's the way the schedule fell this year. Whatever. I think Tennessee got off a little light. But Tennessee's punishment to me seems harder than what this is. But Tennessee's punishment should be harder than what this is. I'm sure Harbaugh will take it all in stride at Big Media Day, Big Ten Media Day. Yeah, we'll see. The other thing, the story, it mentioned that it could take weeks before they come to a real resolution in this, which is interesting. If it takes weeks, does that push it to past week 1 of the season? It may not. I mean, the first game of the season for Michigan is on September 2nd, which is what, 5 weeks away? So can they get this done in 5 weeks? I think they'll get this done in 5 weeks. But it may not be to what Jim Harbaugh wants, because he's going to have to admit that he lied, and that seems to be the one thing he does not want to admit to. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Your calls on the Tigers taking on the Angels tonight. You want to comment on Teddy Bridgewater and the Lions situation. The Lions need to get Teddy Bridgewater. Is this a must-get in your eyes? You want to talk about the Jim Harbaugh potential suspension for the first 4 games of the season? Anything's fair game here on 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, play, practice, and party the way that you want at 5 Iron Golf. It's the nation's leading indoor golf and entertainment experience, and now it's open in downtown Detroit. I've been there. It's outstanding. They've got 13 TrackMan simulators, certified instructors there to teach you. They've got a full bar and restaurant. The whole family can tee up great times. Look, you want to play Pebble Beach or some of the great courses in the country? You can on the simulators. You've got up to 200 different courses. You can take a lesson, compete in a league. Heck, you can join as a founding member. That's pretty great. Or you can spice up your next date night visit. Check out 5irongolf.com to learn all about it. You get 50% off your first booking when you mention Gator at the checkout. Again, it's 5irongolf.com. This is kind of a bummer. Reading on a story from Odyssey.com. That's us. Justin Fields has declined Netflix's quarterback series for 2023. So the quarterback series that is on Netflix right now followed the season last year of three different quarterbacks. Patrick Mahomes, who obviously made it all the way to the Super Bowl and won. Kirk Cousins led the Vikings to a pretty great 13-4 season, but ended disappointingly when they lost at home to the Giants. And then also Marcus Mariota, who started the season with the Atlanta Falcons and then found himself after a bye week out of the job. They were going to let Desmond Ridder get some starts, and then he basically walked away from the team, and I believe had some surgery too. So that was an interesting watch with that show. It was actually very well done. You breeze through. It's only 8 episodes long. You breeze through it in just a couple days. But we talked about thinking about who would be the next quarterbacks you'd like to see on there, and Justin Fields' name came up a bunch. When you're trying to look at 3 quarterbacks at different stages of their career, and Fields entering, year 2 on the season, he said he didn't want to do it. He said, I watched it. It was kind of cool seeing everybody's different backgrounds, kind of see how they prepare. It was cool seeing their personal lives and how they balance life and football. They actually did reach out, and I don't think I want to do it just because I'd rather keep everything the way it is around here. Having cameras around the building, I think that might chance the vibe of everybody. I just want to keep it natural, organic, and just really focus on what's going on in the building. So no interest in being part of it this year, Justin Fields. Like I said, that's unfortunate because I think he would have been an interesting one to watch. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Getting some more ticket texts coming in regarding Shohei Ohtani. What if Ohtani won the Triple Crown and the Cy Young in the same season? That's Bill the Mailman. Well, he won't do it this year. He's well behind in batting average, but let's say he wins the Triple Crown. I don't think he's going to win the Cy Young because his numbers aren't terribly impressive enough. He's very good. If this had been last year for him, last year was a Cy Young type season, but didn't get that. I don't know if he starts enough to get that. He made 28 starts last year, won 15 games, had a 2.33 earned run average. He was great last year and finished 4th in a Cy Young. So, yeah, I don't see it happening. But I've been proven wrong by this guy before. He's incredible. Big Shohei Ohtani fan. Ohtani is basically the best 2 Major League Baseball players combined, and he might not even make the same as Jaylen Brown. Something's crazy with the NBA right now. That's from Keith. Well, he's not the best pitcher. I think he's the best hitter for sure. But he's probably one of the top 20 pitchers in all of baseball. Ohtani is destined to be a Yankee. What would be amazing is if he came out of the game after being traded, went to the locker room, came out in a Tigers uniform, and hit a home run as a pitch hitter for the Tigers to beat the Angels. Yeah, that's not going to happen. We talked a lot about the dream, dare to dream scenario of the Tigers landing Shohei Ohtani. I wouldn't do it in trade. I would put all the eggs in a basket of just giving him money in the offseason and hope he hits free agency. But if you're one of these teams and you're going to trade for him, my guess is that you're going to try your damnedest to sign him to a long-term deal. But if you're Shohei Ohtani, I'd still wait things out. Yeah, okay, I'm being traded. Fair enough. But I'm not going to sign anything until I get to free agency. I'm going to explore all my options. Going to go where I want to go. Regarding Harbaugh didn't lie. He said he doesn't recall. Did you remember 2 years ago, if you ever bought Doug lunch, they asked Harbaugh something that happened 2 years ago. I remember buying Doug lunch. I do. Got Chipotle for everybody. It was another time I bought lunch, and it brought in some Chick-fil-A. Yeah, no, I remember that. But that's a guy I see every day. Now, imagine what it would be like if it were like a specific recruit. That I'd probably remember. Yeah. That's not what it is. That's just a small part of all the recruiting violations that happen there, but it's okay. Ohtani is equivalent to an NHL goaltender taking nights off and playing center and scoring 40 goals. That's from Jack and Fenton. I don't even think you can make a comparison to hockey. There just isn't. I mean, I guess it would be if you play 30 games as a goaltender, you're outstanding, and then the other 50 games you play in the season, you score. That's how you have to split it up. That's crazy. Of course, I'll be going Gator. If you have generational talent coming to town, you owe it to yourself to go see it. I mean, back before the steroid scandal, I went to Tiger Stadium just to see Mark McGwire take batting practice, and it was unreal, a total spectacle. That's from Chris from the Creek, wondering if people are going to get out to Comerica Park tonight just to see Shohei Ohtani. 3 games against the Angels. Probably the last 3 games he'll ever play in the Angels uniform at Comerica Park. You've got your chance. He won't pitch here, but he's going to hit. I wonder if he's even going to – he should get traded. But will he get traded this week, or will he get traded right up to the deadline? If you're the Angels, do you hold out to the last offer, or do you want to get this over and done with? I mean, the Angels are contemplating not doing anything. They're contemplating actually buying players at the deadline because they find themselves, I think it's 4.5 games out of a wild card spot. I think that's stupid if that's what they want to do. I mean, you know, if you're the Angels, if you're able to re-sign Shohei Ohtani, and it seems like you're not. And then reports came out earlier today that they would not trade with the Dodgers. They just won't do it. They're not going to trade to a crosstown rival. So there goes, one of your bidders. And we'll see what happens because he may end up signing with the Dodgers anyway. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. You want to talk about the Tigers. You want to talk about Shohei Ohtani coming to town. We got that on board. The Jim Harbaugh stuff's out there. Suspended for the first 4 games of the season. Likely that's what they're trying to negotiate. Interesting that he gets to negotiate this. Also talking about the Lions. Do they desperately need to make sure that they signed a backup quarterback, and then that backup quarterback being Teddy Bridgewater? Does that make too much sense to let that one pass? It's all up on the board here. Carson Anderson, 97.1, the ticket. The more you look at this Jim Harbaugh situation with the NCAA, and somehow he gets to help negotiate part of this, the punishment, which seems crazy. People are telling Yahoo Sports and everybody else it's coming out the story now that looks like Michigan's Jim Harbaugh will be suspended for the first 4 games of the season for some recruiting violations that weren't big recruiting violations. The reasons he's going to be suspended for 4 games is because he didn't admit to lying and misleading the NCAA in the first place. Had he done that back in January, he wouldn't have been suspended for 4 games. According to the Yahoo story, it says Harbaugh's alleged initial cover-up was worse than the crime itself from the NCAA's perspective. In a notice of allegations sent to Michigan last year, the association cited 4 level 2 violations, including meeting with 2 recruits during a COVID-19 dead period, texting a recruit outside of an allowable time period, having analysts perform on-field coaching duties during practice, and having coaches watching players work out via Zoom. Now, these aren't major violations. These are level 2 violations, but they're violations nonetheless, and they would come with some penalties. But the penalties wouldn't have resulted in 4-game suspension. Harbaugh eventually acknowledged that the program committed the level 2 violations, but refused to sign any document or publicly state that he was ever untruthful with the enforcement staff. And this is what the NCAA is pissed about, because they think he lied to them. And lying is a level 1 violation, the most serious of the organization's scale. A level 1 violation could carry with it a 6-game suspension and significant recruiting restrictions, according to NCAA statutes. So if that's what it could have been, and are they negotiating this down to just 4-game suspension and nothing else, except maybe something for the assistant coaches that participated, it's really not that big of a deal. Like I'm not piling as a Spartan. I'm not piling on. I'm not smiling ear to ear because I don't think the violations were much to be upset about. I mean, you could be upset about the violations to begin with, the level 2 violations. You shouldn't have done them and pay your price. But, I think the NCAA is being a little petty here too, but it is what it is. 4-game suspension. He should sign off on it. Yep. Fair enough. It's the first 4 games of the year, which are against East Carolina, UNLV, Bowling Green, and Rutgers. They're all 4 home games. That would sting a little bit because you're not there for when you bring recruits in. It would sting a little bit for sure. And for a guy who's as ultra competitive as he is and wants to be the guy on record that helps coach the team to those 4 wins, yeah, that would sting him. Now, is it more severe than what Tennessee got? Absolutely not. Tennessee lost scholarships. They had to vacate wins. And Tennessee's violations were a hell of a lot worse than what Harbaugh is being accused of. So, anyway, just wanted to kind of put that in a little bit of a bow. But you're more than capable of commenting on it if you'd like. Somebody's taking text. You said long, Gregor. Just maybe a little much on both sides. Now you got some of the Spartans fans out there sending texts in, and then you've got some Michigan fans defending. It's just either way, interesting, very interesting. 248-539-9797. Let's go to the phones, and Tim is next up here. 97 on the ticket. Hey, Tim.
Hey, how you doing, Gator?
I'm good, Tim.
You said you watched the series Quarterback, right?
I did, yes. I just finished it on Sunday.
Okay, I'm up to the 7th episode, and I have to say, man, my opinion as far as Patrick Mahomes has changed to the worst, and Kirk Cousins and Marcus Mariota, I kind of have changed to the better on them.
Interesting. See, yeah. My mind changed on Mariota a little bit because he ended up walking away from the team.
Right.
So that bothered me, the way that ends. Now, yeah, I think it could have been handled better, and look, we're getting one version of it. Don't really get his version of it. I think he's a great guy. I think he'd be a great teammate. I don't know if he's a great player anymore. and he's going to a situation that's good for him now with Philadelphia being a backup to Jalen Hurts. That should suit him just fine. But he did walk away from the team in Atlanta.
Right. That was the bad thing, I thought. I just always thought, once his child was born, it was his heart wasn't into it anymore. It just, I don't know. We don't hang out with these guys, so we really don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if that. I'm sorry to cut you off there. During the course of the show, there's some childbirth that goes on. But he was banged up. The team wasn't winning. And if the team wasn't going to make the playoffs, they had drafted Desmond Ritter as a quarterback. Want to take a look and see what they got with him? But yeah, I totally understand that from a football perspective. The series is great. It really was. I give it a solid 8 out of 10 watching that. It was entertaining. It got better as the series went on. You had 8 episodes. There was a point in time, a little bit of a roller coaster for me with my feelings on Patrick Mahomes. And when all was said and done, I'm cool with Patrick Mahomes. Some of it looked a little phony to me, but I think some things change when you actually have microphones on somebody 24/7 during the course of a game. And when guys are going through painful experiences, whether it's Kirk Cousins getting drilled in the ribs or it's Patrick Mahomes with a high ankle sprain, you can hear the pain. And, okay, it's a similar sound from both players. I got it. But it's worth watching if you haven't seen it, if you have Netflix. Again, a damn streaming service. Jack is next up here. 97 on the ticket. Hey, Jack.
Hey, Gator. Hey, so I'm just trying to figure out with this Harbaugh situation. Are we sure that this suspension is only related to the fraction of lying? Because it seems pretty severe if that's all that it's related to.
Well, it seems that that's what the NCAA is about. That if they had the evidence in front of them, they gave them the opportunity, and apparently Harbaugh didn't tell them what they wanted to hear with what the evidence told them. And they think he lied, and they take it very seriously. So apparently the level 1 violation could carry with it a 6-game suspension and significant recruiting restrictions according to the NCAA statutes. It went to there. It didn't have to. Harbaugh could simply have admitted right away, signed off on it, and it would have been done with.
Yeah, I totally. I just, it seems like there's a lot of pretty crazy stuff going on in Michigan's athletic department over the last 5 years. I mean, it seems like Warren Manuel's kind of lost the reins there. I mean, you've had, obviously the Dr. Anderson thing is one thing. Michigan hockey went through a whole bit of turmoil. Matt Weiss was fired last year. You had the whole Mozzie Smith situation. I mean, there's a litany of stuff, and that probably doesn't even cover it. I mean,
it doesn't cover it.
Coach in the face.
Yeah, and then you get Xavier Simpson driving the athletic director's car, and I mean, look, there's a lot of stuff that kind of fades away with Michigan. It fades
crazy.
away. It doesn't have the staying power, but it's kind of how it's always been. I find it funny here because to me, the NCAA is being a little bit petty about this, and thanks for the call. That they take great offense to being lied to, and it's kind of a fine line. A guy says he doesn't remember. Now, do I believe that? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I believe that he says he doesn't remember or not. But the NCAA just wants him to admit to it. Just say you did it. I can't do it. I don't remember. But just, Jim, if you say you did it, this all goes away. We'll just, it's minor infractions. No, I'm not going to admit to that. So Jim's going to fall into sort of integrity, whether he was lying or not. It's interesting. And the NCAA says, you know what? No, we're not going to put up with that. We can suspend you up to 6 games. And maybe that's where things started. They were going to go that route. And then this is the negotiation, to negotiate down to 4. But it's going to have to come, I'm guessing, with an admission of lying on Jim Harbaugh's behalf. We'll see how it plays out. Could take a few weeks. But it'll no doubt be done before the start of the season, which is September 2nd for the start of the first game of the season anyway. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Got some ticket text coming in. Why should Harbaugh have to admit to lying if he didn't lie to begin with? This is a witch hunt. Well, I imagine the NCAA has more information than you or I have, and they feel that information points to him knowing and lying. LOL, you sound excited, LOL, and disappointed Harbaugh isn't at least suspended until after the MSU game. Do I sound excited about this? I don't think it's a big deal. I think it's funny that, it's this little piddling match between the NCAA and Jim Harbaugh. You lied. No, I didn't. I didn't remember. But you lied. No, I just said I didn't remember. But you lied. Well, we think you did, and now we're going to suspend you for 6 games. Well, wait a minute. Let's negotiate it. Okay, we'll talk. And get it down to 4 games and whatever. It's not a big deal. For what they were alleged to have done, or what they did, I guess they did admit to doing it. Contacting recruits when you're not supposed to. Coaching recruits when you're not supposed to. Watching recruits work out when you're not supposed to. Not supposed to do these things. I'm not giddy about this. I don't think any of that should result in some sort of major turmoil for the football program. But I guess that's your interpretation. That's fine. I really don't care. And as far as suspended until at least after the MSU game, no, I love Jim Harbaugh on the sideline for the Michigan State game. I love it. I don't think Michigan State wins this year, and I don't think it matters if Harbaugh's on the sideline or not. But if Michigan State always has a chance, I'd rather he's on the sideline. I'm just saying. 248-539-9797. Brandon's next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Brandon.
Hey, Gator. How's it going?
All right.
So, yeah, whatever. 4 games. Let's just, it is what it is, I think. I don't think that, you think it's funny or nothing, or excited. But I know the 2 gentlemen coming up after you already got a hard-on about the situation, and I can't wait to hear their perspective. But, it is what it is. I do think it's funny, though, the whole little bickering between the 2, though.
Yeah, I think it's interesting how it's going to play out. I mean, it seems like the reporting makes it seem that this all would have gone away if Jim Harbaugh had just admitted back in January and signed off and said, yes, I'm sorry, I misled you guys. This happened, and we've done internally. We've taken care of this, and the NCAA would have been like, "You're good, okay, fair enough. Self-imposed sanctions, we got you." But instead, they take great offense to this because you're not supposed to lie to the NCAA, and now they turn it into suspension.
Right, you can just hear Harbaugh's, his little voice and comments that he does after the game, and then take into the conversation he has with the NCAA. So I just think it's funny, but I'm just excited to hear Mike's hard-on story.
Right. Well, we'll see what they have to say. I'm sure they're going to have some fun. I know they're going to have some fun with it. Some more ticket texts coming in. Who cares? I could coach them for the first 4 games and they'd win. Yeah, I mean, Michigan's favored to win the Big Ten. They're likely a playoff team. They are a team that can contend for a national championship. They've got a great team coming back this year. Your quarterback is back. If Blake Corum is healthy, then you've got 2 outstanding running backs that are back. You've got 2 first-team preseason All-American offensive linemen on the team. To go with Blake Corum, who's a preseason All-American. First team, by the way. Yeah, it's a really good football team. I think you could have half the coaches gone for the first 4 games, and it's not going to matter. Does Ohtani need to win a World Series to be considered the greatest player ever, assuming he continues to play his play for years to come? No, he doesn't have to be considered the greatest. Win a World Series, be considered the greatest player ever. It certainly helps, but there's such debate. I mean, who is the greatest player in baseball? There's a ton of debate about that. You got different eras of baseball. I almost feel like it's unfair to compare someone who played in the 20s and the 30s to somebody who's playing today. It's unfair to compare the steroid era to, the 50s or 60s. Every era has their differences. When all is said and done, yeah, if Shohei Ohtani has another 8 years in his career where he's leading the league in home runs and pitching out of his mind still, I don't think there's any question. Because it's not just, it's everything he does. He's fast as hell. He steals bases. He's fast as hell when he's a competent, more than competent outfielder with a really good arm out there when they play him out there. As far as hitting, he hits for power. He hits for average. He's patient at the plate. He draws walks. He leads the league in triples. He's got all the hitting tools you want. And then, oh, by the way, he can pitch. He's got a high 90s fastball, and he's got off-speed pitch. He's incredible. Absolutely incredible. My thoughts on quarterback was Mahomes is awesome, which I didn't like before I watched this and still can't stand his wife. Okay. Maybe a little unfair. It's funny, and I can't wait to get Doug back in next week, and I'm hoping that Doug will finish the series by that point, because Doug was always commenting about Kirk Cousins' home in Minnesota that he had, this awesome backyard, the big fire pit, and the mature trees, and on the lake, and don't you love that? I'm like, yeah, it's great. It's nice. I wasn't as impressed by it, but as Doug was. But when he sees Patrick Mahomes' house that he was building, I think there might be a different feeling on that.
I love the fire pit.
Fire pit's fine. It's fine. But, I mean, Doug loved it. Doug went overboard on how great it was. And I'm like,
I'll be honest with you. I was like,
it's a nice fire pit.
If you're going to do a fire pit.
It's a big fire pit.
Hey, that's a fire pit for a party.
Yeah, yeah, without a doubt.
Right. That's not a fire pit. I just want to go outside.
No, it's not the fire pit I have in my back patio. I mean, it's a little different than that.
Close, but yeah.
Yeah. Rico Beard joins us, the Valenti and Rico show. I imagine you guys probably have some thoughts on the potential suspension here for Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, Gator, it's funny because driving in, I heard you talking about, hey, there's a major, division, Power 5 coach. This was not the coach I was thinking. I was like, okay, what SEC coach got popped this time?
Did they finally drop a hammer on Georgia for everything that's going on there?
Right, or, Calipari finally had to pay his dues. I was like, wait, what? I've forgotten all about this. So, yeah, we're going to talk a little bit about this. But I swear to God, I just want to head a lot of people off before they call in. This was not about cheeseburgers. I know that's going to be a popular.
Well, a lot of people think that it's all, and I don't know how you can.
Not.
But it's also, in my opinion, wasn't a big deal. The problem was all he had to do was say, "Yep, you're right.
This is
I misled you. I'm sorry. I'll," and then it's all goes away like everything else does.
Gators, another case where the cover-up is worse than the crime. Had you simply said, "Yeah, guys, we were watching some people on Zoom, and we did this, and I had some analysts out there acting like coaches," okay.
I did make some illegal contact with some recruits during a dead period.
Because here's the thing. With the new rules of COVID and all, you plead ignorance. Oh, are we not supposed to do that? No, coach, you're not. You know what? Won't happen again. I'm sorry. He gets literally a slap on the wrist, something we won't even hear about. But Gator, it's I hate to say it, it's kind of a pattern where you just do it and you hope to God you don't get caught. And that was been there the last couple seasons where, hey, you got a captain. Well, let's keep this out the press and the media for a while until it came out. It's just certain things. And this was one where, all you had to do is just say, yeah, I did it. And it's not that big of a deal. Now, here's the thing. My God, it's 4 games. You and I could coach this team, and they would win. Yeah, East Carolina, Bowling Green, UNLV, and Rutgers.
Yeah.
Now, if they said it was the last 4 games, now, if I'm a Michigan fan, I'd be sweating.
It gets a little meaty, yeah.
Yeah, this one is like, all right, it hurts your pride. That's about it.
Yeah. Looking forward to hearing your take and Mike's take and everything else going on. And it's coming up next year on 97.1 The Ticket.
Good afternoon. We're ready to rock and roll on a Tuesday. Rico back from the left coast.
You miss me, buddy.
Segments, certain ones, yes, others, no. We'll get to that today, though. Let's just do this, and I want to lean on David. You know, David is a very virile man. David has 7,000 children. He also counsels marriages and couples as a part of his
3. Yeah.
Right, and he is. He's a counselor. This is a leader. Because the story of the day is something where, you know what, why not just have a Wolverine tell me how I'm supposed to react to the Harbaugh news? Sparty. Tell me how. Because clearly if I react the way I want to react, which I will react, I mean,
you do realize everything that you said in the last month that the Big Ten goes through Ann Arbor, all is about to go out the window after what you say today.
Right, because this is a lot like arguing with the fringe on the left or the fringe on the right, depending on your political leanings.
Today is official party lines.
Yes.
Are you pro-cheeseburger or anti-cheeseburger?
Coming at 2:30, AOC and Marjorie Green Taylor join the discussion. So here's the point. It's going to be like arguing with them today. It's just... So let's just get into this.
Sticking your fingers in your ear. Nah.
So, Yahoo Sports. Jim Harbaugh has negotiated what looks to be a 4-game suspension. Sharon Moore and Garrett Newsom, 1 game each. And then Mike McDonald, who ain't here no more, he has a show cause penalty, which basically makes it impossible to be hired in college football again. Okay. Now, I understand. Cheeseburger. It's not about an effing hamburger, so just stop with that talking point. Stop. Told you from the beginning. All you had to do was cop to this, and it went away. But what you did, look, what Harbaugh did is what he always does. He thinks he's above everything. He doesn't have to play by the rules. He just does whatever he wants to do. And frankly, you empower him. Not you as a listener. I'm saying that the university. They empower him. Does whatever he wants. There's really no repercussions. The only thing that was ever going to get him hurt was losing to OSU. That's why they took his money. That's why half of you wanted him gone. Now he's winning. You beat OSU, and it doesn't matter what he does. You're just going to look at it and try to, you know what? I'm sure there are churches in Chelsea or the surrounding Ann Arbor, Bellevue area that are currently carving wooden Harbaughs to put up on the crucifix at Mass this Sunday. Put a little pair of transition lenses on that puppy. Why not? Jesus has been replaced by Jim. So here's what it is. It's 4 games. It goes in front of the NCAA committee. You say whatever you want about the NCAA. We know they're idiots. We know they're scumbags. The point is you don't lie to them.
Right.
You just don't do it. You know, Bruce Pearl lied to him. You guys call Bruce Pearl a dirtbag. Urban Meyer got 3 games because of what his scumbag assistant coach did, and eventually was fired / walked out the door. Jim Tressel got 2 because he wanted to protect his players and lied to the NCAA. Jim Harbaugh really got 6 and negotiated it to 4.
I wonder how much of the negotiation is you have to cop to this.
Oh, and say I actually lied?
You cop to this, it's 4 games. You want to ride this into the sunset, we'll take it all the way to the letter of the law that we can. That's because they're negotiating, which means they're not quite there yet. And I wonder if it's, you got to admit that you lied, Jim. And if you could just admit it's 4 games, we move on.
As is the case most times, the cover-up's worse than the crime. I don't really care. But you did a lot of stuff wrong. I mean, again.
There were level 2 violations. You're right.
Right. There's 4 level 2s, and he's got the level 1, which carries a 6-game and a recruiting restriction according to NCAA statutes.
Oh, no. I mean, he lied about level 2 things.
Like meeting with 2 recruits during the COVID dead period, texting recruit outside of the allowable time period, having analysts do on-field coaching duties during practice and games, which you can't do, and having coaches watch players work out via Zoom. Here's bottom line. None of that causes me to lose sleep.
No.
Okay? I'm not clutching my pearls. I just want to know from David, again, I kick back, the sicko in me goes, man, imagine if this was good old Mel up in EL.
Oh, Tuck cheating.
Myth album would have a little book signing deal right out in front of Poncheros.
Yeah,
it would be a scene.
I knew they just gave him way too much money. He couldn't handle it. See? Self-destruction. Yeah.
I mean, David, help me. Because I know if this happened at OSU, Michigan would be very supportive.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
It's no big deal.
Well,
Ryan Day is a good man. We love his rosy little cheeks.
Runs a great program.
They had a GoFundMe for the entire OSU staff. Both times the coaches got caught.
So tell us how we should react as known Sparty scumbags.
It's just a cheeseburger, fellas.
Indeed.
I'm sorry.
Indeed.
I'm sorry.
I can't believe that's.
It is. I mean, come on, dude. It is. Just stop lying. All you have to do is Jim Harbaugh is to stop lying. Control what you can control and admit to what you did. Stop trying to be the, oh my gosh, I can get away with anything and everything type guy. Just tell the NCAA the truth. You made it worse, Jim Harbaugh.
Correct.
Michigan fans need to just admit that. Stop saying it's just about cheeseburgers.
Right.
Stop saying the NCAA is coming after us. No, Jim Harbaugh lied. That's the end.
Right. Or if you're a Michigan fan, shrug it off and say, you know what? That's just the price of doing business.
Correct. Sure is.
Kenny, what weaklings we got calling and hanging up? What's the problem?
No, just somebody wanted to talk about something different. That's all.
Oh, too bad. So the point is, listen, I really don't care because let's face it, you guys are going to be favored by 30 points in each of the first 4 games. This doesn't really have an on-field impact.
No.
And I'm not all upset about what he did. I mean, I think the thing that's laughable to me, what upsets me, is I feel like I'm living in idiocracy where you can make salient points and the only thing you people give back in regards to your football program is Brondo has electrolytes. No, it's okay to just say you have a kick-ass team and the Big Ten goes through Ann Arbor. But you know what you don't get to do? You don't get to look down on Kirby Smart or Nick Saban or Lincoln Riley or any of the other coaches you probably can't beat. Because for all the times you want to call them scumbags, none of them have level 1 violations. No. I don't think Nick Saban got suspended for 4 games.
No.
I don't think Kirby Smart has gotten suspended for 4 games.
No.
Lincoln Riley?
Nope.
Like Ryan Day?
No.
So that would be the one is I just find it hilarious you want to continue to act like you are somehow above. You're not. The only people you're above might be Miami and a guy like John Ruiz. You're not handing out $20 million to your recruits. Cool. Neither are we.
But that's just it. It's the fact that this hurts the pride. That's it for Michigan. It's your pride because bottom line, you're going to win these games regardless of who's coaching.
Rico could coach you. You will win all 4 of these games.
Toons the cat could be out there on the sideline driving a car into the tunnel and still win.
They'd win.
Okay, but this is, you can't walk around and say you're above all of this. You do things the right way. You know what you do? You do it just like everybody else, and it hurts your pride. That's what this is. And I still think that, and I don't know this for a fact, but part of the negotiation is, Jim, you got to fess up to this. If you want the 4 games, fess up right now that you lied. You don't want to fess.
It's kind of silly. But hey, I'm sure it'd be the same if it was up in EL. I'm sure. I can't wait for the scribes. I can't wait for the bought and paid for portion of the media. It's going to be an exciting day. Tell me it's, the NCAA. It was the wrong move. I just, go ahead. And again, guys, please, let's not do straw man. What he did doesn't keep me up at night.
No.
It's the idea that it's just, he does whatever he wants. You guys turn a blind eye, and it's the most pathetic thing in the world.
He never has to explain anything. Everything gets buried, swept under the rug. And this is just yet another thing. And I guess, had he just fessed up, this goes away.
Correct. There was no reason to fight it. You go, oops, my bad. They slap you on the wrist. You call it a day.
Move on.
No, especially after COVID. You could easily plead ignorance because a whole new set of rules came out. Most people didn't know the set of rules before COVID. Now you can be like, wait, so we couldn't do that? No, Jim. You know what? Sorry. That's on me. We should have known better. I'm sorry. Won't happen again.
I think it's hilarious that as bad as the NCAA is, as goofy as they are, they got the guy dead to rights. I mean, think about it. If you could beat the rap, you'd fight it. He was never going to beat the rap. They got him. Somehow, some way, they got him. And they were going to give him 6 games on the level 1 charge. He had to negotiate down to 4, which is his prerogative, and it's the right thing to do. but it's just so silly to me. So I guess my question is, I don't know. Like imagine it. I guess imagine if this were OSU. Forget about Michigan State because we can't get up off the floor now.
If this was OSU,
They'd want Ryan Day fired today.
This is a rogue program. This is Ohio. This is what they do down there. It would just be all negative stuff, and
if
you
it
need
was
to get
Michigan
rid of.
State, the message would be, see, that's why you shouldn't have paid the coach this money.
Oh, baby.
He can't control things up there.
Tuck suspended.
Oh,
right.
The Detroit media would have a booth set up outside the football building. Hell, they may merchandise Tuck cheating shirts.
Right. They'd be auctioning off that slingshot. Well, he won't need this.
So here's my other question, though. Now is the move for your fan base today, David? Well, everyone's doing bad stuff. Is that what we're going to get?
I've seen that already. Yeah.
No, I just if I have a bingo board, I'm pretty sure I'd win.
Yeah, that and cheeseburgers on here. And
It's not, again, you can say the talking point all you want. That's not what it's about.
Yeah, he tried to diffuse the whole thing by saying it's just about cheeseburgers. No, it never was.
Like, what gets me is, guys, it's not just one thing. Like, can we just be clear about this? I thought his behavior, first of all, we don't need coaches. I'll stay away from whatever side of the aisle you're on. Bottom line, we don't need coaches at rallies. We don't need coaches. The way he handled himself during the Anderson thing, not great. You had your offensive coordinator disappear in the middle of the night. The Mozzie Smith thing is still one of the biggest disgraces you'll ever find. This is a player who's going a zillion miles an hour at 9 a.m., gun, ammo in the door, the whole bit. He gets on the team plane. What? Did Donovan make it to the museum? Not sure.
No, but they did tour the East Coast.
Right, and their whole bit after Tunnelgate and how they got out there and played bad actors, railroaded States players. Hey, look, the bottom line is he's done this from the beginning in trying to thumb his nose at the NCAA. Some of the things he's done, I've agreed with. I never minded the satellite camps. I thought they were interesting. I thought it was a workaround. But he's the guy who has basically asked for this. And every time, if you allow somebody to get away with 8 things, they're going to try for 9. They get away with 9, they're going to go for 10. At no point has Harbaugh ever been reined in by the school because they can't.
No. And after 10 things, you realize I can do whatever I want, and no one's ever going to say anything to me.
And that's what's happened. That's the whole premise.
Yeah.
So to me, it's just simple. He got caught. He pays the price. You don't play anybody. Thank goodness your schedule is a joke. It's Bowling Green, ECU, UNLV, and Rutgers. Rutgers. It's not going to have an impact. But I always just laugh on days like today because it doesn't matter what I say. Wolverine fans are going to get bent out of shape, and it's goofy to me. Like, just own it. Mm-hmm. Your coach is a villain. Your coach isn't somehow on some higher moral ground than these alleged scumbags you talk about. And your program's running roughshod. Now, you know what's also true? The Big Ten goes to Ann Arbor. Both things can be true. But I just know if your program's timeline of indiscretion over the last 18 months, if that were green and white or scarlet and gray and not maize and blue, think about what you would say before you waste my time. That's all I ask. It's not hard. No, I mean, that's really all I have to say. I'm not yelling about it. What he did is, it's dumb, but if he didn't lie about it, it's a non-story.
No, Mike, it is, but here's what's going to happen. It's just like when something bad happens at a school, it becomes a power ranking of, but your school did this and that and the other, and this wasn't as bad as that. And
right, we missed field goals. That's what we did.
Right.
All right, well, you've heard me talk about capital mortgage funding. Home purchase market has changed, and it's nuts out there. There's just no inventory. Multiple offers, overbidding, you name it, it's happening. If you're not pre-approved, you're not going to get the house. By the time your ass hits the car seat, it's gone. Game over. See you later. Let Capital Mortgage Funding get to work for you. 1-800-LOW-RATE. Harry Glanz, Dan Burke, the whole staff at Capital Mortgage Funding. They'll make the process as smooth as possible. You know they've been doing it for years. They'll take care of you the right way. It's 1-800-LOW-RATE. Capital Mortgage Funding, the best mortgage banker.
You know, I got tired of being followed around by trackers on the internet. You know, when you start searching for something, you look for a trip, and then all of a sudden trips just pop up all in your timeline, or you search for a gift. Well, same thing can happen to you. So here's what you need to do. Download DuckDuckGo the way that I did, and you can eliminate that because DuckDuckGo blocks trackers. It's private. You can simply download it at DuckDuckGo.com. That's DuckDuckGo.com, or go to your app store. It works on Windows. It works on Androids. It works on Macs. It works on everything, and it'll work for you.
All right, David, go ahead. Against my better judgment, we'll listen to a few ticket texts. We'll get to the callers, and I'm sure it'll just be straw man city. But look, it's simple. If you didn't lie about it, you don't get popped. It's not a big deal. But it's unbelievable what Harbaugh and that program are allowed to get away with. And, yeah, I do think about, well, geez, if it was OSU, what would it be like? Well, we've already seen it. Mm-hmm. The minute Urban got himself in a little hot water, we were doing radio.
Right.
Look. But Tressel lied to keep players eligible because of tattoos and selling pants. Michigan fans, you would have thought they were murdering people.
The problem is you can't say you're better than these other teams anymore because you got hit with a level 1 violation. And that's part of the arrogance. That's part of the we're better than Ohio State. We're better than the Amish. We're better than the SEC. We're doing it the right way. No, you're just doing it like everybody else, and now it's out in the forefront that you're no longer squeaky clean. It's just an embarrassment to the fan base and the university. Other than that, you're going to win the 4 games, and it's going to be business as usual, but you can't walk around saying, well, I'm better than you.
I think it's brilliant by Harbaugh to offer up the 4 games. Be willing to miss the games because he ain't going to lose them. It beats a bowl ban. It beats scholarships. It beats anything with real teeth.
Right. Right, so you ain't playing Notre Dame in the first 4 games.
Who cares? Go ahead, David.
I just simply don't care. And honestly, I wouldn't care if it were OSU or MSU. All of the violation Michigan has, this is the least egregious of any of them. That is from Alex.
Just don't believe that, but okay. Well, I'll have to take Alex at his word.
By saying it's the least egregious, I think that kind of proves my point.
It's the power rankings.
Yeah.
It's a joke that he's being suspended, and I say the same thing if it was Mel Tucker.
Why am I just not Kenny, are you believing any of this? Because maybe I'm jaded.
Guy wears a pair of Jordans. He's called all kinds of names. Mm-hmm. But, hey, if he committed level 1 NCAA violations, you'd be right there to extend a helping hand, huh?
He smokes cigars.
Sportsmanship. Pass it on. What a collection of liars.
Hey, Coach, the ball went off on me.
Sean.
From Craig in Livonia, he says, NCAA is a joke. I would lie to them every day and twice on Sunday.
Good, and then this would happen to you. Like, what are we doing? We know they're a joke. All you have to do is not lie to them, and the penalties won't be that bad. Like, look what happened to Tennessee. They were handing out bags of money to kids. Do you know what the penalty was? Vacating wins that no one remembers.
Mm-hmm.
Just don't lie about it.
Right.
So kind of them to just suspend Harbaugh for the 4 preseason games. Oh, wait. Someone says.
Yeah, but listen. The whole premise is, I agree with Rico. The conversation resides, it's around the bigger part of how many things are going to happen within that university's athletic department before somebody says anything.
Mm-hmm.
But see, this is the whole thing. Whether it was the hockey program, whether it's the mysterious volleyball coach deal, whether it's Harbaugh and football name an incident, it's all together.
Right. Your OC getting arrested by the feds.
How is Ward still there? It really is remarkable. It's remarkable.
As a Michigan fan, I am very disappointed in this 4-game suspension. He should have done what it took when it was first brought to his attention. Jim learned how to play the game within the game.
Yeah, but when you don't feel like you have to, you just don't. You do whatever you want. All right, let's get to the people, see what they got to say, and we'll kick it off. Ryan leads off. What's going on, Ryan? And Ryan. All right, guess Ryan's taking a nap. We'll go to Chase, 97.1. What's up, Chase?
Hey, Mike. So I want to use any capital that I've accrued in calling in over a number of years here. So studying international relations, there's a concept called realpolitik, and it's a cynical kind of analysis of politics or events as they are, not as you would like them to be. So it's something that you see in Otto von Bismarck and others. But looking at it with this, Michigan is good at a lot of things, but this is the thing that they're best at. And I think going back to kind of what you were talking about with the volleyball coach, with Ward, with things like that, like your question as to what the reaction should be, there shouldn't be any, and here's why. So, like, Michigan's going to win the 4 games. It's not going to matter.
Right.
The cheeseburger thing, yeah, it's much bigger than that, but Michigan's in complete control of this narrative.
That's right.
And that's what's going to happen. And you look at, like, the 2007 Michigan State game. You know, I've allegedly 3-4 Michigan players cornered Mark D'Antonio in the tunnel and cursed him out. What do you hear about? Well, the moment of silence because Mark D'Antonio was so mean after the App State loss, I think it is. Right?
How about when they trashed the locker room?
Well, that was the next thing I was going to say. You allegedly trash the locker room, smear feces all over it, and what happens? Well, Michigan State gets fined, and that's after Michigan commits 6 personal fouls on the way to, you know, desecrating a logo and things like that. And then you have everything that happened in the tunnel. You take advantage of the narrative. You take control of it, and Michigan State's playing catch up in that regard with the coach and president falling over themselves to apologize the next day. To which Harbaugh says, "That's not enough. I want arrests." And
that's right.
You know, you can make your own judgment as to whether or not that's morally reprehensible with the Mozzie Smith thing and Donovan Edwards and things like that. But the reaction here is, well, it's going to be minimized. It's going to be a cheeseburger, and you don't have to have this dichotomy of, well, what would it be if it was Michigan State? What would it be if it was Ohio State? Because that doesn't matter. Because we all know that we're going to be intellectually dishonest if it was them. But we don't have to be because we're in complete control of the narrative.
Because the system is listen, you know what's funny? And Chase, you and I have had this conversation because you've called for a long time. The blue wall is real. Michigan operates a high-powered PR machine. And frankly, the media is their friend. So you're 100% right with what you're saying. It is controlling of a narrative. And the sad reality is most people, and this is really a problem with our country, but we don't need to go there, most people have lost free thought.
See, I like
most people do not think for themselves, and they just go with what they're told.
I like the intellectually dishonest.
Oh, he's
I like
right.
that.
Oh, right. Like if it was Tuck,
we all know that if
I'd
this was Mel
support him.
Tucker, you can call in and say this is a disgrace, all the money, and you know whatever talking point you want to choose. And we all know that we would do that, and we don't have to pretend that we wouldn't. But we know that we don't have to in this case because we can hide behind the righteous indignation of a cheeseburger. It's one of the unearned advantages that you get of being a Michigan fan or alum or program or whatever, and it's just I guess kind of the way it is. And
yeah, but Chase, in fairness, it's not you personally, but it's why everyone hates your guts.
Yeah,
it's why no one likes you. Not you. I'm saying your school.
Well, no, it doesn't matter. If this was Michigan State, I would say the same thing. This is just a dumb rule, and okay,
I would love for you to go on the air and do that. I would take the day off at that point. 248-539-9797. We'll get to a few more calls. I want to keep it somewhat timely. I know, David, I apologize. I know we were a little over time yesterday. Northville Lumber, the oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in America. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more. It's Northville Lumber. Contractors, homeowners, they bought enough product to cover 26 football fields. It's a lot. Low is $1.59 a square foot. Trex decking, railing, lighting, it's all in stock. That's how they get it done. There's no wait times, lead times, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks, none of that. Deck season's here. You need to get it built. They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. All you need to do, stop into Northville Lumber today. You can call as well or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Hey, real quick, and shame on me. I didn't bring this up when we were just chatting, and we'll get to your calls in a second. I'm sorry, guys. I was talking earlier, and I was trying to think of, is there another coach who has lied to investigators and kept their job? So one of the reference points I used was like Bruce Pearl, head coach of Auburn, used to be coach Tennessee in hoops. You remember Aaron Kraft?
Yeah.
Old rosy cheeks.
Yeah.
Played for Ohio State for what seemed like 15 years. Bruce Pearl lied about having Aaron Kraft over for a barbecue. Told investigators he wasn't there. It was a dead period, etc. Bruce Pearl was given a 3-year show cause penalty and lost his job. That's why he lost his job.
Because of Aaron Kraft.
So then I started thinking about, all right, well, like football coaches. Who has had a 4-game suspension and survived? And I'm not power ranking. I'm making a point. You don't see coaches suspended but keep their job. Jim Tressel lied to investigators. Jim Tressel was let go.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
Now, Urban had a bad person as an assistant coach.
Horrible person.
And
But
tried to...
I was going to say it was the beginning of the end for Urban after that came out.
And that's my point. He got 3 games, and then he, quote, left for medical reasons, but we know what really was going on. So it's just one of those things where, like, Harbaugh gets these 4 games. The fan base wants to blame everybody but the coach. And all the while, it's really no penalty. There's no bowl ban or there's no – I've never been big into the whole vacated wins. I don't think that matters. There's no scholarship limitations. I think from all intents purposes, from what Yahoo's reporting, he's going to miss 4 – he's basically missing Ann Arbor Pioneers' first 4 games of the season.
Yeah.
And they will win them all.
Yep.
If I'm a Michigan fan, I'm actually thrilled this is over.
Yeah. And because you were going to win those games anyway. But I think the stigma is for Michigan fans, and the reason why they want to blame everybody, and I can't believe this is happening, is because you're no longer pure and innocent. Those days are gone. You're just like the SEC. You're just like Ohio State. You're just like all the programs you've made fun of over the years. Well, congratulations. If you check, they've left you a gift basket in your room. Welcome to the club. You've now been hit with an NCAA violation. And it's a major. It's a level 1. This isn't, whatever you want it to be. It didn't have to be. But that's what's so upsetting. That's why you have to it was just a cheeseburger and they're over-exaggerating. I said, no, you lied. You did a bunch of things that if you would have just come out and said, yep, you know what? There are new rules there. We didn't know all the rules. We screwed up. We made a mistake. The NCAA is more than willing to forgive you and move on. But if you make a mockery of them, they're going to come back at you. The NCAA does not want to ever suspend teams. I think it's clear. You got to do some stuff for the NCAA to really come and hammer your school. And this was one. Okay, you're lying to us. You know you're lying. Really? This is what you're going to go on the record with this? Yes. Okay. You sure about this? Hey, if you want to change your mind, I would change your mind right now. Nope, I'm sure. All right, fine.
Let's go to Jay, Dearborn, 97.1. What's up, Jay?
Hey, guys. I was calling in, and I want you to just hear me out for a second. I really don't think – I feel like you're kind of like feeding into what the NCAA kind of wants to do in the sense that, oh, it's not about the cheeseburger, it's not about this, it's about the lie. But we all know that Harbaugh's had a disdain for the NCAA for a long time now. Steaming back from Stanford, coming to Michigan, he's done everything he can to kind of go against the grain. And I really think that he's probably sitting there like, yeah, okay, you're going to suspend me for a video call or buying lunch while these guys are getting scat packs and chargers and all sorts of gifts everywhere else, money bags everywhere else. You're going to suspend me for something like this, and just didn't care. And when they asked him, which I don't blame him, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't blame him for lying because the NCAA is crap. And I also
all right. So then you didn't.
That he didn't do more.
So you don't blame Jim Tressel either, then, right?
No. Here's the difference.
Well, he lied to the NCAA.
Mike, absolutely not. I think Tressel's a genius. Look, if you can't beat them, join them. And I'm telling you, the playing field's out of whack. And what Ohio State does, Georgia, Alabama, they trade penalties for success. Yeah, they might get caught, but the risk.
Right, but how's it any different? One of the things is when so when you're having recruits,
severe enough, Mike.
When you're it's not my fault he can't win a big game, Jay.
It's not about the big game, Mike.
What's it about then? Tell me what it's about. Go ahead, I'll indulge.
It's about if you're gonna do it, don't do it just out of spite because the NCAA you think is a joke. If you're gonna do it, buy the kid a pack.
No. Everything he did. Stop with the burger. I want to help you. Stop with the burger because you're killing me. Everything he did was to gain a competitive advantage. Isn't one of the recruits that he met with in that COVID dead period, J.J. McCarthy? Wasn't that one of the recruits that was here? Maybe some other programs are sniffing around? Maybe. How about when you're watching players work out over Zoom and you can't do that? How about when you're having analysts who are not allowed to be on-field coaches coach at practice and on the field? Those are all competitive advantage things. Now, Jay, this is you saying it, so I'm just using it against you. I'm not bent out of shape about this stuff. I think it is a laugh factory. He thought he could lie to them and get away with it when the only time the NCAA, as Rico put it, I'm not going to belabor the point, the only time they get you is when you lie. Mm-hmm. The mental gymnastics.
Right. The Urban was a genius. Tressel was a genius.
Okay, I'm sure that's what you said back in the day. All right, let's go. Mm-hmm. Make no mistake about it.
But once again, the Mozzie thing.
All it had to be was you're not playing at Indiana. 1 game suspension. We're going to stand by you. Right. We are going to fight these charges. Right. But Mozzie, you can't be on the tarmac.
Right. Mozzie, you're not going to. Right. And here's the thing. Where's Mozzie at? Internal team-related thing. He's not playing. Next question. Now, when we find out later what happened, you could say, okay, you know what? You handled it in-house. Nobody's mad. Nobody's upset. You took care of business instead of.
And to his point, let me say this. I don't think I would use the OJ example. I get what he's saying. The NCAA wanted this guy for years because he's done everything in his power to poke the bear. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, they got him. Yeah. But he invited them.
You're right. It's Al Capone going on tax evasion. This is all you could get him for.
Get him on something.
Right. Yes. Untouchables reset right there. Thank you. Outstanding. Do we have the bookkeeper? Let's go. Good movie. Let's go to Chuck, 97.1. Chuck, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, you doing all right?
Hey, good. Chuck.
Maybe I'm a minority Michigan fan. I just don't care. Just win. I just don't care. We're losing to Toledo. Nick Moore's getting 20 catches. We're losing too. This is just how I am. I remember watching that game going, I don't care what it takes. Win. So now I don't win. Like, you know, the gold pants thing with Ohio State? If you ask me, that was worth the deal with it. You lose your coach, you beat us, 8 times in a row? Just win.
Right.
It's SEC time, man. Just win. I do not care.
Chuck, I would rather deal with a person like you,
right,
who's being honest.
And
I would much
it.
rather, Chuck, because you're honest about it. And I, too, share that perspective, mind you. What I can't deal with are the people who live in this alternative universe they have created for themselves, and they follow their cult-like talking points. That I can't handle.
Right. If you embrace it and say, I'm all about this lifestyle, this is it, but Chuck's not saying we're better than Ohio State, we're better than the SEC. Screw it. Let's just be like them.
Yeah. But
No, I get it. Chuck's about the streets. Just wants the wins. At least he's honest about it.
Yeah. And he is in the minority because right now it's a whole bunch of clutching of pearls, and this is just outrageous. Look at what they're doing to poor Michigan. Warden Manuel should just be fired because he's allowing this to happen.
Like I told you to start the show. Somewhere in Belleville or Chelsea or any of those other hill jack towns around Ann Arbor, some woodworker is out of a single block of wood carving a Harbaugh Christ, and they are going to put Lord Jim, up on that crucifix for Mass Sunday.
Maybe a nighttime visual.
Yes.
Visual to
at Bo's grave.
Bo's grave.
Yes.
Tonight.
Bring the wooden Harbaugh Jesus to Harbaugh's grave. We'll have a vigil.
As they sing in that, like, almost like monks. Hail to the victors.
David, would you care to sing at the event?
I want to throw a flag so bad, but
you can't.
You know, deep down, this may actually happen tonight.
David, the cult runs so deep that instead of just listening to victim stories, they impugn the character of one of Bo's kids by saying,
wait, not the real son.
Not the real one. Sunlight.
Right.
That's how deep the cult runs there.
Right, half the calories.
It ain't blood.
Zero sugar.
It ain't blood. He's not his biological son. You had at the time, your football play-by-play guy, his only response to one of the victims was, well, he's got drug problems, see? It was like Donald Sterling. Magic Johnson. I mean, it was unbelievable. David, that's how deep it runs.
Someone says, we do not do that in Belleville. Thank you very much.
Apologies to everyone in Belleville. All right, you spend a third of your life asleep. That's a hell of a lot of time, so make it some decent rest. Get a comfortable mattress. The brand new iComfort Eco, supportive and designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. They got the perfect sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, David, a couple of ticket texts, then we'll move on. Lions. I kind of want to know what the holdup is on a particular move. We're going to get into that. And then a very scary story with LeBron's one son, Bronny, and kind of what it made me think about. We'll get into that a little later as well. David, first ticket text.
Michigan fans are acting like they got the SMU treatment and saying, well, what about Tennessee? Yeah, they are.
Yeah, but again, the coach is fired. He got a 6-year show cause penalty. They vacated like 12 wins. It's not the same thing. It's just not. You got a 4-game suspension against nobody. There's no scholarships that are going to come out of this.
Yeah.
And while one of your coaches did get a show cause penalty, he no longer coaches in college football, and Mike McDonald.
Yeah, it was funny. They were asking me on the J side before the show, like, couldn't this come back to bite them and they lose one of those 4 games? It's like, no.
Wait, who asked you that?
Somebody on the J side.
Someone with a loose understanding of football knows they can't lose any of those 4 games.
Well, they didn't know. Like, so is this going to be a big thing? I was like, it's.
Well, they do news over there. They don't do sports.
Right. So
my.
So I was just like, it's. You know what?
My.
They're safe.
They're going to be favored by 30 in every game.
Like, you don't know football. You could coach that team. You could still win that game. Hey, guys, just go out there and score a bunch of touchdowns. Run that touchdown play a couple more times.
David, go ahead.
All programs are dirty and cheat. This is not news. Who cares? Okay.
No. But the fact is, you have to admit that that's now your thing. Your team is now dirty.
They're
your
not
team,
ready to admit that.
And that's it, David. This punishment is nothing. But lost in translation is, oh, we made fun of me. It's nothing. But the fans can't now sit here and talk about Ohio State and the SEC and how they're willing to do anything to win games, because that's what you've been doing for the last few years. Funny, you changed your line of thinking. All of these things keep happening, and you've won the Big Ten. Coincidence?
You called out another city. Somebody wants to respond. I grew up in Chelsea. Our uniforms are Notre Dame replicas, and 1/3 of our population root for state. There will be no blessing of the Harbaugh. These people are coming out of the woodwork.
The mayors are chiming in.
Let's go on the board, shall we? Thank you from Chelsea. So we didn't have a pick yesterday with Tiger Baseball. Friday, I gave you a winner. Reds, Diamondbacks, over a zillion. It looked like a football score. So let's get back to it today. We start with Rico Beard, our hit master prop maker. What do you got?
Well, Mike, the guy, the man is in town. And I think that he will hit a home run tonight. Give me Shohei Ohtani at plus 300 to hit a home run in Comerica Park.
Leads the league with 36 home runs. My God. Tigers don't have 36 as a team. Kenny, what do we want to do? The pennant chase is over. The Angels are in. It could be a game worth watching. What do you want to do here?
Well, I think Rico copied off my homework. I will be in Comerica Park tonight to watch Shohei hit that home run.
Oh, the celebrities are out.
But it's plus 650 for him to hit the first home run. Is there any interest there? Because I kind of like it. Plus 650. That's the Jim Costa value.
That's value.
Oh, God, how many times am I going to have to hear that this fall?
Mike, that's value.
Yeah, the way you over-enunciate it drives me insane.
Great value.
Yeah, the Jim Costa value special. Shohei
So
hit
you're
the first
saying
home run.
the first home run plus 600?
Plus 650, yeah.
Plus 650. David?
Jim Costa value menu.
No, Roberto.
Okay.
Just no.
I should have just took the mic.
You should have hit him with the mic stand.
So because I also believe he's going to hit the first home run of the game, I believe it's going to be in the first inning.
Oh, come on.
So I am going to go first inning result, Angels plus 340 to win the first inning because of that home run.
Here's what I would say. I think
it's now at plus 330. It's moving, people.
Here.
Wow.
Hold on.
Okay, let me, because all of a sudden the line is moved just as we've done this. Just so you know, Mike. People are listening. So let's add to that.
No, oh, jeez, come on.
Oh, since I'm going to one-up you two. For him
the
to hit
first pitch of the first inning.
No. just for Ohtani to hit a home run, but he will finish the game with 2 hits at plus 490.
This is how you get yourself in trouble. I tell you what.
And then he gets scratched.
Well, then I'm going to go second.
Okay.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Here's one.
This is all just for fun, people.
Well, it better be. Don't get yourself in trouble with it now. Be sensible. What about the game itself? Angels are started out as minus 115 favorites. They're out to plus 106. People are pounding the Tigers. Erod could be his last start as a Tiger. Deadline looming. Pitched well last out. Got up to 89 pitches. You're going against Griffin Canning. Any value on taking the Angels? Plus 106? I mean, Erod's nice. It's not like Canning's a total bum. And the Angels are still an above 500 team. No? Or am I crazy?
No, you're not crazy.
You're not crazy.
Can't believe I just said value. All right, that. My God, everybody got to go wash up.
First pitch of the game.
Stop it. Let's get into a little Lions football. We'll do it next. 97.1.
We're brought to you by the good people at DuckDuckGo. According to reports, University of Michigan head football coach Jim Harbaugh could be facing a 4-game negotiated suspension for allegedly lying about recruiting violations during COVID. It's an alleged level 1 violation, the most serious level, for not cooperating with NCAA enforcement. The suspension, if levied, is expected to cover the first 4 games, all home games, against East Carolina, UNLV, Bowling Green, and Rutgers, which Michigan will likely be favored by an aggregate of about 150 points. Preseason Big Ten media poll selecting Michigan first, Ohio State second, MSU fifth in the B1G this year. Tigers and Angels tonight at Comerica Park, 6:40 right here on the ticket. May or may not be the last series for Shohei Ohtani in an Angels uniform with the trade deadline approaching. Eduardo Rodriguez going for Detroit. Ohtani not scheduled to pitch in the series. Celtics extend Jaylen Brown 5 years. Hello, $304 million, Mikey. Richest deal in NBA history. Dan Campbell expressing some concerns about the hype train about his team. Maybe he was talking about pieces like this. USA Today projecting the Lions at 11-6 this year, winning the NFC North by 4 games and advancing to the NFC title game. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, hour number 2. That song put on a strong performance at the Stony and Mocho Invitational this year. Proud moment. We start hour 2. Let's do a little football because we've kind of ended up right where we wanted the Lions to be, but it's not done yet. The Lions brought in Teddy Bridgewater. Mm-hmm. We talked about it all offseason. How many shows of people clamoring for this team to take a quarterback, groom a backup, the whole bit. And I'm like, we don't need to do that. The answer is out there. It's touchdown Teddy. Now, they brought him in for a workout. No deal has come out of this yet. But here's my question. As we are now in the thick of it, with camps open or opening in the next, few days, if you get one move for the Lions, and everybody knows the players that are out there, the guys who don't have a home yet, but if you got one move and it's Bridgewater or blank, what is it? Because so many of you so badly want a high-end backup. Apparently, Jared Goff is made of fine china, but you want this backup in a year, admittedly. The hype is amazing. Mm-hmm. We think this team's going to be very good. If Goff got hurt, you're dead. Hendon Hooker's not playing this year. And Nate Sudfeld is Bernie Lomax. So on that end, I understand it. The question is if this is the one move you get to make before the season. No swooping in when someone else gets released. No trades. No signing someone off the street. Would you feel totally satisfied moving into this season if you were able to obtain the services of Teddy Bridgewater?
Absolutely. Because I think for me, when I saw this move, I was actually like, okay, you know what? The Lions see things the way that I see things. You're in your window right now. You're in a win now category. Now, they're telling everybody, hey, slow the hype train down, but they realize what we all see. This division is to be had, and there's only a handful of teams in the NFC that may be deemed better than you. It's not that Jared Goff is made of glass, Mike. It's the fact that if any quarterback goes down and you have no backup, your season is over. You bring in Teddy Bridgewater, it's something that the Lions haven't had in a long time. Competition in the quarterback room. Competition just makes other people better. And if Goff goes down for 5 games or 6 games, if Bridgewater can come in and go 4-2, 3-3, your season's not over until Goff gets back there. Yeah, this tells me that the Lions are serious about winning. They're just not about, all the talk. They're actually walking the walk right now. bringing him in, and if they were able to sign him, I would feel really so much so I'm almost ready to join you guys in saying they're going to win the NFC North because this is a powerful move. This was something that you can't rely on Nate Sudfeld to dig you out of the hole and help you keep winning. So that's why, I'm all for this. When I read this, I'm sitting there on the plane like, wow, this is a big boy move that they did because the Lions have only had one quarterback for decades. They don't believe in bringing in two guys. They don't believe in the quarterback controversy, nothing like that. That tells me that they are thinking differently, that this isn't the same old Lions.
It's hard to argue, isn't it? And we all wanted Bridgewater. So here's my question. Why isn't it done? You have the money. You brought him in here. What are we waiting on?
I think it's not done because I think now they've done everything they possibly can. I think the contract is probably with Bridgewater's agent. And if you're Teddy Bridgewater, you're not going to sign that thing. The reason being, because now that the running back's done in Buffalo, Dalvin Cook, all of a sudden his stock gets higher because now there's a spot for you to play immediately. So if he signs with the Lions and he's the backup, but then all of a sudden tomorrow Dak Prescott goes down.
How come you don't sign him?
Well, they got a bunch of quarterbacks out.
And none of them are any good.
What are you talking about?
Purdy isn't any good.
They took him to the NFC title game.
Please, he got carried like Trent Dilfer.
Well,
I don't want to hear about that. If you could sign Teddy Bridgewater, you don't think Bridgewater would be the best QB on your roster?
Right, better than Sam Darnold, yes. But the fact that you got all those other guys, Mike Purdy's only lost one game.
Yeah, well,
and that one game, he had his arm taken off and beaten with it.
I just had to ask. It was a brainstorm. I go, geez, Teddy could play there and be pretty good, couldn't he?
I mean, they got to sign Bosa. They got bigger fish to fry.
David, you're looking like you're ready to speak and lecture. What do you got?
No, you're just trusting in your quarterback, I see. But here's what I'll say about the Lions.
Well, at least he's normal size hand.
And I'm not going to name just one player. I'm going to name a position, and it's somebody on the defensive line, preferably an edge rusher for the Detroit Lions. Is what I want them to go out there and get. Getting Teddy. That would be an awesome move. That would solidify your backup quarterback position, like Rico said. It would do something that the Lions haven't done in a long time. And, of course, no one hopes and wishes for your starting quarterback to go out because if that happens, your season's probably done. But if he has to miss a week or two, Teddy will be the guy that I would trust and say, you know what, he can keep us afloat for a week or two.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be over for that.
Because, David, I look at it as this. You have the defense to go out there and hang, especially in your division. Because I do look at their division a lot like this division that the Tigers are in. No team in there is great. You just have to be the best of a mediocre bunch. That's nothing against the Lions. It's just facts. Your offense can put up points. We saw them score 45 points in a loss last year. The problem would be if you lost Jared Goff, do you feel that Nate Sudfeld can carry this team and keep you winning, or are we now talking about draft picks? And that's why I said, I think you got enough on offense. I think you got enough on defense. Thank God you didn't end up killing the safety because as soon as I saw he went down, I was like, and Mike, that's his boy.
That was a segment. I'm glad you weren't here. I did not want to hear that. We dodged a bullet. Kenny, you all in on Bridgewater like I am? Just even if you have to pay him a little more, just get him here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Be done with it.
Because, I mean, I know this is the cliche, but the most SOL thing would be to ignore addressing the backup QB situation, and then Goff goes down, proceeding to submarine your season. Yeah, that Teddy Bridgewater, even if you do have to pay him an extra couple of million, I'm just do it.
That's how I feel.
Security blanket, man.
Plus,
you can stay afloat.
Think about it. Let's say Jared Goff had, I don't know, a high ankle sprain. Going to miss 3-4 weeks. You have Teddy Bridgewater, you feel like you can go 2-2 in those games. You don't have Teddy Bridgewater and you play Nate Sudfeld, you're going 0-4.
Right. And now that's right. That's the difference between making the playoffs, even as a wild card team, or you're on the outside.
Yeah, he keeps you afloat. He's not going to sink the rest of your season.
And it also tells me Lions know before people start saying, what about Hendon Hooker? He's not ready. He's nowhere close to being ready. That they brought him in here. I think they offered him everything, and now we're just waiting on Teddy. And if you're Teddy, you're going to wait to the end of training camp to see if there's a starting position available because a quarterback goes down. But I think if no one goes down, I think he's going to sign that contract here.
What are you doing with Trey Lance?
Why are you worried about us?
I was pondering this Teddy Bridgewater, if I'm Teddy's agent. How the hell San Francisco? You got one guy who doesn't have an elbow. The other dude seems like a dead man walking, and then Sam Darnold's a nothing. It's really bizarre to me.
I mean, I think Trey Lance is their hope. They invested so much in Trey Lance, they need to be right.
You got a shot to win this thing?
Yeah.
Really?
Because he's the only one out there right now. So
you hate to see it, don't you?
Because but you've seen it with teams. When you spend so much on a player, you almost need to be right. So you give them every opportunity to show that I was a genius.
It's Scott Harris with Nick Maton.
Yeah. So
all right,
he'll get and by week 3 they're 0-3. Yeah, you'll see him get the hook and yeah.
David, I understand the edge rusher point of view. I do. It's the idea that when we were bringing up Bridgewater, that was just a radio idea. There was no connection between team and player. But now that he's actually come here to work out, man, I just would like to see them button this up, get it done. Because Hooker's not going to play this year. Now, next year, Lion fan just has to accept that a untested, unplayed rookie for all intents and purposes is going to be your backup QB. And that's the life you chose when you used the pick on him. But this year, in the here and now, in a year, I'm with Rico. Anything goes wrong with Goff, the goals of this team are too big to hand it over to Nate Sudfeld. I would just like to know, would everyone, if this was the last move they made, are you ready to put the blinders on and enter the season and let's go do this? Because I think I would. I think I would sign up and go, you know what? There might be sexier names. There might be something else. But for this team, Bridgewater would be the one.
I mean, I did a slow clap when I read that. I had to think, wait, is this from The Onion? Is this from just some fan site? I was like, this is legit.
It's like we actually had a good idea.
This is
amazing.
Right, but this is exactly what Detroit needs. They realize our time is now. Every game's going to matter. They found out the hard way how much every game matters last year because they missed out on the playoffs because they lost in week 2 or 3 to Seattle. That hurt them.
248-539-9797. David, some of the ticket texts coming in. What do the people have to say about it? I know it's a backup QB, but it's important.
Someone's saying Teddy won't win playoff games. Roll the dice with Goff and get a top defensive tackle with the remaining money.
Yeah, but hold on. If you lose your starter, it is very rare, Brock Purdy, it's very rare that the other guy is going to win a playoff game. Like, there are anecdotal examples. There are outliers.
Okay, let's just talk.
Win in October.
How about this? Tell me the Lions quarterback that's the starting quarterback that's won playoff games.
Right. Well,
I'll wait.
Look at Miami last year. Great example. So Tua's been a little fragile, but they didn't have a backup plan. Well, Teddy got hurt, and you know who the backup had to be? Skylar Thompson. You're not going to win games that way. Now, they had a plan, and even that plan blew up. So the idea that you don't even have the backup plan, and you said you were going to upgrade the position, I think you got to bring Bridgewater in. You have to. Bridgewater can come into a game and save it. He can go into a finite window and keep you competitive. You got to have it. Because right now, I don't care who you're playing. Put a 3-game stretch out there and start Nate Sudfeld. You're going 0-3.
I'm with you, man. Because I look at this, and in the event that just, I know, blasphemy, Goff just stinks. And he's no good. You got an alternative. You know what? We can go with a guy who's played in this league, he's been a quarterback before, and maybe we just need to make that move. I don't think you can do that with Nate Sudfeld.
248-539-9797. More of the ticket text. We'll get to the phone calls as well. 97.1.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. You've been wanting a sports car all your life. Now is your chance. Head over to Hamilton at 14 Mile and Mound. Ask them for the July Rico deal. You can ask Andrew or any one of his sales staff, and they're going to hook you up with a new 2023 Chevy Camaro for just $399 a month for 36 months. You walk in there with $995 down. You're driving out with 10,000 miles a year. Yes, an auto transmission Chevy Camaro, just $399 a month. Summer is here. You still got time to enjoy it in your brand new Chevy Camaro. A 2023 Chevy Camaro, $399 a month for 36 months. Stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer and drive away in the Rico deal. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Hey, football season on the horizon. If you're going to head to Vegas, whether it's a bachelor party, whether it's just a football week, and maybe you're going to go see the Raiders. I know a lot of people go and do that when their team plays. The D Las Vegas and Circa, where you want to be. The D.com to book your stay today. And even if you're not at Circa, you're going to stay at the D, you're going to get 2 free stadium swim passes at the new amazing Circa Hotel and Casino, biggest sports book out there. And stadium swim, you can Google it. It's madness. Check it out. They've got everything for you. And whether it's Circa, the D, both sports-centric, they've got you covered. The D Las Vegas, it is your home for sports in Vegas. Hey, quick note. If you guys want to hear, the Harbaugh stuff and the looming 4-game suspension, Odyssey.com rewind. We talked about it. You can do what you want with it. No yelling, no screaming, definitely. Real quick, too, it's sad. It's just, do you read this story about Aaron Hernandez's brother?
No.
So this is just kind of breaking today. DJ Hernandez, who I think he played quarterback at UConn. I think they were originally supposed to play ball together at UConn, and then Aaron went to Florida. But his brother was arrested for plotting 2 potential mass shootings at Brown University and UConn. And he took to social media and had some very scary rants about it. I'm not going to read the particulars and all that jazz. Just just a ton of trouble. Just really, it's just sad. Family's been put through hell, man. And whether it, now, Aaron was one. Now the brother clearly needs help. It's just wild, man. You can read it. Every newspaper's writing about it. You can go and check it. I just didn't know if you had seen it. I was, during the commercial break, I was taken aback by it. But it's well, he needs help in a serious way. But great job by law enforcement to just catch him and stop this before it got actionable.
Right, before we see another mass shooting on some campus. So, yeah, I am so glad.
Like he had a court date that he skipped to go map out the campuses. It's just really, scary, it's scary. And it's sad, it's scary, it's everything you can put together. But you can read about it. It's just wild. That's kind of breaking right now. Sorry, didn't mean to be a buzzkill. No. It's an interesting yet sad story. David, go ahead, and then we'll get the callers.
All righty. I'd rather wait to see if Goff goes down first before we sign.
Come on, and what are you going to do? Warren. Wake up Phillip Rivers out of bed? Come on.
Oh, these people, man. Leo in Detroit, do you really think with our defense and offensive weapons we couldn't win a game with Sudfeld?
Yeah, no, I'm dead serious. Okay, you won't win a game.
Here's the thing, maybe one. But here's what happens in the NFL. Once they get tape on you, now all of a sudden things change. So maybe he goes out there, has this great game, and then nothing. So you already – your team is set up to win the division. Make sure that you don't have any hiccups. So get a better backup in here, pay him the money, and let's go.
And again, reminder, Bridgewater is – it's at least debatable to say he's the best backup quarterback in the league.
Yeah.
That's a premium fill-in.
He's a former starter. He's got experience. He can handle this team. Heck, he could even
and his teammates love him.
Right.
Culture.
This is one that you don't want anything to happen to Goff. Hopefully Bridgewater never plays. But in this division, I don't think they're going to run away with it like some of you. I think it's going to be a battle that comes down to the final 3 weeks with the Vikings. He goes out for 4 games, maybe this thing never happens with the Vikings because you just didn't win those games.
Teddy will end up here, but the Lions will still sign another player, non-QB, after the final team cuts for the NFL. Still thinking defensive tackle. That is Todd in Hazel Park.
Look, they've got the flexibility to do it, and I hope they do. Even though we're going to have this division wrapped up early, I think it's important.
Division will be wrapped up by Thanksgiving.
That's right. Hold on. Who released the list today that had the Lions going 11-6? Every other team in the division was 7-10.
I saw that.
Who was that?
Oh, I forgot who that was, but
I heard Gator talking about it, and I go, see? It's almost like I wrote the article. It's perfect. We're all set, guys.
I'm glad Campbell and the team, I was actually applauding the stuff that I read, like Hutchinson downplaying all of this hype, saying we haven't earned it yet. I was like, thank you.
Oh, that's another segment I was glad you weren't here for. I loved what Campbell said. We know it's there. Let's go to work.
Oh, no.
Don't deny it.
No, I love that. But the fact that, hey, we haven't earned it yet, we got to go out there and get it. Well, I would have agreed and said yes.
You're a wild card. I don't know where you're at moment
then you know
to moment.
what? That means I'm doing my job.
Potentially.
I guess so.
Some days. All right.
What, Jack wants to be a radio host now?
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Was Jack here yesterday?
No. And neither was Roberto.
Oh, boy. Okay.
I saw Roberto for 10 seconds yesterday.
Okay, that stopped being funny. All right, let's move on.
What? I didn't see his beautiful salmon polo. Salmon.
I saw Steve Foberto, and I was like, well, okay, you finally put on an adult shirt. I saw him out my peripheral vision, and I realized it wasn't Roberto.
I think I've seen Steve more today than Roberto.
I have. I've actually had conversations with Steve.
Okay, I think that's enough. To the people, we go to Mark, 97.1. Mark, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. How you guys doing?
Good, hey, Mark. What's up?
Hey, I got a couple of points. I got 3, actually. Number one, shout out to the law enforcement for catching Harry and Hernandez's. Point 2, if Goff went down in the preseason, which could happen, and Bridgewater took over, I wouldn't bat an eye. And 3, just think what Hooker's going to learn talking to Bridgewater and Goff every day. I mean, gosh, even if he doesn't get in, he's talking to Hooker every day. It's like me being a radio intern and being with Mike and Rico.
Well, I mean, listen, I think I understand the principle of it, Mark. I don't want to be dismissive. I think that's one thing, and we in media and fans, we always overrate, I think, the mentorship angle. Here's a dirty secret. Not everybody wants to babysit.
No.
Not everybody wants to be a mentor.
No.
I choose to look at this from a football perspective. Look, Hendon Hooker is going to be good or not based on his own merits. This is about if, and frankly, when Jared Goff gets hurt. When? It could be for a quarter. It could be for a series. It could be for a month. God forbid it could be for a year. Mm-hmm. If you have somebody who can enter that game and can help you in the same way that Chad Henne has helped the Kansas City Chiefs in some big moments, it may not have to be a month.
Right.
Could Bridgewater fill in and Goff rolls his ankle or has to get x-rays and he misses 2 series in the third quarter of a late November game you need? Mm-hmm. That's what I focus on. I just think we do the whole mentorship thing. It's overstated.
Yeah, because, I mean, I think the only reason why Brian Hoyer stayed with the Patriots so long is he got out of Brady's way, because it seems like every other quarterback was just, you know what, we got to get rid of this guy.
We are back up you.
Yeah.
Between Stanton and Hoyer, they got about a 30-year career of never playing. But they both got a pension.
Got paid. Right, and Stan can play with his kids.
Didn't Hoyer have one magical year, though? Wasn't that the original Josh Gordon explosion?
I think so.
He played like 1 year, and you're like, oh, my God, is Brian Hoyer going to be the franchise QB with the Browns?
And he cashed in that year.
I'd have to go back and look. I just remember.
Yeah, then they had Johnny Manziel became the quarterback.
So it was like 2010 or 11.
Yeah, I believe so.
The Browns are the king of like the 1 year, one and done. Remember Peyton Hillis? 1 year, he's like the best player in the
Mad
NFL.
Cover and everything.
Yeah. Wow. And then just disappeared.
Good grab.
The Browns have a couple of them.
Hillis.
Yeah.
I remember people just the fantasy football waiver wires. Everybody wanted him that week.
1 year league. What college?
Stanford.
Arkansas. I'll give you credit. You had the color right. Good for you. 248-539-9797. Not bad. David, a couple ticket texts to finish us out, and we will get to a football today.
Someone says, Teddy, deal not done because he's probably not healthy.
I don't care. Put him in a wheelchair and sign him.
I don't even need him right away, so we're good. He's not so injured he's never going to play. A player that they want, someone said they want Carson Wentz and not Teddy Bridgewater to be the backup quarterback.
Unlike Teddy, I think it's become pretty apparent teammates don't love Carson Wentz.
I think you're right about that.
And that's all I've got to say about that.
Isn't this
okay, Forrest?
Isn't this the team for Teddy Bridgewater? Great offensive line, nice running game. He's the perfect backup.
Know what it reminds me of? The old Vikings teams. The ones with AP. The ones that would line up and hammer you. You can drop him back, little play action, hand the ball off, keep it safe. It works. Here's what I would say. If I'm Bridgewater, yeah, the allure to play is one thing. But ask yourself where you're playing. Unless a quarterback on a contending team dies, do you really want to go and be the, wait for it, quarterback of the Arizona Cardinals?
No.
And just get murdered? Nah. Wear the hat, hold the clipboard, make the better part of 5, 6, 7 mil, and we'll run the carousel again next offseason. Plus, you get a chance to win.
Yeah, I think the only thing he's waiting on is to see if a starter goes down across the league, and I can just step in and be the guy immediately.
But it has to be on a decent team.
Right, so like I said, Cowboys go down, or Jalen Hurts, or somebody like that. You know what? I can go to the Eagles and play with all of those. Yep, I'm in.
Oh, that's a different thing. Yeah, that'd be amazing.
A lot of weapons there to
go
boy. Play with.
It's sickening, isn't it?
Yeah, someone says Teddy is the right move. Just pay him now and get him to camp, Brad.
I'd be pumped up about it. I think that would be the icing on the cake. All right, let's get to a football today. Lots of NFL news to cover. We do it next. 97.1. Well, I'm a human being, David, so I need to take a breath there after broadcast. I love how David thinks I'm just going to not just run on sentence right into a commercial.
Professional skin.
No, I'm just saying, David, David will let it breathe. Yes, I'll tell you about Hungry Howie's. Yes, I'll tell you it's their 50th anniversary.
Or maybe you were ordering some for the group.
Or it was just after a very intense segment and I needed a half a second. The point is, Hungry Howie's. Special menu items, the mix and match deal. You don't feel like getting dinner on the table. 20 minutes, you're all set. $6.99. Mix and match those menu items, and you are good to go. The special item, out with the 73 Classic, so Kenny doesn't need to count pepperonis anymore. The bee sting is in. New pizza, sweet hot honey drizzle, 2 toppings of your choice, only $12.99. So whether it's the new stuff, the old stuff, or anything in between, Hungry Howie's, they've got you covered. 50th anniversary celebration. It's Hungry Howie's. Limited time only on that bee sting pizza.
Brought to you by the good people at DuckDuckGo. 18-year-old Bronny James, son of LeBron, suffers cardiac arrest yesterday during practice at USC. He is now, though, in stable condition. Line C.J. Gardner-Johnson, after suffering a scary leg injury yesterday, will only miss a day or two of practice, according to head coach Campbell. Wide receiver Jamison Williams suffering a minor leg injury. He, too, expected to miss a couple days. And Dan Campbell says Teddy Bridgewater, that visit went well. He would love to add him to the quarterback room. The G-Men signed running back Saquon Barkley to 1 year's $10.1 million fully guaranteed, plus incentives. The G-Men retain the right to franchise tag the running back. Tigers and Angels tonight at Comerica Park, 6:40 right here on the ticket. The first pitch, broadcast starts at 6:15. Could be the last series for Shohei Ohtani in an Angels uniform with the approaching trade deadline. Eduardo Rodriguez pitching for the Tigers. Celtics extend Jaylen Brown to a NBA record 5 years, $304 million. And according to reports, University of Michigan head coach Jim Harbaugh could be facing a 4-game negotiated suspension for allegedly lying about recruiting violations during COVID. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. Hey, David, real quick. We'll get football today in a moment. Can I update the hot stove report here for the Tigers? It is a big week. Did you guys see the report earlier today? There's an actual name that they're kind of interested in.
No.
It's not one I'm too hot to trot for. But apparently the Tigers checked in on Arizona Diamondbacks outfielder Alek Thomas. Now, at one point, Alek Thomas was a pretty big prospect. He's in his second year in the league. Last year, he would have fit right in here because he had about a 610 OPS. This year, he's about 690. He's made some improvements. He's not good, but he's got some pedigree. It's a position of need for you. I'm telling you, I think your man, the Carpenter, shout out JC, your man is going to be the DH next year when Miggy's dead body's out of here. You're going to have outfield spots available. Might be a name. Diamondbacks are in the market for some pitching. They could be in the mix for a Lorenzen. They could be in the mix for an Erod. Alek Thomas could be a name to keep your eye on, according to some reports. Now, I can't offer you some great profile. The kid has shown no power through 2 seasons. Just doesn't have a lot of power.
So we just add him to the mix with everybody else.
No. Listen. There could still be a high upside. Now, I want to be fair about something. If you take plate appearances and you go, all right, take at bats, 580 career at bats in 2 seasons. That's about 1 full season of at bats. If I extrapolate the numbers, he's got 14 homers. Not great. A 643 OPS. Bad. Not Javi bad, but bad. Your OBP, also bad. He just doesn't draw walks at all. Look, he hasn't been good. There's no other way for me to put it. But he's 23 years old. He was a high prospect. Maybe to change scenery helps you. Maybe that's not the only thing you get. Maybe it's just a piece. But I'm giving you a name because names are very hard to come by at the baseball deadline. You very rarely hear teams connected with Now, you could tell me if it's an Ohtani, teams will come to the forefront. Like the Orioles are emerging. Good, they should. But when it's secondary players and smaller stuff, nobody knows these players.
Right, yeah, I was reading something about Ohtani and the Braves were sending a bunch of young guys over there for the fact that you could just rent them for the end of the year and then take your chance to see what happens.
Yeah, but I would just tell you Alek Thomas would not be high on my list of things to ask for. I don't really want to get another guy that's had the better part of 600 MLB plate appearances to figure this thing out, and he's nowhere close to being even league average. But if you feel like you can fix him, or you believe in the pedigree, you think the everyday at-bats are what's going to help him, okay. Guys, bottom line, we did this yesterday. I gave you what I deem to be the 5 tradable pieces you have. Eduardo Rodriguez, who pitches tonight, Michael Lorenzen, Foley, Lang, and Kerry Carpenter. Now, I outlined each as to why you would or wouldn't move them. Carpenter's under team control through 29. Mm-hmm. You got 2+ years pre-arbitration on Jason Foley, meaning you pay him in water bottles. Lang, you got 1.5 years pre-arb. And the other two, to me, just have to go.
Yeah.
So I outlined, like, for instance, Foley, to me, could be the biggest weapon you have. He makes no money. He's immediately going to upgrade a team's bullpen as that 7th-inning guy, setup guy. And a team doesn't have to pay him, even arbitration for 2 years. Oh, you're going to give me something better than Alec Thomas. Much better.
No, that's yeah. I actually like that idea.
Those are the 5.
No, I'm saying, and now that you're, 7 games out of winning the division, you're more of a seller than a buyer from. Okay. I can see that. That actually, yeah, you're right. There a lot of those got under team control.
So, well, and here's the other side of it. David brought up a great point. This division is not going to be the AL East anytime soon. So you have to balance the return Scott Harris could get against, why don't I just open the season with Lang and Foley in my pen? Make one free agent splash to get a closer. Now I turn these games into 6-inning games. Foley, Lang, closer, good night. Foley, Lang, closer, coffin.
It's like the days of your old Yankees teams.
Sort of. And that's what
Where
I
all
think.
they had to get to the
right. And that's what a contending team would do right now. That's really what the game's turned into. Here's the other angle. Scott Harris doesn't seem to care about relievers. Not that he doesn't want good ones, but he's shown this willingness to just swap them out. He moved Jimenez last year. He moved Soto. He's willing to move on from guys. Mm-hmm. Now, all I said, and I wanted your take on this, the only thing I want, do not make these trades and show me pitching. Don't do it. The only thing I want from these other teams, bats. Hats for bats. That's all I want.
No, you're right, because you this lineup, as you stated, you're probably about 2 good bats away from being a legitimate team in this division. Consistent bats. Not, Spencer Torkelson is hot right now, but we all know that means in the month of August he won't do anything.
I know the guy I want. I just don't know if they're interested. I don't know if they've reached out. These reports that the Reds, 2 years after Jonathan India won NL Rookie of the Year. Jonathan India is a second baseman. I can pretty comfortably tell you we'll go 25-20. He'll give you 25 home runs and 20 steals. And that's a guy, look, 750, 760 OPS, but he's a player. Last year, he had a horrible year. He had a ton of leg injuries. He never was healthy. I think he had a wicked calf strain. He missed 2 months. His rookie year, he was a dog. I'm like, wow, this kid's really good. They took him out of Florida, top 5, but the Reds are loaded.
You're right.
They need pitching. Could you go to the Reds and now Jonathan India is playing second base for you for the next 4 or 5 years? That's the kind of player I want. Yeah. I don't want Alec Thomas. Yes, I'm a nerd, guys. I love baseball. I know these people. I'm just trying to help the process.
He just doesn't read college football previews.
Still haven't yet. I don't know. You know what? I may boycott it just so I don't have to hear from you.
No, Mike, you have to, because
it's a bit.
Where else are we going to get the knowledge? I need to know how accurate the rosters are with the whole transfer portal.
We will sit down with that, because you're right. I don't know how you would produce a magazine. We've talked about David Femininio for a long time. We've told you when you get injured in Michigan, you get David and you get paid. Well, when you get David for your injury case, you also get communication. You get the best legal team in the state. And when you get David, you don't pay anything until he wins your case. So all you need to do is call the number, 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH, or simply go online anytime to getdavid.getpaid.com. All right, David, let's get some NFL football in the mix. Go around the league. I know what you're going to do, so you can just lead off with it, and we can get done. Hit the stupid music and ask me the stupid question.
What a story to wake up to when you realize 2 days before this that there was a running back Zoom call. Saquon said, yep, I'm not getting any help, so I'm going to go ahead and sign my deal. $10.1 million fully guaranteed with incentives that can get him to at least $12 million, I believe. Your thoughts? All bark, no bite from Saquon, apparently.
That's what frustrates me.
It was the right move.
Let the record state I wanted him traded on draft night because I foresaw it coming to this.
You did.
But this is this is like a buzzkill. I should be happy because he is one of our best players, but I just don't care. He strung them up all off season. He hurt their ability to get more stuff done. And, for a guy who said, I want to be a Giant for life, he sure didn't behave like it. Now, what I love is all the idiots going out who don't want their own team to spend $15 million a year on a running back, but then they do this whole concern trolling. Oh, poor Saquon. It's like they had a 3-year, $33 million deal out there with $22.5 guaranteed, a.k.a. guaranteed we'll franchise your ass if you don't sign it. I just don't know what Saquon wanted or what he thought he was going to get, but kudos to Joe Shane for drawing a hard line in the sand.
Yeah, unless the deal said you can't franchise me next year.
Which it doesn't.
I don't know.
The players' union would have a bit of an issue with that.
Right, but it was, this is one of those like, okay, so what was your end game
Basically, they left the dinner bill, and we'll give you a $300,000 bonus if you get us to the playoffs. Listen, man. Next year, Giants.
He didn't even get a tip. It was just like, you know what, just keep the change.
No, it's a 1-year deal where they can now hopefully put it to bed. He has a great year. The Giants will have the most cap space in the league next year, according to some projections. And you talk about a deal next year. I don't know, man. He's also the same dude who took his signing bonus of $10 million and put it all in crypto. He put it in Bitcoin at $60,000. And guess what? It's only worth about $30,000 per Bitcoin. That means you're down $5 million. So Saquon might be a great kid and might be a hell of a teammate. He might not be the smartest bulb in the box.
No, but if you read every story about it, he basically showed up to the facility at 7 a.m., knocking on the door saying, hey, I'll take it. Like, what?
And he fired his agent in the process.
Yes,
so
he
the
did.
whole thing's been a boondoggle.
Right. Like, you just take being franchise, get the money, and
how's that running back Zoom going?
Exactly. Let's talk about
Saquon. You just see the name. He's not there. Saquon, you there?
Sounds like some of the Zooms this place
is he on mute? Hello? Somebody give him a call.
Picture not available.
We'd like to talk about some great new digital products.
Trayvon Diggs is in the news. Tom Pelissero is reporting that the Cowboys and Diggs are finalizing a 5-year, $97 million contract extension. Not sure yet how much of that is guaranteed.
I love him as long as he's not on my team. Exciting player, takes tons of chances. Every time the ball's thrown in his direction, it's either going to be a touchdown or a pick six. He ain't for me, though. Diggs is way too much of a showboat for a corner. I can't do it.
Yeah, but it's Dallas.
Hey, that's why I said love him as long as he ain't on my team.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
That's a Cowboys move, right?
He is the ultimate risk it for biscuit corner.
It's all about the sizzle with the
and he's exciting. It's great.
But he's going to give up. He's going to give up a lot, and he always has. Giveth
and taketh.
Yes.
David, he'll have 7 or 8 interceptions. He'll give up equal amount of egregious gambles.
Now I almost said something that would have had me at my own category in the tournament.
Please don't do that.
I want that.
David.
Maybe that's your white. I don't know. We'll see. Justin Fields declines to be on quarterback for next season. Says Netflix did reach out to him about participating, but he says, quote, having cameras around the building that might change the vibe of everyone. Just want to keep it natural and organic and really just focus on what's going on in the building.
I respect that.
He won't be on there.
I respect that. I don't have any issue with that.
And I think it comes across as you're better than everybody else because the cameras are following you, Justin. So Well, everybody, like, we're trying to put the team together and they're following you around. It's almost like you're separated. Where this team, this Bears team, really needs, because I just don't think that they had a coach or GM, or they weren't unified. That's the word I'm looking for. They were not unified at all. This could drive a wedge because he's got to convince his team to actually play together as a team, because maybe in a few years we could become the best team in this division.
Well, Kenny just says he just doesn't want the cameras and fans to see how badly he is as a quarterback.
Well, come on, man. That's you know what? That's a real Kenny opinion right there. That's pretty bad.
No, he's rarely do I feel sorry for people, but he's one that I do
There's
feel
no
sorry for.
Infrastructure there.
Right.
Come on.
Well, there is infrastructure over there in San Francisco, and this is just coming out as they report to camp.
Ooh.
Kyle Shanahan has been talking. John Lynch spoke. John Lynch first told reporters that QB Brock Purdy is ready to go. He won't be placed on the PUP list, so he will start on the field for practice when they start practicing tomorrow.
Yeah, he's on a pitch count where they're going to tabulate the throws, make sure he doesn't do too much. This is one where it kind of tells you they don't have a ton of faith in Trey Lance, and maybe they're willing to admit we made a huge mistake. But, yeah, Purdy, like it or not, you could say he was a flash in the pan. When he was out there, the team rallied around him. They didn't lose until they got to the playoffs.
I know, but I just view it like tape's out. He's extremely limited.
Right, but the tape had been out for a while.
I know, but man, over the offseason, it's different. You know, when a guy, you can get that lightning in a bottle feel as it's happening, but an offseason later, Rico, I still swear to God, like I could see by week 3, Purdy's benched. I refuse to believe that Brock Purdy's the best quarterback in that room.
No, I mean,
I watched him for years at Iowa State. None of this makes sense to me.
But I think it's kind of like what had Jimmy G such a long career. Here's your goal.
Well, he's beautiful.
Well, that too. Here's your goal.
Gorgeous human being.
Don't turn the ball over. Take the sack, throw it out of bounds, whatever you have to do. Lean on the defense. Give the ball to one of these guys back here with the
just play Lance, will you please? Next question.
Well, I don't think that's going to happen.
I demand it.
Well, what's going to happen is if my next story lasts a little longer than they expect into the season, Brock Purdy will have to play better. Tom Pelissero on Tuesday reported that 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan and GM John Lynch expect defensive end Nick Bosa to not show up to camp because of negotiation with his new deal. They both believe that he will not show up, and he's not there so far.
You got to pay him
tomorrow.
like Aaron Donald. I hate to break it to you. There's really not a lot to negotiate.
No, are you going to have a contract better than Donald or slightly under Donald? That's about it.
$31 million a year over the course of 4 years. We'll call it $125. You keep the change, and we're going to make about 90 of it guaranteed. That's what a Nick Bosa deal looks like.
And the only problem I would have is just get the deal done so he can get into practice, so he can get the reps, so he doesn't end up with the soft tissue injury because he missed all of training camp. And then it looks like you paid him, and now he's injured for the year.
In all reality, I expect him to probably be signed by the end of the week. They've probably been working on this for a long time.
You know what? And he probably doesn't want to do training camp. So I would say, hey, let's split the difference. Give me the last 2 weeks. Get yourself healthy, ready for the season.
And that is in football today.
We are brought to you by the good people at National Benefit Plans. 18-year-old Bronny James is now in stable condition. That's right, the son of LeBron did suffer a cardiac arrest during practice at USC yesterday. C.J. Gardner-Johnson of the Lions will only miss a day or two of practice after suffering a scary leg injury yesterday. Likewise, just missing a day or two will be wide receiver Jamison Williams with what is called a minor leg injury. Dan Campbell also says quarterback Teddy Bridgewater, that visit went well. He would love to add him to the quarterback room. Tigers and Angels tonight at Comerica Park, 6:40 the first pitch right here on 97.1 The Ticket. May or not be the last game for Shohei Ohtani in an Angels uniform. The trade deadline just days away. Eduardo Rodriguez pitching for Detroit. Ohtani not scheduled to pitch in the series. Celtics extending Jaylen Brown 5 years. Hello, $304 million, richest in NBA history. Preseason Big Ten media poll selecting Michigan first, Ohio State second, and MSU fifth. But who will be Michigan's head coach for the first 4 games? According to reports, head coach Jim Harbaugh could be facing a 4-game negotiated suspension for allegedly lying about recruiting violations during COVID. At the Ticket Update desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
By the way, found out something interesting about the mayor of Tecumseh, a.k.a. Mr. Gov. Avid fan of cargo shorts. Now, that may be the most white guy dad thing ever.
That makes total sense.
In the Tecumseh area. He was espousing the virtues of cargo shorts.
Oh, no. David.
I don't own a pair of cargo shorts.
Actually,
no.
I do. That's why I'm like, wow. Okay.
Just had to throw that out there. Odyssey.com rewind. We did talk about the Jim Harbaugh thing, but it's very simple. It's the equivalent of being on the right and arguing with the left, or being on the left and arguing with the right. You're dealing in cult-like behavior. So you can go listen to it. We weren't going to make it some 4-hour thing. There's not a lot to say. Your coach has a level 1 violation because he lied to investigators. And there's 4 secondary violations that are all competitive advantage things. It's not this talking point hamburger nonsense. No, it doesn't mean your program's not great. It doesn't mean you're probably not going to win the Big Ten again. All it means is your program and your athletic department are basically doing whatever they want. And if any other school is operating this way, you'd be the first to whine about it. That's it. Harbaugh thinks he's above the law. Ward is basically nothing more than his Uber driver, and away you go. Mm-hmm. Ward's the caddy. Ward's the property manager. And again, it doesn't mean you don't have a great football team. But there's no other coach I can think of with a 4-game suspension for lying to investigators who kept their job. Am I saying Harbaugh should be fired? Absolutely not. What he did does not upset me. What upsets me is that there's just no rules for this program. And yet they want to act like somehow they're above it. Like, never forget that after Mozzie Smith got in trouble and still got on that airplane, Harbaugh got to that podium and railroaded 8 MSU football players. Railroaded them. Yeah. And by the way, whatever came of that, let me help you. Nothing. Just like exactly what should have come out of it that night. It was a fight at a football game. They tried to make it like it was something. It wasn't. It was nothing. But that's all right. But the NCAAs wanted to get him for a long time. He invited it. Mm-hmm. And when you lie to the NCAA, that's the only way they can really get you. Like Bruce Pearl, he lied about hosting that barbecue. He lied about Aaron Kraft being at his house. That's how Bruce Pearl got fired from Tennessee and got a 3-year show cause penalty.
Because I got to be honest with you, I don't think the NCAA even wants to levy penalties down.
They don't want to mess with Michigan. They don't want to mess with big programs.
No, they'd rather you just come clean. We'll give you a bunch of secondary stuff and, release it on a day when some other big news happens, right, and it'll get swept right under the rug.
My whole point is just don't play this game that if this happened at OSU or MSU, you'd have the same approach. Just don't do it. You're lying. Don't waste our time. That's why we didn't make it a big deal. It's why I'm giving you Odyssey.com rewind and not bringing it back for a second time today because it bores me. It really does. The 4 games he's going to miss, I think West Bloomfield High School plays a harder schedule. Stoney could coach the games. You'd go 4-0. It's East Carolina, it's UNLV, it's UConn, or Bowling Green, and then Rutgers. And you don't even leave Ann Arbor.
Nope.
So that doesn't matter. What matters is just how much more can you get away with. And whether it's the offensive coordinator, mystery hour, Mozzie, Donovan, just all of it. All of it. Enough. Coach football games.
Right.
Enough.
Well, I think they may actually go to Rutgers, but you're right.
I mean, what difference does it make? Half their alumni come from New York City. It'll be a Michigan home game.
Fair enough.
Plus, Rutgers is awful. Has there been a more oversold hire than Schiano going back home again? Realistically.
Yep. But you're going to think I'm just piling on if I say it.
What?
Rutgers is here.
Oh, it's here?
Yeah.
Okay.
They don't leave Ann Arbor, brother.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, whoa, piling on. What?
Nebraska's coach.
Oh, Frost?
Yeah.
No, I own that.
I didn't want you to think I was piling on.
Oh, no, I don't
But
react the way you do.
No,
I own it.
No.
I act like an adult.
Oh, wow. Thank you. No, I was saying, I didn't want you to think, oh, you're making fun of me. No,
I deserve it. It's fine.
No. When Nebraska got Scott Frost, they made it seem like
Christ was coming home.
This is
the year
he's going to win.
Matt Rule gets it right.
He's going to win a national title. Because remember, he was coming from Central Florida. They were undefeated. And, this is going to be the greatest thing ever.
I know.
And it just never took off there.
Just didn't work. Mistakes were made. Now Matt Rule has to get this right. He will get it right.
See, I think he
have
will.
to get it right.
No, I think he will because I think the expectations are now lowered. Like it's one of those. It's how Michigan was when Harbaugh got there. Oh, he was the golden child coming back home. He's going to get this right. He's going to fix it. Let's go.
Well, he has
6 years later.
Well,
7 years. No, 7 years later, it finally worked.
Yeah. Now, okay, but here's the thing. If we were going to do Harbaugh stuff, I think the problem I have with Michigan is, I openly tell you the Big Ten now goes to Ann Arbor. They broke Ohio State. Even when their own fans weren't picking them 2 years ago, I was. But you know my issue with it is? It's almost like they've gotten comfortable winning the Big Ten and beating OSU. Like, that's enough. It's right back to what Bo was. They never won bowl games with Bo. You know what they don't do with Jim? They don't win their bowl game.
True.
Now, the playoff is your bowl game. He's 0-2. What was he in bowl games prior? 1-5. They're 1-7 in their last game of the season. Now, I'm not telling you he's a bad coach. I thought for a time there when you were 0-5 against OSU and 500 against horrific state teams, you're not getting it done.
Right.
But he's now beat Ohio State twice. I will be surprised if they don't beat them this year.
See, and that's what makes him untouchable right now. Everything that's going on.
No, I know.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, if Michigan fans are going to use, Harbaugh is just doing what the SEC does and we want to win, well, that's fine. But no one in the SEC talks about beating their rival and that being good enough. Success in the SEC is you got to win the Natty.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's the interesting part here is I don't think he'll ever face scrutiny. He could continue to win the Big Ten, go to the playoff, and get beat. And I don't think anyone's going to say a word. I think that school and that fan base have become very comfortable because you know what this is? This is their childhood. This is familiar. This is Bo. Play no one, have a one-game schedule, go to the playoff, play someone or go to the Rose Bowl, and get housed. Bo had the worst winning percentage of any head coach in history in bowl games. What's Harbaugh got? What's 1-7 get you in that spin machine?
Because here's the thing. I mean, I was just about to say it, Mike, but you said it so eloquently. Under Bo, it was about beating Ohio State.
And that's what it is.
That was your season.
Does any Michigan fan actually have designs? Or, not this, hope, faith to win a national title? Yes. I'm talking about expectation that there is accountability if you don't. My answer is absolutely not.
You win the Big Ten, you beat Ohio State, successful year. playing in the Rose Bowl, if we win, great. If we don't worry about it because we won the Big Ten and we beat the Buckeyes.
But that's my issue. On a day like today where Harbaugh got his ass in the jackpot, 2 assistants, including Sharon Moore, who's a stud, he's got a suspension. Now, Mike McDonald's not here anymore, but he got a show cause. He wouldn't be able to get a job in college. That's a big deal because I can't come up with a comparative where a coach has survived that. So when Michigan fans in hour 1 called in and said, well, look, we're just, you know what? He's just doing to keep up with the Joneses in the SEC. Well, okay, but are you going to have expectations like the SEC? No. So there's always a story.
Yeah.
My whole point would be like what we talked about. I love what Blake Corum said. It should be natty or bust. The difference is if I say that, Sparty. I say that. Oh, I'm setting them up. No, I'm not. I'm holding them to the same standard I'd have. Like if Michigan State had won back to, like when MSU was rolling, winning the Big Ten was fine. The idea was there had to be more out there.
Now you want more.
With Michigan, I don't think there's more out there. I don't think Michigan fans would call up and admit it. I think if you just told them there's nothing more than the last 2 years and that's what you're going to be, that you'll beat OSU, you'll win the Big Ten, and you'll be a party favor in the playoff.
Oh, yeah.
I think they're okay with that.
If you told them, you know what, for the next...
Go ahead.
No, for the next 6 out of 8 years, you will beat Ohio State and you'll win the Big Ten.
But you won't win a natty.
And you won't win a playoff game.
They would take it and put a statue next to his hero.
You want to win the national title, but it's not something you need, if that makes sense. Because, David, it does kind of feel like the days of Bo, where under Bo, you beat the Buckeyes, you win the Big Ten, and what happens when you play UCLA or USC?
And it comes at a time, and I'm not taking anything away from Michigan. They've been the best program in the Big Ten the last 2 years, and they look like they're going to do it again. But, guys, let's be fair. The Big Ten has been ass the last couple of years. It's you and OSU. Don't give me Penn State. You got to stop with this James Franklin stuff. I don't want to hear it. Wisconsin's hit the skids. MSU's hitting the skids. Iowa's a joke.
Then I was about to say, how could that be, Mike? Because I was told when Michigan State was winning, that's when the Big Ten was bad.
Well, the State was winning and Michigan was bad.
So the question is...
Ohio State wasn't bad.
So I guess the question is the Big Ten ever good?
No, that's the joke of it all. The Big Ten is the most overrated conference in America. Like, I don't like when Kenny acts the way he acts, but I can't say he's wrong. The SEC...
Pillow fights.
Right. Like, but I'll own it. I just have to accept it. No, I don't. Listen, I made this comment the other day. I was talking to Jansen. I go, John, turn on Illinois and Iowa, and then turn on Ole Miss and Arkansas. Tell me what you see. It's night and day.
If your whole objective is just to win your conference and that's it, and then you just pack up shop and wait till next season, yes, it does mean more in the SEC. You can see it.
No, it does. And my point is that if Harbaugh is going to operate with impunity, and it's in the name of we're in it for wins, we don't care what we have to do, well, your expectations have to go in line with that.
Mm-hmm.
I can't make fun of them for losing to Georgia. Can't. They were outmatched, outclassed. You got a taste of what MSU faced against Bama. You knew right away, you went, uh-oh, this is a problem. The TCU game, I will laugh my plums off into eternity. That was the funniest thing I've ever seen. That was an embarrassment.
It's because the expectations should have changed. You made it one time. Georgia was what they were. Now you got to do something.
Well, no, I think what happened, David, what you saw was TCU. You saw how many points you were favored by, and you didn't take them seriously.
That's exactly what they did, I believe.
And it's what Georgia did against Michigan. Okay, guys, they're going to try to win this game. Let's just take away their hopes and dreams early. Let's end this thing, and then we can prepare for the national title game. They went out there, let's run a triple reverse, flea flicker, Statue of Liberty play early in the game. Right, you got the best kicker in just kick the 3 points.
What I'm trying to say is, in short order, if you go to the playoff and lose again this year, there should be criticism, but there won't be. And that's why I said what I said. But you can go rewind and hear the whole spiel about the suspension and all that jazz. Summer's here, road trip fiesta, everybody going up north all the time. Hell, half the hosts at this station are up north, right? No Doug, no John. They got to be up north. Where are they? No, they're not up north?
Maybe.
All right, my bad.
Just keep
I have no idea where they are factually.
Chances on the kid tour thing.
Okay.
Just
all right,
keep
everybody
reading.
calm down. I didn't slander anybody. I just said they're going up north. Maybe they should go to Moran Buick GMC and get a vehicle. What the hell's the problem here? Jesus.
Well, Jansen may need it with all the miles he's putting on his truck.
All right, and if John's vehicle is an issue, go to MoranExpress.com and get the damn thing fixed. Listen, you get a free loaner vehicle when you schedule your certified service appointment. I really don't see what's funny here. Scheduling is fast and easy at MoranExpress.com. Stop at Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
All right, we'll get back to some NFL talk a little bit later on in this hour. David, any ticket text before we move on?
They're all doing it. Come on, Mike and Rico. Saban ain't clean. Tuck ain't clean. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. You know this. A2 and Tecumseh.
Here's the thing. I'm okay with that statement. You can't sit here and say how much better you are than other programs. You can't now say, oh, we don't do that in Ann Arbor. If you want to hold on to that, fine. But the double standard, that's out the window as of today.
And can I also say this? You have to win the championship in my mind. If you're going to do stuff like this. It
justifies it.
Yes.
When Tennessee gets hit with all of those penalties and there's no trophy in the trophy case, then you're saying, well, what was the point?
Yeah, but guys, you're both missing the point. This will all be whitewashed. The blue wall's real. It'll be whitewashed. If this was Michigan State, oh my God.
Oh, I fully expected. I mean, the headline tomorrow, I can just see it in the news and the free press, all over cheeseburgers. Something like that.
And that's not it's not even what it's
But
about.
that's what, the narrative will be.
No, and look, I guess for me, I brought up Urban Meyer. He got a 3-game suspension and was done at the end of the year. I don't have a comparative for a coach who has lied to investigators and kept their job. But again, this is the same coach who had a kid on a felony gun charge and put him on the airplane to Indiana instead of just saying, Mozzie, cool out. You're suspended for a game. We're going to go handle some business. We're going to stand by you. We know you're not a bad kid. You made a bad error. They just went, F you, get on the plane. Let's roll.
Right.
And then impugn the character of 8 players on Michigan State. Like
hooligans.
Well, no, that's my whole point. Like it would be nice if there was just a baseline here. But it's just not how it works. So that's whatever. All right, Dave, you go read the ticket
I can argue that there is a baseline.
What's that?
There's a baseline that Michigan will just get away with everything.
Oh, yeah, okay.
That is the baseline.
Yes. Yeah, no, for sure. For sure.
Right. Unless the student newspaper writes something. Yeah.
No, and my whole point is I don't take it to where Rico's taking it. I guess for me, I just don't ever want to hear about Ohio State again.
Right. No.
That's all I ask.
But, Mike, that's what I was saying.
That's all I ask.
You can't walk around saying how much better you are than the SEC and Ohio State and look at all these coaches and they just sell their soul. Well,
like think about for a minute. If this was Ryan Day today, that if Ryan Day had hosted recruits during a COVID dead period, if Ryan Day had gotten a competitive advantage watching player workouts via Zoom, using analysts on-field coaching, which is just not allowed. Like if you had done those things, can you imagine the firestorm emanating from Detroit media and from Michigan fans? They'd be salivating to get OSU.
Dirty, this is what they do. They cheat, they this, that, and the other. So just admit you're just like everybody else and let's move on. Don't justify. See, that's where the problem comes in. Well, no. But if you look, no, this isn't a power ranking. You're dirty, they're dirty, everybody's dirty. Let's move on. You're going to win your 4 games, so it's not about that. It's your pride right now that's hurt. It's you don't get to be better than thou.
I will tell you, I'd be thrilled if I'm a Michigan fan that the suspension is the penalty, not a recruiting issue, no scholarships, no bowl ban. Because here's the deal. The penalty doesn't hurt you.
Mike, this goes back to what we said with the not to make these two things into one, but the Mozzie Smith thing. If you would have just suspended him for Indiana.
Right.
No big deal. We move on, and it looks like you're in control of your program.
You don't bury the kid. You don't get him out of there, right?
You don't. He didn't need to be kicked off the team.
And it doesn't mean he's a bad kid. He made a mistake.
And you were going to beat Indiana without him.
That's the whole point. But they believe they don't have to deal with any rules. That is Jim Harbaugh. That's been him at every stop. The difference is here, unlike the NFL, they'll check you because you're a millionaires working for billionaires. But this has always been the issue for me with college sports. Somehow these coaches become more powerful than school presidents. They become more powerful than the entire university.
Well, you know why? Because they become the face of the university,
right.
like
it's
it or not.
Weird.
Like most people couldn't tell you. In most places, they don't know what the athletic director looks like, let alone the school president. But you know what Saban looks like. Right. Alabama's president walks through here serving up pizza. I wouldn't know who he was or she. I don't know.
Well, you're friends with Gene Smith.
Well, that's different.
It's just factual.
Oh, the people you know.
Yeah, right. We haven't golfed with Gene Smith.
Well,
he has.
David, it's COVID, and there's like 5 people in the press box, and Gene was one of them.
Oh, Gene was one of them. Gene was one of them.
Okay. Mr. Say Smith. Ohio State AD. Gene Smith was in there. I love that.
Wow.
Mike, Rico, Harbaugh did get caught, and he's getting a level 1 infraction. You can't say there's no rules for this guy because there is. He was caught.
Hold on. Time out. He's getting caught, and fans are moaning about it. Look, he did this to himself. It's silly. I don't stay up at night worried about what Harbaugh did. It was just the idea that from the beginning, you saw the narrative being spun, cheeseburger. It's not about a hamburger, you dumbasses. There are 4 secondary violations, and the first level violation is because you misled investigators. It's just I don't know, man.
And it's something that the NCAA really doesn't want to do. Big programs, big time coaches, you got to be pretty stupid and just don't care before they finally say, okay, guys, they give you so many chances. We really don't want to do this.
I just imagine if this was MSU. Oh, my
That'd be no big deal.
Oh, I'm sure they'd be
Ann
very
Arbor will be
supportive.
calling saying, the guys, I'm telling you, this is nothing.
I mean, and did you see? He wears Jordans.
He drives in a slingshot.
Taking aggressive photos with dogs.
Oh, I can't believe the outrage over that. I could not believe it. What are we doing, people?
All right. What are they doing? The neighborhood is just.
I'll take veiled racism for 600, Alex.
Well, honey, time to move. We lost the neighborhood.
Yeah, we've officially lost the neighborhood. Hide your wife, hide your kids.
And they paid him all that money. You think he can handle it? It's a lot of house. Hope he can keep it clean.
No wonder they're opening up a Cane's Chicken up in East Lansing now.
I'm not. Nope. That was a Rico Beard remark. Like, just that. Come on, man. You're putting me in a spot here. That's terrible. Jesus.
Come on, man. You allowed to come to the barbecue.
Okay. Just making a point. Like, if this did happen up there. Oh, boy. I mean, did you see? He's wearing a chain.
I was about to say, did you see the chain with the emblem with the diamonds and the bling in it?
Yeah. God. I'm sending my kid there.
That would never happen at our school.
No, I'm sure they'd be supportive and be like, hey, Tuck's getting railroaded, and you know what? He's still a good man.
Mm-hmm. Dude, you wouldn't imagine just the people, the outraged David over the slingshot that he was.
Oh, I imagine it. Oh, I know.
What the hell's a slingshot?
The 3-wheel vehicle.
Oh.
Right. And they're like, oh, he's riding around campus. Like, are we really? Like,
what's he supposed to do? Have a tandem bike like the Jersey Boardwalk?
Honestly, I was like, I
Watch
can't believe
the tram car, please. I mean, like, what the hell's this guy supposed to do?
Mike, it was a mutual friend of ours, and I was just like, this may be the dumbest conversation we have ever had in our life.
Wait. Mutual friend?
Yes.
I don't have friends. Hold on.
Well, mutual acquaintance.
Give me a hint.
Used to work with him. You used to produce for him.
I produced for him?
Mm-hmm. Back in the day.
Oh, we got to go back to Lansing.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Yeah. Oh, no.
He just figured it out.
No.
I was like,
such a nice man. That's such a dumb take.
I'm like, are we really having this conversation right now?
No. I know who. Bit of a follically challenged individual. Oh, jeez.
I was like, what are we doing here? Like, yeah, just riding around in that slingshot. And I was like,
there goes the neighborhood, Edith. That makes me sad. All right. On to bigger and better topics. 97.1.
All right, guys. You've heard me talk about Specs at LTU right here on the campus of Lawrence Tech. Summer, well, it's ending soon. The fall will be here. And if you haven't registered for classes for Specs at LTU to join the certificate program, what are you waiting for? Because, yeah, in about 3-4 weeks, classes are going to be starting, and they need you in there. So if you thought about radio, if you thought about TV, or you're a graphics design artist, Specs at LTU could be the place for you. It's very simple. Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. And while you're there, you go ahead and make magic by enrolling in the Specs at LTU certificate program today in broadcast media arts, digital media arts, or graphics communications program. And then get ready to take your classes. Get ready to learn what it takes to make it in the industry that you want. Why get them be taught by people who actually work in the industry like yours truly? So we're not going to waste your time. You're going to hit the ground running, and you're going to know exactly what it takes to make it in your respective industries. So be curious. Go to the website, ltu.edu/specs, and make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Brought to you by DuckDuckGo. 18-year-old Bronny James going to be okay. He's now in stable condition. The son of LeBron suffered a cardiac arrest during practice at USC. C.J. Gardner-Johnson and wide receiver Jamison Williams, both suffering leg injuries. Both turned to be minor. The scary one was Gardner-Johnson. Looked to be a lot worse. They both only missed a couple days of practice. Head coach Dan Campbell also says Teddy Bridgewater, that visit went well, and he would love to add him to the quarterback room. Former Lions kicker Michael Badgley lands a gig with the Washington Commanders. Tigers and Angels tonight at Comerica Park, 6:40 the first pitch, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Could be the last series for Shohei Ohtani in an Angels uniform with the trade deadline days away. Eduardo Rodriguez pitching for Detroit. Ohtani not scheduled to pitch in this series. He's batting second, playing DH tonight for the Angels. And according to reports, Michigan head coach Jim Harbaugh could be facing a 4-game negotiated suspension for allegedly lying about recruiting violations during COVID. At the Ticket Update desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. We'll get some of the calls. We'll get some ticket texts. Odyssey.com rewind if you want it. Also, Tigers hot stove name has emerged. Someone they've checked in on. Arizona outfielder Alek Thomas. He's 23. Was a top 100 prospect. He's a good defensive player, but the offense just hasn't really clicked. But again, you're only going to get what the market bears. So let's keep an eye. My bottom line for trade deadline week, I only want to receive bats in return.
No pitching.
Right. Alek Thomas is a guy, if you traded for him, he starts for you. He plays every night. And you hope his career, he went from a 620 OPS to 688 this year. You hope he's a 750 player next year. Yeah. But I just want bats, man.
And David, before you get there, Mike kind of saw this coming with Big Ten Media Day coming up.
Oh, yeah.
Tomorrow.
Oh, I'm sure Harbaugh will be very forthright.
But Northwestern athletes have put out a statement. They're not showing up because they don't want it to be all about the hazing incident and steal focus away from football in the upcoming season.
Now, is their interim head coach showing up?
I believe he's going to show up, but not the actual players on the team.
Is Harbaugh showing up tomorrow?
He speaks Thursday. It's funny because Harbaugh can't speak. Mel Tucker, Ryan Day, and James Franklin are all Wednesday. Harbaugh's on Thursday.
And he's supposed to be the last
He's the
coach to
last
speak
person.
on
Yeah,
Thursday.
but here's the other thing. He can say, guys, it's an ongoing negotiation or whatever. I'm not talking about it. The problem is Big Ten Media Day has turned into like Fan Fest. Hey, Coach, go blue. What are your thoughts on the punter? And you're like, did you just say go blue to the head coach? I mean, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, but that's what it is. And it's rare that you get somebody who actually asks a question. Our friend we talked about last segment took a lot of heat because he asked Harbaugh some real questions.
Because that's how cults behave.
And he took heat over
I
that.
feel bad. I can't believe he had such a dog bleep take. Jeez.
Yeah.
All right. David, ticket text. I'll get to some of the callers as well. I'm sorry.
Someone says you can generalize the fan base all you want. All I know is I need a natty this year. That is from Nick in Wyandotte.
Can
Good
I
for
ask
you,
a question, Nick? And I appreciate, Nick, that you put your name to it. Let me address you directly. I'm not trying to be insulting, but I've done this now for over 20 years. Okay? Yes, that makes me old. But I have spent enough time around you people that I think I can offer you a qualified opinion. Now, there's always outliers. I'm an outlier in the Spartan fan base. I'm never happy with anything less than a Big Ten title. I'm never happy unless the program is consistently in the mix.
You know what? You could probably just stop with the qualifiers and just end it at, I'm never happy.
It's not true.
Set me up for that. Come on.
I did.
It's right there on the tee.
Right.
That was like a Home Alone trap. Just walk right into it.
Paint can.
Harry! Bam! Go ahead, David.
So many Michigan fans will say, well, just beat Ohio, or one team can only win the natty each year. Yeah, a lot of fans say
No,
that.
and I just wonder, what will the narrative be? Let's say Michigan continues, not every year, because it's so hard to do this every year. But let's say, as Rico put it, in the next 5 years, you win the Big Ten 3 times and you lose every playoff game. I mean, if Harbaugh's 1-10 in your biggest game of the year, he should catch heat, but won't.
No, because Mike, he wanted to be Bo, and he is becoming Bo. Bo didn't take heat for that. I mean, other schools will make jokes about it, but to Michigan fans, you're beating Ohio State is the season, like it or not. Now, David, that's not you, and I do realize there's a minority fans who feel the same way. Not every Michigan fan feels that way, but Mike, it's a successful season. You took the photo on the field. When they all rush the field, that photo is in so many man caves right now, and it will be there as they can point out to their kids, that's me standing right there. We beat Ohio State. We took over the Big Ten at that point, and now we run the Big Ten. And that's when people like Kenny get to make fun of us and say, nice pillow fight there because you guys don't do anything past that. And I have nothing to say to Kenny, but, yeah, you know what? You're right.
I'm just glad we're not involved. We're so bad, we're not even in this discussion. So it's just kind of like, well, I hate when mom and dad fight. Let's go to Dave, 97.1. What's up, Dave?
Hey, guys. First time, long time. Thanks for taking my call.
Of course.
Hey, Dave.
Rico, 2 quick ones for you. First of all, can you tell me your favorite moment from Javi Baez's White Sox tenure? And secondly, remind the listeners how long the college basketball shot clock is. Thanks. I'll hang up and listen.
I don't get it. Am I missing a joke? Did I help me?
I don't know what that was.
I had some time off recently. Did something go down I'm missing?
No, I don't know what that was.
I have no idea what that is.
Awesome. I guess.
Yeah.
David,
I
go
mean,
ahead.
the fact that you waited on hold for that.
I'm asking. Like, there are inside bits that take place when I'm not here, so I was looking to you guys for help.
I have no idea. But
all right.
Good for you, Kai. Go in your basement and go tickle your own balls.
No, whoa. All right. Now, come on. David, please.
Harbaugh's going to miss homecoming against Rutgers. This is heartbreaking for the AA community. LOL.
I will say, what do you think? What would the approach have been if it was next year with Oklahoma or Texas on that schedule? There's no way they would have allowed a 4-game suspension.
I think they still would have, Mike, because remember, they're negotiating, which means there could be more games on the table.
The level 1 is a 6-game suspension.
Right.
And they got it to 4.
So I would think that if you were playing Oklahoma in maybe week 4, you would try to get it to 3 games so that you could come back for the Oklahoma game. But I think this was just a fortunate circumstance that you're able to, you're able to get this over with this year. You're not playing anybody difficult.
The penalty to me, if I were a Michigan fan, I'd be a standing ovation. That's what we get? Cool. Move on.
I wonder if the biggest sticking point right now is
admission.
Does Harbaugh have to admit that he lied publicly? Which I think, you say you admit that you lied.
I will bet you dollars to donuts you get a Roger Clemens type statement. I was partially aware, not totally aware. I misremembered. I don't remember it happening that way, but I'm not saying they're wrong.
I cannot recall.
There's no way he's going to come out and go, I did bad things.
See, I think, right, and that's why I think it may be longer because he's gone this far. He's just going to double down on it and make sure I can't, because if he retreats, he's going to lose credibility with his fan base.
David, if the committee gave him 6 games, would he miss the MSU game?
No.
Who do they
No,
play?
he would not. He would have Nebraska at Nebraska, at Minnesota. That
Jesus, Mary and Joseph. This is a high school schedule. Bravo to you guys. Honestly.
And then we have Indiana before we go to
my
Michigan
God.
State.
So he would have to have 8 games.
I got to wait 7 games until they play something even remotely close to a competitive football game? And that's assuming they come to East Lansing and assuming we don't have our head up our and we actually can make it a game.
Yeah, the only games on the schedule on paper will be Penn State, Ohio State, and Michigan State because it's a rival game.
Oh,
yes.
God almighty. Golly. I got to be honest, man. If you're a season ticket holder, I'm
Well, that's what I'm
sorry.
saying.
That's boring.
No, but this is the thing. Go ahead, serve out your punishment because you're not missing anything. Going back to the Mozzie Smith.
Hell, if I'm Harbaugh, I'd say give me 6. I'll go golfing.
Right. Which is why he may not admit to anything because it's like, you know what? Give me 6.
I don't care. Make it
fun
7.
of my. What's that?
I said 6. Make it 7.
Sure. Keep making fun of my cupcakes though over in the SEC.
Well, Kenny,
Look at that schedule.
Kenny, you play 2 1AA teams. You have a second bye week.
We also play SEC teams.
I
not
know,
Big
but
Ten
it doesn't
teams.
equal out. You only play 8 conference games, not 9. You allow the what is that bye week that you guys do down there in November? Yeah. And all of a sudden, oh, Kenny, big game against the Citadel.
It's called Cupcake Week. It literally is called Cupcake Week.
I mean, it doesn't equate. If the SEC would just play 9 or 10 conference games, I would say nothing with what you do with the other 2.
But you just rattled off 6 games that don't matter.
Oh, Kenny.
Back to back to back to back to back.
Kenny, if you think hold on, I'm sorry. We're over time. I'll talk to you momentarily. Old Nation, one of the few independent breweries in Michigan, a great brew pub in Williamston, and they've got every beer they offer on tap, a full menu, the lineup growing every day. And obviously, the bedrock of what Old Nation is built upon is the M43. It's the Hazy IPA. It is the best-selling craft 4-pack in the country. And it's won every award, and again, it's put them on the map. But the full lineup is there, and obviously it's summer. That's shandy time. Go get them before they're gone because it's limited run, small batch. This is not some mass-produced. I talked to our boss earlier. He looked for it. It's hard to find. Thank you very much. You're welcome, Old Nation. The point is, here's the deal. Get it before it's gone, oldnationbrewing.com. That's oldnationbrewing.com, 21 and up, and please drink responsibly. All right, coming up 5 o'clock, incredibly scary story involving LeBron James' kid, Bronny. But it's not just focused on that. It's focused on it's such a unique situation. And I want to just kind of go through it and see if anyone identifies with this or if I'm out in space. But we'll talk about it. We talked about Teddy Bridgewater coming to town. We talked about Jim Harbaugh. We talked about the Tigers hot stove. Odyssey.com rewind. You can get all of it. David, a couple of ticket texts, and then we'll get to the LeBron stuff top of the hour.
Someone says, I have no problem with you criticizing. They deserve the criticism up and down the fort. Harbaugh deserves the criticism. People and Michigan fans need to shut up today. Ooh.
Well, I've felt that for quite some time, but I'm slightly biased in the matter.
In my opinion, this next season would be a failure if they don't win or even make the championship game.
See, now I'm for that. You got to make the championship game.
You got to win it.
I don't think you have to win it. I think you have to make it. Now, following year, okay, you got to take steps.
The only way I would call their season a complete failure is if they don't win the Big Ten and they don't make the playoff. Like that's I cannot.
See, that's why I can't do that whole natty or bust type of thing because I'm like, that's not fair.
No.
Because you can have a great season. You can win the Big Ten and you end up losing a heartbreaking game. That doesn't mean your season's a bust.
But here's why I dismiss your it takes steps when it comes to Michigan. Because the step was supposed to be last year when you made the championship game. So because you failed, now you have to skip that step and win it all now.
Mistakes were made. The triple reverse Statue of Liberty play, in theory, should have worked.
My only thing is I had no problem with Corum saying it. None. He's earned that right. He's a senior.
And he'll back it up.
He's a workhorse. He shows up in big games. Like I don't have to love everything about him, but that kid's earned the right to say it. And I'm glad he said it. Don't run from it.
No, but I think it's just unfair when you play that card because you could have a great year, something could happen.
I can adjust based
think
on
about
that
Ohio
later
State.
on.
You lose your best player and you're beating Georgia. Can't really call that season a bust now because
I can.
You
lose to Michigan
Georgia and you lose
lost in the playoff.
That's
a bust.
You were about to beat Georgia,
but
I'm saying it's
and the Titanic was about to miss the iceberg.
It's
didn't
situations
happen.
like that where I can't just say that's a flat out bust.
Right, you're very understanding.
I can adjust later on, but right now,
if they just got boat raced by Georgia, okay, yeah, that's a bust. But
now when you have beat Georgia on your sign,
let me put it like this. Well, let's just go to the SEC fan. Kenny, how nervous were you during that game?
A little bit of nerves at the beginning, but after I saw kind of what they were trying to do and how it wasn't working.
Okay.
Yeah, it was.
There's just no big deal.
No. There was nerves. I'm not saying I wasn't nervous because I was, but after I kind of saw the routine that was happening, I was like, oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, Kirby Smart was the MVP of the game. He sniffed out the fake punt.
100%.
They get that fake punt going, ball game, and you're sitting here in a therapy session.
In fact, yes, he is. The way I look at it is if Michigan doesn't win the national title, it will be a major disappointment, but that does not mean the season was a failure, this person says.
I agree with that.
I do not agree with that. Win the Big Ten, and who cares what else happens? Cheat, whatever, doesn't matter, just win the Big Ten.
And that, I feel, is the majority of Michigan fans.
Well, that's me. I mean, State fans hate me because I don't
care.
No,
but he's saying just
I'd
win.
have Satan fund our NIL if it means we can start winning again.
Well, Brian already volunteered to be the bag man for State, so
I'm in.
Yeah.
But the difference is I don't put our program up on some damn pedestal.
No, but that person is just saying just win the Big Ten, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, I think at a certain point it'll be like Lions fans. If they win the NFC North, eventually that's not going to be enough. It's like when MSU won the Big Ten. It's not enough. Got to get to the playoff. And then you make the playoff. It's not enough.
Right.
There has to be a sense of completion.
Right. It is. Because imagine if,
let's say years, look how good Georgia was, and they couldn't win it all. They went 40 years, and they were mocked. You have to eventually get it done. That's how I feel about it. Right. But again, I'm a bleep hole New Yorker. I want to win the championship every year. I have a different viewpoint on it. I take a pro sports mentality to college.
You do.
And that's not popular amongst the wholesome Midwesterners.
You do. And you're correct.
Michigan fans are so scared of going back to Brady Hoke or Rich Rod that they will let Harbaugh do anything as long as he beats Ohio State.
Harbaugh, really, all jokes aside, like, and this is not smarm, but the Harbaugh tenure down the line, another 10 years from now, it will make a fascinating book. If it's not written by someone who actually works for the school, like, it's fascinating how he was 0-5 and they wanted his money back and they were ready to run him out on a rail. And then COVID hits, they avoid playing OSU. And in the 11th hour, which was year 7, he gets it right. And then he comes back in year 8 and he does it again. And it's this full circle, bulletproof Teflon Don routine. And it's fascinating because no coach is given that amount of grace to have this arc. Coaches, look, hell.
I mean, Scott Frost did not make it 8 years. Well, and he had the same amount of, he's going to come in here and fix it. And it wasn't
Rico, you got people at CBS writing articles that Mel Tucker's on the hot seat. Yeah. It might be his third real year if you cancel COVID the way Michigan fans wanted to cancel it. The point I'm making is Harbaugh is truly unique. Mm-hmm. I will argue you will never see another coach given 7 years to get it right. You won't.
No,
it's fascinating.
I would say, Mike, the only thing that would happen like that is if Peyton Manning went to go coach Tennessee.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Stick to producing sports TV.
I'm just saying.
I like Peyton doing that a lot better.
He and making bad commercials.
By the way, if you haven't finished quarterback.
I have not.
Wait till you get to the episode. All we're going to talk about is you like the Urban Meyer Sad Pizza golf cart. Mm-hmm. I'd like to offer you, and I see your pizza cart, and I raise you a quiet, sad car ride home for Kirk Cousins. Best 6 minutes of the show. Woo! And we finish it out with him singing a Bible hymn. It was tremendous. Can't wait for you to watch it. You're going to hate his guts, too. 248-539-9797. We got some callers to get to, and I want to bring up the LeBron James, Bronny James situation with an angle, a question. We'll do that next. 97.1. All right, 5 o'clock. Great to have you. We will get to the phone calls. Odyssey.com rewind if you missed anything. We've really run the gamut. Harbaugh, the suspension, Yahoo Sports, the level 1 violation, 4 games negotiated. Talked a little Tigers hot stove. Teddy Bridgewater. It seems like a no-brainer, and I'd overpay to do it. He came here to work out. Would love the Lions to do it. You can get all of that. I wanted to bring up the Bronny James thing just to mix it in because it's incredibly scary. You know, you read the headlines this morning that Bronny James had a cardiac arrest event at practice at USC, ended up in the ICU, thankfully is out. And you just start thinking about stuff, and it's like, you know, the DeMar Hamlin thing came to mind where that's a cardiac event, right? It was this millisecond moment that happened, and for a minute I thought I watched someone die on the field.
Right.
And you talk about how hard it's got to be to get back out there and play. And then what happened with Bronny James today, and I thought about it, and I'm like, how does a parent react to that? Like LeBron we view as an athlete. We view LeBron as one of the all-time greats, but he's a man, he's a husband, he's a father, he's a son, he's a human being. And it's this idea of like, you've already done it all. You've already gotten all the money. There's nothing to prove professionally. There's nothing to do financially. And your son has this unbelievably scary moment. And it's like, I was something I thought about David immediately because David's kids are into sports and you know, David's a very active father in their lives. And it's like, do you let your kid keep going? Do you sit down and go, son, like you don't need to, like so many athletes who play college ball, a lot of them, you've got a whole family, a whole ecosystem of people on your back that you're responsible for to try to make a brighter day, right. Whether it's to graduate college and better your life, or it's to straight up get to the league, get paid, buy mom and dad a house, the whole bit. Well, Bronny James doesn't have that. Bronny James has grown up where Bronny James never had to do a damn thing. Correct. Now, credit to the kid. He's worked his way into being a good basketball player. I hesitate to say great. He hasn't played a college game yet. But, like, Rico, when I read the story, I'm like, wow. Like, do you sit your kid down? And do you I guess it was the idea of you let your kid pursue his dreams if the doctors say, listen, he'll be okay to go after it? Or does the money change it where you're like, we don't need to do this?
Right. It's one of those things where, yeah, I mean, dad and his empire is $1 billion industry. So
global icon.
Right. So you could easily just, you know what? I'm sure dad could find something else basketball related. Maybe you go into coaching. Maybe you do something else. It's a scare because basketball players have died on the court, or, you know, you think back to Hank Gathers, you think back to Reggie Lewis for your Celtics, yep. Where, yeah, it's scary, and you got to think that, you know, he's in great shape. He's around some of the best doctors just simply because of who his father is, and no one saw this coming. So it is a scare that when they're saying, as David told me this, you're released from the ICU, meaning you were in there.
Right.
And that's a scary place to be. If you've ever known anybody in the ICU, it's only one step away from the inevitable. So it's like, okay, he's gotten out of that, but is that a big enough scare that, because if you're Bronny, can you shake that? Can you now just put that behind you and not worry every time you're on the court? Is this the last game? Is this the last moment?
Yeah, I'm not qualified to speak on it. That's why I wanted to bring it up as a topic, is just this idea of, you know, as an outsider looking at it, and I think about a family member, and it's like, if you've got the financial means, do you take that risk? Or look, the other side of it, like, all right, Jim Carrey, right, the actor?
Mm-hmm.
Jim Carrey has always famously talked about his dad and how his dad was a better comedian than he was, and how his dad gave up his dream to take the safe route because he had a family to take care of. And then eventually got laid off from that safe job, and they ended up damn near on the street. The point is, it haunted his father his whole life. So that's the other thing of this, is like, if you don't let the kid pursue his dream, if doctors clear him, man, can you build resentment there? Like, I know that this guy's, I know it's a sports thing, but like, this is really more. I was blown away reading the headline. And I'm like, what happened? How?
Yeah. Right. Well, here's some. I just got a text from a father of an athlete. He's like, I'm not a billionaire, and there's 0% chance I would allow my son to play again.
Bingo.
If that were to happen.
That's exactly where I'm at. But then I do in the back of my mind, I think just like what you just said, you want your children to be successful their own way. You want them to find their lane, find what they're passionate about and do it, right? But so I don't want to have that guilt in the back of my head, but I also don't want to have a funeral for my kid. And I would say, you know what? I'm sorry. You're just not going to do it. You find a different route, something else to do.
Yeah, I guess I viewed the story. God forbid, sometimes we don't just view it with, things like OPS and WAR. And I viewed it as a human being, and I'm like, I really don't know what to do with that. Because in one sense, it's like what Rico said. I mean, Bronny has nothing to prove other than to himself. They're financially secure to a level that we can't even imagine. But then I look at it the other end, and I'm biased in this. Now, again, the greatest gift my parents ever gave me was to let me go. A lot of parents, I always hear this stuff, and I never understand, oh, my parents made me go to school in the state, or they didn't want me going away. And it's like, well, if you're paying for it, who cares? Like, I got to go and chase it. And that's what helped shape my life. Whereas, like, my father wasn't allowed to chase it. Because my grandparents were primarily morons and old school Italians, and it was this whole idea of you don't go to school, you go to work. Well, that changed my dad's life forever. So I think about it in those terms, and I'm like, what a brutal situation where it's like, how do you approach this if you're Bronny and if you're LeBron? Both the kid, how scary it has to be, the father, how scary it has to be. Does the money impact a decision you make in this situation, or is that an asinine point of view?
No, Mike, I don't think it is. I think this is one where if you're LeBron, you have a heart-to-heart talk, and it's, if I was the father, can you answer me, can you put this past you and just go out and play as hard as you played a week ago? Because if the answer is yes, then go ahead. I can't stop you in your dream.
The only athlete that's coming to mind, who was the kid who played for Florida? Was it Keontae Johnson?
Yeah, he was just in this year's NBA draft.
He was with Kansas State. Didn't this happen to him?
I think so, yeah.
That he passed out on the floor. Now, I can't speak to whether he was in the ICU or not. The point I'm making is he came back to play, and he went after it. But this does not, clearly, thank God, this does not happen often. So when it happens to the most famous son of the most famous basketball player this side of Michael Jordan, boy, does it take on a little bit of a different tenor. And you're like, LeBron's whole mission has been, I'm going to stay around long enough to play 1 year with Bronny. That's been the whole thing.
Yeah. Looks like, Keontae Johnson was on the court. I mean, he passed out and was in a medically induced coma for 72 hours.
Okay. So look, in the end, I wonder about the conversations. I wonder about how you handle it. And I admit it, like, I'm being honest and transparent with the audience. The first thing that came to my mind is, man, if everything is all set in your life, you have nothing to prove, I would really, on one hand, I'd have a hard time being like, all right, we'll go ahead. And then on the other, knowing how I grew up, I'd find it impossible not to let him go and do it.
See, I think
it's wild.
The biggest thing is, in your mind, can you move past this?
Yeah.
Because if you're playing hesitant, you can't do this.
Has there been any additional reporting on this in the last hour or so?
Yeah, the only additional reporting I saw is that they did use the defibrillator. That was,
oh my God.
They did use the defibrillator to bring him back on the USC practice court. So, yeah, that's the newest thing.
Because it's not the same thing, Mike, but anybody who's had the Achilles injury says it's mentally trusting your Achilles, that it just won't pop at some random time. They're like, you're physically healthy. You're physically ready to play, but mentally it takes a long time before you could just forget about that and just go back to playing. That's where I'm at with him. It's like, can you, I mean, my thing is maybe you sit out this year, or do you need to get right back on the horse?
Well, it's interesting to me that this happened because on Saturday at the barbershop, we all had a discussion about DeMar Hamlin and if he should be playing again. And the conversation was simply, I told him, I said, well, look, the dude's successful. He made it to the NFL. What else do you have to prove? Then someone else said, well, that you can play again. That's what you have to prove.
No, see, I think it's David, I just think it's deeper than that. Like, our time on this planet, like, we always have this idea of permanence. Nothing we do is permanent. We have this idea that we're going to work hard, we're going to buy this little box known as a house, and that's going to be our legacy and our family, and it's permanent. It's not permanent. Hell, a lady died on my street a couple weeks ago. There was a fence around the house a day later and bulldozed the damn thing 10 days after that. Whole lifetime of memories is gone. Her entire life, wiped out. Yeah. The idea, David, is you get one shot to chase it. And when you get to the end, you don't want to regret everything that brought you to that point. So I totally understand DeMar Hamlin wanting to play, or if Bronny makes that choice where I cannot live the next 60 years of my life knowing I didn't try. Like, that would be so difficult. Now, obviously, if doctors rule that, you have to navigate through that. But it's just a fascinating, I can't imagine the conversation. I can't imagine the approach of it all and how it works both for the kid and for LeBron as a father. And it's just, obviously, privacy's never offered. It's just one of those things. I couldn't believe the headline. And then David with that, I mean, Jesus, Mary and Joe, that's unbelievable. 248-539-9797. And guys, I know it's not typical. Like, I know it's not, hey, we should get Teddy Bridgewater. But from a human element, if you're a parent, if you're a son, a brother, a sister, a mother, a father, like, it impacts when you read a story like this, how you handle that. Do you allow the kid to go back and play? Do you not? You know, the dynamics of it all. I mean, that is so incredibly scary.
Yeah, and I mean, and the fact that the money on the table, if you decide I don't want to do this, you're going to have probably more money than you could ever spend in your life. And dad can either get you a job as an agent or something to do with basketball.
The problem is money ain't ever going to spend that regret.
No, it's not.
It's not. You can't outspend it, man. We'll take some calls on it. Like I said, I know it's an atypical topic, but it's something I wanted to get to today. Does your garage floor look bad? Is it dull, gray, cracked, stained, or worse, an old epoxy or paint job? And one day, transform that garage to the gold standard, a new Comer & Cross premium garage floor to make it easy. They do everything. They go in your garage, take everything out. One day, they install that flooring, put everything back in, and you've got the gold standard, a 4 times as strong garage floor than epoxy. Guaranteed it won't chip, crack, yellow, nothing. No tire tracks or epoxy fumes. Call Comer & Cross today. Get your free estimate, 248-266-4443. That's 248-266-4443. You mentioned me. You can say, hate my guts. It's okay. They'll take $250 off their best price. Or go to ComerandCrossGarage.com. All right, straight to the people. Whether it's on the Harbaugh stuff or Bronny James, LeBron James, the human element of it, let's just see where everybody's at. We'll go to Dean, 97.1. Dino, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Mean Dean.
Yeah, how's it going?
What's
I called
up?
about the Harbaugh stuff.
Sure.
Because every time you bring up Harbaugh, my blood pressure goes through the roof. Because then what ends up happening is you read ticket text like the one Michigan clown that goes, just beat Ohio State and win the Big Ten. Why? Why? What kind of accomplishment is that? When Harbaugh came here, the expectation was to win championships, and he has failed. Yes, in the past couple of years he's showed progress, but he's still failing. That's not a championship. What if the Red Wings are like, hey, we made the playoffs for 25 years, we don't have to win any Stanley Cups? That's a failure to me. That's not the goal. That's never the end goal. The end goal is to win the championship and be a national champion. Mediocrity makes me want to not be a Michigan fan because it's the most accepted pile of trash in all of college sports.
And Dean, I agree with you because I take a pro sports mentality to college. I'm with you. Now, I do think, Dean, it won't continue like this forever. That's where I think some of us disagree.
Wait, what won't continue forever?
That he cannot continue to go to the playoff and lose and or not win the Big Ten.
But dude, you're so high. You're so high. They're Michigan fans. Dude, they still hold on to the fact that they used to beat landscapers.
Well, that part I agree with. That part I agree with.
There's
I think
no way,
you think
there's
Dean's
no
right.
way that you can tell me that Michigan fans aren't just going to go, oh, we win the Big Ten, and try to point that as a big accomplishment. There's no way.
Yeah.
There's none. There's
Dean
no
is right because
possibility.
if they went on a run where they beat Ohio State for the next 7 years, that's a badge of honor. And
well, then I would fully agree with Dean and tell you then you've taken a loser mentality. And Dean's right. The history of the
disappoint me so much.
Dean, I don't know that I've ever made you happy, even though you're one of my favorite callers. I don't know that I've ever made you happy.
No. I appreciate you because you're a realist typically. And the fact that you can't see that that's exactly what average Michigan fan is makes me kind of want to throw up for you.
Dean, I'm saying right now it is. I'm saying into the future. I think the next couple of years, I just brought this up, Dean. I said if Harbaugh ends up something ridiculous like 1-10 in these bowl games / playoff things, I think the narrative would have to change because unlike the 70s and 80s, people have changed.
Okay, I'm about to violate a rule that I hate to do because I hate when people do this. But, and maybe it's because he had one title, but it's almost like Izzo in the Final Four. He hasn't won one in 23 years.
Right, that's not good enough.
But to most Michigan State fans, it's good enough.
Right, because they're boners.
That's your guy.
No.
And that's, they love it. January, February, Izzo.
Oh, stop with that.
No, but I'm saying.
I think Noel just scored again.
The fact that you make it to the Final Four, to some fans, you're going to look at this as, well, it beats getting put out in the first round or not making the tournament.
Yikes. Okay. Go to Paul, 97.1. What's up, Paul? How are you?
Hey, how are you today, guys?
Good, Paulie. Welcome.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, it was good to hear from Dean again. Yeah, that guy's great.
Mean Dean is fantastic.
He is. Mike, what you just said in the last segment really struck a nerve with me in a good way. And I have to tell you, you're spot on. And I got to paraphrase what you said. You said, you're only here for just such a short time. And, is your home and your job and your family, your legacy. And you say that the lady's house got bulldozed and it's all gone. You couldn't be any more right. When, be it sports or anything else, has a dream and he's good at what he does, I can only look at it from a personal standpoint, to what I went through. And as a kid, I always wanted to go to the NHL. And it was like, okay, Red Wings or Bruins, I won't play for anybody else. Well, it was a pipe dream. I was never going to the NHL, but I was young. But after I got out of the Marine Corps, I became a professional musician, and I made the decision that I'm going to go for it, with the guys I'm with. We're good enough. And over the years, There's a lot of sacrifices, and we wrote our own music. We toured everywhere, East Coast, etc., everywhere we could get attention. Recorded 3 albums, 8 singles. We were getting airplay in college towns, etc., and we got very, very close. But the bottom line was, I always said to anyone who would listen if they asked, why are you doing this? Why, everyone else is getting ahead of the game. You don't even own a home. And it's like, well, listen, I don't want to wake up when I'm 40 or 50 and say, what if?
Right.
I went for it. I did. And then it was time to have a family and, all right, well, what do I want to do for a career?
No, but that's
Mike, you were so correct when you said that.
Well, again, it's my perspective. Others may not share it. But no, Paulie, that's the fascinating part with LeBron and his son now. I mean, when David tells you they had to use defibrillators, I mean, the conversation of going, listen, we are billionaires.
That's just
you
it.
don't need to do this. And you juxtapose it with what Paul said, what I said. It is the most fascinating dynamic because you can't replace regret.
No, you can't replace regret, Mike, but I think it's a little different from you and Paul or anybody else because if you don't achieve your dream and you got to make a choice, you end up doing something that you're almost forced into.
Yeah.
With $1 billion, you can do whatever you really want to do. And you can you can have an audience with pretty much anybody in any path of life that you want to go down.
But it's still not possibly his choice of what he wanted to accomplish in his life.
Understand.
Yeah.
But it's a little different than, okay, either you go to college or you're a roofer. Well, I don't want to be a roofer. Well, you better go to college.
I guess the only thing I would say is this, it's like, so the comparison would be like what kids are doing now that they're constantly on social media with dopamine, right? They need more dopamine to get the same high, the same joy. And by looking at all this stuff that tells them their life sucks, people walk through life numb. My point is money just raises what it takes to make yourself think you're happy. So the roofer analogy is perfect. For Bronny and LeBron, anything but playing NBA basketball might be the equivalent of the roofing. Because in their world, the billionaire life, all you have is that dream. Like, I'll be fascinated if Bronny's cleared, how this plays out. And I don't know what's right and wrong, and I'm not here to tell you.
Right, I mean, because you don't know. I mean, Pistons coach Monty Williams went through something similar at Notre Dame. He couldn't play for a couple of years because they couldn't clear him. This was like fresh off of Hank Gather, so nobody wanted that to happen on their campus. Doctor finally cleared him, I think in I want to say 92, and he was able to play for a couple of years. Had a little bit of a career in the league, and now he's going on to become a successful coach.
Made more as a coach than he ever would have made as a player.
So you never know where. I think that if he, I say that to say that if he doesn't do basketball, he's going to do something related to basketball, where maybe this drives him to become, you know what, I want to be like my dad, but I want to be the agent where everybody, I want to be the greatest agent of all time. Because I don't think he was ever going to live up to his father.
Well, it's an unfair standard, Christ.
Right, but the
kid could be a 5-time All-Star. It wouldn't come close.
He would have beat Jordan's kids by just making it.
248-539-9797. Proud of you. You didn't make a Larsa Pippen joke. Very proud of you. 97-1.
We're brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men, open 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It is wicked awesome. Tigers, Angels, tonight, Comerica Park, right here on 97.1. The ticket, 640 is the first pitch. May or may not be the last series for Shohei Ohtani in an Angels uniform. Trade deadline just days away. Eduardo Rodriguez pitching for Detroit. Ohtani not scheduled to pitch in the series tonight. He's batting second, hitting at designated hitter for the Visitors. Preseason Big Ten media poll selects Michigan first, Ohio State second, MSU fifth in the B1G this year. According to reports, Michigan head coach Jim Harbaugh could be facing a 4-game negotiated suspension for allegedly lying about recruiting violations during COVID. Giants signed running back Saquon Barkley, 1 year, $10.1 million. Fully guaranteed, plus incentives. The G-men retain the rights to franchise tag the running back. Former Lions kicker Michael Badgley landing with Washington. And Dan Campbell expressing some concerns about that hype train. USA Today projects the Lions 11-6 this year, winning the NFC North by 4 whole games and going to the conference title game. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
David, some ticket texts. We'll get to the people. Got a football today to get to at 5:45, and we'll take you up to Tiger baseball at 6:15.
Someone's asking the question, what does the poverty-stricken top 10 recruit with NBA aspirations and hope to help his family, poor family, do in this situation? It's a very tough situation to be in.
No, and look, we brought up the human element of it, which is, first of all, the doctors get the final say in this. Right. Let's be realistic. It's a liability issue. I think you have to – the money plays a role in that. LeBron and his family are in such an unbelievable position, an earned position. Mm-hmm. Does it alter the decision both as a child, Bronny, as a father, LeBron? They just had to use defibrillators to get you back, and you were in the ICU. That is –
and I do think that it's a little different than the guy who this is – my only shot. So for that person, like, you know what? I'm not going to have a great quality of life if I don't make it. So I'm just going to risk it and go for it. Whereas knowing you got $1 billion in the bank, you may not be willing to take that chance than the poverty-stricken guy, that example.
I'll be very interested to see kind of just how it plays out. Obviously, it's way too early. But he was at USC for a workout. That's where he's going to go to school. And cardiac arrest, defibrillators, ICU, he's in stable condition. And you look at the DeMar Hamlin thing, I find it incredible DeMar Hamlin wants to play, and is, you know, that it's the same thing, except here, this is the oldest son of the most famous basketball player this side of Jordan, and it's not the same thing.
Well, it's not really DeMar Hamlin either, so, you know.
What those people thinking it wasn't him.
I remember that. They're like, that's not really him at the game. Yes, it is.
It's a clone.
Go to Vern, 97.1. Hi, Vern. How you doing?
How's it going, guys?
Wait a minute. Big Vern?
Yes, sir.
What the heck? You don't call up as Big Vern no more? What, have you graduated?
I do all the time, but now that David has been promoted, I don't have a fellow Christian brother to put me through. So,
well, Kenny's a heathen, but he should know the legend of Big Vern. It's great to hear from you.
I'm sorry about that, Vern.
No problem. Thanks, brother. So as a father, when I read the headline, I went into automatic father mode, like, especially if I was there, to see a defibrillator brought out for my son laying on the floor, just like with Hamlin. I'm shutting everything down. I'm doing everything in my power. I know they're over 18, but I'm making my case for them to shut it down no matter what. As of, like, looking at your child on the brink of death, like, freaks me out. I see news stories, I see headlines in a totally different way now. I look at it as that's somebody's son, that's somebody's daughter. Knowing that I have options, or my child has options that they can do instead of something that almost brought them to the brink of death. And of course, you can die anyway. But after seeing something like that, there's no way I could be on board with it continuing, especially if I'm in LeBron's position. You could be a sports agent. Heck, I'll buy you a state. I'll buy you education, whatever you need to avoid you being in a position to where you almost die. I couldn't do it. We got to shut it down.
I mean, Vern, I listen, it's why I asked the question. And then on the flip side of it, you wonder, what if this is all the kid wants? What if the money doesn't matter because the money can't buy you this particular dream? It could buy you anything else. But if it isn't the only thing that makes you happy, that's a hell of a conversation, man. It's one I'm not qualified to have.
We got to have conversation as father and son for you to have the options of doing something else, that you must find something else that makes you happy, that'll pull up close to it without you dying. There is nothing on this earth, and I don't know if it's just my perspective, there's nothing on this earth worth me possibly dying or pursuing that will cost me my life and not being able to finish my purpose, whatever it is that must be, especially when you have a family. I have to talk to you as my son, like, hey, I understand you want this, but there are so many other things to consider.
Vern, you will have to, you got to let him dream. You got to let your son play. And that's why I say it sounds easy as a parent, but Mike brought up a great point. It's the regret factor. You don't want this kid 5-10 years from now hating you and saying, you never let me pursue what I wanted to do.
Now, but then my I guess other argument for that would be I would lay everything on the table and be like, this is what could happen. Like, hey, bro, I saw you die. Like, you essentially died if we had to bring a defibrillator out to start your heart again. If you want to risk your life, then I'm sitting by the phone waiting for a successful report from you playing these games. I don't know how I could watch another game. I don't know how I could be there knowing what could happen. And I don't want to treat my kid with kid gloves saying you can't go outside and everything like that. But I don't know how I could be comfortable supporting something like that after the trauma that just happened. It would take a lot, and I would just lay everything on the table. Like,
well, Vern, I want to say this.
Explore your options.
Now, I want to say this. This is equally as important. You need to get your life together, because this one call every 6-month routine is just not good enough.
I'll be seeing you guys soon. Since I made the cut finally, I guess. I was kind of scared since affirmative action got repealed. It looks like I'll be coming back now, because everything is all good.
All right. I just saying, Vern. Vern is a long timer. Vern has been with the show damn near 20 years. And for Kenny Cott to disrespect that man, that is a disgrace. Vern is a pillar of this community. How? David. Makes me ask some questions.
I know what is going on here.
Oh, no.
Just going to go downtown and see Shohei. I'll see you guys later.
Wow.
Wow. Okay, then. Let's go to Dre, 97.1. What's up, Dre? How are you?
What's up?
What's up, Dre?
Man, I'm so torn, but you know what? We got all fall to talk about Michigan football and expectations. I do think Dean need to calm down a little bit. I just don't have time. I'm more interested now in this Bronny James thing. I got to go on that. So I'm 29 years old, Michael. I love basketball. I talk to you about it all the time. But I watched that documentary, the 30 for 30, on the Loyola St. Mary's team. They did along years back about Hank Gathers and what happened to him, because I'm a student of the game. I love the history, and I never forget. But Hank's brother talked about him taking the risk. Once the he collapsed twice, and after the first one, they figured out he had a medical heart condition. He was taking beta blockers, and essentially it terribly affected his play, and he decided to dial it back to, basically, allow him to play like himself, because he was trying to be a high pick because he had to take care of his family. And you juxtapose a situation like that with a kid like Bronny, where he doesn't have that pressure. See, that's what makes the situation so complex, I think, and really interesting, is that there's no pressure. There's no external pressure, right? Some people may have internal and external pressure to do something. For Bronny, it's all going to be internal. And what we don't know is within this kid's heart. Maybe his dream, rather how unlikely it is to be better than his father. Like, no, I want to be better than you, Dad. And nothing can take that away, right? And he's 18 too, so he's a young adult. So he may be like I hear what y'all saying. The doctor say I'm good. I need to do this. It's important to me, and that's what's going to make the situation so interesting. Do I think it's worth it taking the risk after seeing guys like Hank Gathers, just a guy for the Detroit Pistons G League team years ago in the past? It's happened quite a bit. These guys collapsing and not making it, by a defibrillator. It's too late. It's a huge risk, but it's shocking and it's scary because it's really hard to predict. But I'm really interested to see what the medical test reveal, because that's going to tell a lot.
Of course. No, I mean, Dre, listen, it's one of those things that doesn't have to be in a sports perspective. It's obviously rooted in sports because it's LeBron's kid. Right. It's a human element. I mean, that's really what it borders down to. It's like the father, that perspective, the son, the dream, the risk, all of it. Well,
I think now, and the USC doctors are going to be extra scrutinizing this because you don't want this to happen on your watch. So I'm sure they're going to let the whole family know this could be a problem, or you know what, this was an isolated event. But he's been around the best doctors all his life, his career.
And something still happened.
Yeah.
It's beyond scary. By the way, quick note, and none of you unscrupulous scumbags, do not look at what I put on the show sheet. I have a treat for you guys tomorrow. Do not look.
So
don't ruin it.
So what you're telling me is I get a day off from the show sheet?
No, go to the show sheet. Do not go clicking on things.
Oh,
leave it alone.
I'm like, all right.
I want you to be surprised.
I'll finish the quarterback if that's the case.
No, I'm adding value to your day tomorrow. Okay. Trust me, you're going to love this.
Okay.
It's at the top. I put stars. It says don't look.
I'm sure it says more than that, but okay.
I kept it classy. Don't get stuck without power next time a storm hits, or wait till the first hot day to find out that AC's on the fritz. It's going to be like 100 degrees Thursday, by the way. Get your air conditioner tune-up, $78 from Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They'll get you in tip-top shape, save on that energy bill, and Mastercraft has generators in stock too. All you need to do is schedule that AC tune-up today. Visit mastercraftheating.com.
And we're brought to you by the good people at Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men, open 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It is wicked awesome. Tigers, not exactly wicked awesome, but they get the Angels tonight at Comerica Park. 6:40 the first pitch right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Yes, Eduardo Rodriguez pitching tonight. And Shohei Ohtani, not scheduled to pitch in this series, but he is batting second tonight at DH for the Angels. Celtics extend Jaylen Brown 5 years, $304 million, richest deal in NBA history. According to reports, Michigan head coach Jim Harbaugh could be facing a 4-game negotiated suspension for allegedly lying about recruiting violations during COVID, an alleged level 1 violation, the most serious level, for not cooperating with NCAA enforcement. Michigan's first 4 games, which it probably could entail East Carolina, UNLV, Bowling Green, and Rutgers. Meanwhile, Giants signing running back Saquon Barkley, 1 year, $10.1 million plus incentives. Dan Campbell said the visit with Teddy Bridgewater went well. He'd love to add him to the quarterback room. Wide receiver Jamison Williams suffers a minor leg injury, expected to miss a couple days. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, David, we'll get to Tiger baseball in a couple of minutes. Give me some ticket texts, and then I'm sure Rico is going to continue to slander this Jaylen Brown deal, which I don't support, but here we are.
I'm not slandering. I wanted to know how you felt about it.
I think you probably have better handles than him. I'm sorry. Jaylen Brown being the highest paid player in the NBA is a traveshamockery.
You know what? Here's a good thing that you can think of, Mike.
Oh, what's that?
For right now. In about a week or two, somebody else is going to take that spot. But right now, yeah, he's right place, right time for Jaylen.
Well, then his other gutless cohort will be higher paid than him next year.
Good to be the king.
I can't stand it. Go ahead, David.
Brian in Ann Arbor is bringing up a good point. Fellas, here's another wrinkle. Bronny is 18 years old and technically a grown man. What if LeBron or any other parent said, you can't do this anymore, and he tells them, well, I'm doing it anyway?
Yeah, I mean, he can.
Sounds like Roberto's household.
As a father, you can only say so much. The kid has to live his own life. But, you present all the information, you give him all the facts, and if he wants to go out there and screw up his life, okay. Or if he wants to go out there and make a decision that may not be in the best interest of himself, you can't stop that.
From Tom, I'm a middle-income, completely average income dad. If my kid had an incident like that, even with the talent, I'd be doing everything I could to stop them from playing again.
Right. Everything you could, but eventually and I know it's different, but it's just like if your kid says, hey, I want to marry this person. You're like, maybe you want to reconsider this. No. So I want to marry. Okay, fine.
Yeah, someone's saying USC had a player last year who suffered a cardiac arrest, and he still played.
Yeah, no one is. Listen, let me be very clear. None of us are saying what should happen. We're talking about the dynamics of it. Clearly, they don't even have a full panel of results. We have no idea. It was just an incredible
head. In the
headline.
ICU.
Right. That's all. Hey, real quick.
Defibrillators used, yes.
Evan showed me something, and I don't know if it's real or not. This MSU jersey thing. Tell me that's not real.
I think there's going to be some new jerseys. I don't think that those are the jerseys.
I hope not, because they look like they're out of the East Bay catalog.
They could come out with the best jerseys ever. And I promise you won't like them, Mike. Want to know why? You go ahead and hit your button because they went 5-7.
I like the uniforms they have now.
These could be LA Chargers-esque. Well, they got stuff on them.
I think you're painting an inaccurate picture, but so be it.
I want to see this picture. I want to see
David,
uniform.
Okay,
David. Woof.
There's pictures being leaked. The green ones
about what's coming out. Yes.
I don't like the green ones. The white ones are like, okay, yeah. The black one, okay, yeah. Not earth shattering, but no. East Bay was the state jerseys.
Oh, those are bad too. Basically,
that's East Bay. Now, yeah.
Basically, look, the helmets they've been using, I'd say 3 of every 4 they release are cool. They always have one dud in there.
The only one I didn't care for was the one that everybody loved. And it was like, I get it. The Veterans Day when Sparty's holding the flag.
Oh, I hated that one. I didn't. That was
But
terrible.
if you say that, then you hate America.
No, America's the best. It's just that helmet
You
sucked.
can still hate the uniform, yeah.
The helmet sucked. All they had to do was make a Stars and Stripes Spartan head, and everything would have been fine. I didn't need cartoon, WB Network Sparty holding a flag and then giving up a 4th and 31 to blow the cover. That was the story of that game.
I like the script state.
Oh, they're all good primarily.
That's the only one that I was just like,
yeah. Those uniforms are oof.
But once again, I also need to see what they're going to look like on the field because they can look one way on paper, be like, oh, you know what? These look a lot better. Just like, you know
trash.
Remember the Christmas tree bulb helmets?
That they wore at Nebraska all those years ago?
But they wore them at Michigan first.
Yeah.
And in broad daylight, these were the worst things ever.
Yeah, but at night they look
But
great.
when they wore them at night, I was like, okay, wow. Now I see.
Yeah, that was the, was it the 12-10 game?
That was the Mike Sadler game, yeah.
No, 12-10 against.
Oh, yeah, Michigan, yeah. It was, yeah, that was a 12-10 game, yeah.
A real thrill a minute. Great offense D'Antonio was running. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, someone wants to know because of the Justin Fields, what quarterbacks do you want on quarterback?
Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, and then whatever. Some scrub-a-dub they can phase out by episode 5 like Mariota.
Derek Carr.
Done. Sold. I'm in. Quarterback's great.
Probably Justin Herbert. Ooh. Would be an interesting.
That would, sure. Well, I don't have another answer. Go ahead.
Well,
I'm sorry.
I do, but yeah.
Tiger
we
baseball.
gotta go.
No problem. We'll talk to everybody at 2. Got the all-name team. We'll get to that tomorrow. 97.1.